see a burglar get shot and killed by someone from one of these groups, and then they'll start shooting each other. Wallander knew she was right, but at that moment he couldn't focus on anything other than the 2 murder investigations they were working on. I agree, it's important. In the long run, it's crucial to stamp it out if we don't want people to be playing at being the police all over the country. Let's talk about it on Monday when we meet. Holgersson let it go at that. The meeting broke up. Högland and Svedberg were going to accompany Wallander to Sövestad. It was 6 p.m. by the time they left the station. They took Högland's car. Wallander got into the back seat. He wondered whether he still smelled from his visit to Jakob Hoslovsky's house of cats. Maria Svensson, Svedberg said. She's 36 years old and has a little vegetable shop in Sövestad, selling only organic vegetables. You didn't ask her why she got in contact with Rundfeldt? After she confirmed the connection, I didn't ask her anything else. This should be interesting, Wallander said. In all my years on the force, I've never met anyone who has hired a private detective. The photograph was of a man, Högland said. Her husband? I've told you everything I know, Svedberg answered. Or as little, Wallander corrected him. We know almost nothing. They reached Sövestad in about 20 minutes. Wallander had been there once, many years ago, to cut down a man who had hanged himself. It was the first suicide he had encountered. He thought back on the incident with distaste. Svedberg stopped the car in front of a building with a shop in the front and a greenhouse next to it. A sign said, Svensson's Produce. They climbed out of the car. She lives in the building, said Svedberg. I assume that she's closed up the shop for the day. A florist and a greengrocer? Wallander said. Does that tell us anything? Or is it just a coincidence? He didn't expect an answer and didn't get one. The front door opened. That's Maria Svensson, said Svedberg. She's been waiting for us. The woman standing on the steps was wearing jeans and a white blouse. She had clogs on her feet. There was something odd about her appearance. Wallander noted that she wore no makeup. Svedberg introduced them, and Maria Svensson invited them in. They sat down in her living room. It occurred to Wallander that there was also something odd about her house, as if she wasn't interested in the decor. May I offer you coffee? She asked. All 3 of them declined. As you know, we've come to find out a little more about your relationship to Gustav Rundfeldt. She gave him a surprised look. Am I supposed to have had a relationship with him? As a client, Wallander said. That's true. Gustav Rundfeldt has been murdered. It took a while for us to discover that he wasn't only a florist, but that he also worked as a private detective. So my first question is, how did you get in contact with him? I saw an ad in Arbetet this past summer. How did you first meet? I went to his florist's shop. Later the same day, we met at a cafe near Storteget in Ystad. What was your reason for contacting him? I'd rather not say, she said firmly. Wallander was surprised because up to that point, her answers had been so straightforward. I'm afraid that you're going to have to tell us, he said. I can assure you that it has nothing to do with his death. I'm just as horrified and shocked as everybody else by what happened. Whether it has anything to do with it or not is something for the police to decide, Wallander said. You'll have to answer the question. You can choose to do so here. Then anything that isn't directly connected with the investigation will just be between us. If we're obliged to take you in for more formal interrogation, it will be more difficult to stop the details from leaking to the press. She sat in silence for a long time. They waited. Wallander took out the photograph they had developed on Harpagaten. She looked at it without expression. Is this your husband? Wallander asked. She stared at him. Suddenly, she laughed. No, He's not my husband, but he stole my lover away from me." Wallander didn't understand. Högland got it at once. "What's her name?" "Annika." "And this man came between you?" She had regained her composure. "I was starting to suspect it. I didn't know what to do. That's when I thought of contacting a private detective. I had to find out if she was thinking of leaving me, or switching, going with a man. In the end, I realized that's what she had done. Gustav Rundfeldt came here and told me about it. The next day I wrote to Annika to tell her I never wanted to see her again." "When did he visit you?" "September 20th or 21st. "Did you have any contact with him after that?" "No. I paid him through his bank account." "What was your impression of him?" "He was friendly. He was very fond of orchids. I think we got along well because he seemed just as reserved as I am." Wallander thought for a moment. "Can you think of any reason why he was killed? Anything he said or did?" "No, nothing. And I've thought hard about it." Wallander glanced at his colleagues and stood up. "Then we won't disturb you any further. And none of this will get out, I promise." "I'm grateful for that. I wouldn't want to lose customers." They said goodbye at the door. She closed it before they reached the street. "What did she mean by that last remark?" asked Wallander. "That she was afraid of losing her customers." "People are conservative out in the country," said Högland. "Homosexuality is still considered to be something dirty by many people. I think she has all the reason in the world not to want this to get out." They got into the car. "Where does that leave us?" Svedberg asked. "It doesn't lead us backwards or forwards," Wallander said. "The truth about these two investigations is simple. We have a number of loose ends, but we don't have a single good clue to go on." They sat in the car in silence. For a moment Wallander felt guilty. He felt as if he had stabbed the investigation in the back. But he knew that what he had said was the truth. They had nothing to go on. Absolutely nothing. Chapter 21. That night, Wallander had a dream. He was walking along a street in Rome with his father. The summer was suddenly over, and it was autumn. A Roman autumn. They were talking about something. He couldn't remember what. And then all of a sudden his father disappeared. 1 minute he was right next to him, the next he was gone, swallowed up by the swarm of people on the street. He woke with a start. In the silence of the night, the dream had seemed perfectly clear. It was his grief over his father's death, over never being able to go on with the conversation they had begun. He couldn't feel sorry for his father, only for himself, left behind. He couldn't go back to sleep. He had to get up early, anyway. When they had gone back to the station after visiting Maria Svensson in Sövestad, there was a message for Wallander that he'd been booked on the 7 a.m. flight from Storup the next morning, arriving at Östersund at 9:50 a.m. after changing planes at Arlanda Airport. The itinerary gave him the choice of spending Saturday night in Svenstavik or Gävle. A rental car would be waiting for him at the airport in Frösön. He could decide then where to spend the night. He looked at the map of Sweden hanging on the wall in his office next to the big map of Skåne. That gave him an idea. He went into his office and called Linda. He got an answering machine for the first time and left his question for her. Could she take the train to Gävle, a trip that wouldn't take more than 2 hours, and spend the night there? Then he went looking for Svedberg, finally finding him in the gym, where he usually took a sauna on Friday nights. Wallander asked Svedberg to do him a favor, to book 2 rooms at a nice hotel in Gävle for Saturday night. The next day he could be reached on his mobile phone. After that he went home. And when he fell asleep, he dreamt about his father in Rome in the autumn. At 6 a.m., the taxi he had ordered was waiting outside. He picked up his tickets at Sturup Airport. Since it was Saturday morning, the plane to Stockholm was no more than half full. The plane to Östersund left on time. Wallander had never been there before. His visits to the country north of Stockholm had been few and far between. He was looking forward to the trip. For one thing, it would give him some distance from the dream he had had during the night. It was a cool morning in Östersund. The pilot had said it was 1 degree centigrade. The cold feels different, Wallander thought, as he drove across the bridge from Frösön through the beautiful landscape. The town lay along the slope of Storsjön. He headed south. It was liberating to be in a rented car, driving through an unfamiliar landscape. He reached Svenstavik at 11:30 a.m. He had heard from Svedberg along the way that he was supposed to contact a man named Robert Melander. He was the person in the church administration with whom Eriksson's lawyer, Bjorman, had been in contact. Melander lived in a red house next to the old district courthouse in Svenstavik. Wallander parked his car in the middle of town. It took him a while to work out that the courthouse was on the other side of the new shopping center. He left his car where it was and walked. It was overcast, but not raining. He entered the front yard of Melander's house. A Norwegian elk-hound was chained to a kennel. The front door stood open. Wallander knocked. No one answered, but he thought that he heard sounds from behind the house. He walked around the side and found a large garden with a potato patch and currant bushes. Wallander was surprised to see currants growing so far north. At the back of the house stood a man about Wallander's age wearing gumboots. He was sawing branches off the trunk of a tree that lay on the ground. When he caught sight of Wallander, he stopped at once and stretched his back, smiled, and put down the saw. You must be the policeman from Ystad," he said, putting out his hand. His dialect is quite melodic, thought Wallander as he greeted the man. "When'd you leave?" asked Melander. "Last night?" "This morning." "Imagine, it can go that fast," said Melander. "I was in Malmö several times back in the 1960s. I'd got it into my head that it might be nice to move around a bit, and there was work at that big shipyard." "Kockums," said Wallander. "But it doesn't exist anymore." "Nothing exists anymore," replied Melander philosophically. "Back then it took 4 days to drive down there." "But you didn't stay," said Wallander. "No, I didn't," replied Melander cheerfully. "It was beautiful and pleasant enough in the south, but it wasn't for me. If I'm going to travel anywhere in my life, it's going to be north, not south. You don't even have snow down there, they tell me." "Occasionally we do," Wallander replied. "When it does snow, it snows a lot." "There's lunch waiting for us inside," said Melander. "My wife works at the welfare center, but she fixed something for us." "It's beautiful here." "Very," Melander replied. "And the beauty remains, year after year." They sat down at the kitchen table. Wallander ate heartily. There was plenty of food. Melander was a good talker. He was a man who combined a number of diverse activities to make his living. Among other things, he gave folk dancing lessons in the winter. Not until they were having coffee did Wallander mention why he was there. "Oh, of course it came as a great surprise to us," Melander said. 100,000 krona is a lot of money, especially when it's a gift from a stranger." "You mean no one knows who Holger Eriksson was?" "Well, he was completely unknown to us. A car dealer from Skåne who was murdered? That was very strange. Those of us who are connected with the church began asking around. We also saw to it that a notice asking for information was placed in the newspapers, but no one got in touch with us." Wallander had remembered to bring along a photograph of Eriksson. Wallander studied the picture while he filled his pipe. He lit it without taking his eyes off the photograph. Wallander's hopes started to rise. But then Wallander shook his head. The man is still a stranger to me. I have a good memory for faces, and I have never seen him before. Maybe someone else might recognize him, but I don't. I'm going to give you 2 names, Wallander said, to see if they mean anything to you. The first is Gustav Rundfeldt. Wallander thought for a moment, but not for long. Rundfeldt is not a name from around here. It almost sounds like an assumed or made-up name. Harold Berggren, Wallander said, is the second. Wallander's pipe had gone out. He put it down on the table. Maybe. Let me make a call. Wallander felt his excitement rise. What he wanted most of all was to be able to identify the man who had written the diary from the Congo. Wallander asked for a man named Niels. I have a guest here from Skåne, he said into the phone. A man named Kurt, who's a policeman. He's asking about someone named Harold Berggren. I don't think there's anyone alive here in Svenstavik by that name, but isn't there someone with that name buried in the cemetery? Wallander's heart sank, but not completely. Even a dead Harold Berggren might be of help to them. Wallander listened to the answer and came back to the kitchen table. Niels Enman is in charge of the cemetery, and there's a gravestone with the name Harold Berggren on it. But Niels is young, and the man who took care of the cemetery before is now lying there himself. Maybe we should go over there and have a look? Wallander stood up. Wallander was surprised by his haste. Someone once told me that people from Skåne are relaxed, but that doesn't apply to you. I have my bad habits, Wallander said. They headed out into the clear autumn air. Wallander greeted everyone they met. They reached the cemetery. His grave is over by the grove of trees, Wallander said. Wallander walked between the graves, following Wallander and thinking about the dream he'd had during the night. It seemed unreal to him that his father was dead. Wallander stopped and pointed. The gravestone stood upright with a gold inscription. Wallander read what it said and realized at once that there was no help to be found here. The man named Harold Berggren, who lay buried there, had died in 1949. Wallander noticed his reaction. Not the one? No, replied Wallander. It's definitely not him. The man we're looking for was still alive, at least until 1963. A man you're looking for? Wallander said with curiosity. A man the police are looking for must have committed some type of crime. I don't know that. It's too complicated to explain. Often the police look for people who haven't done anything illegal. So your trip here was in vain, Wallander said. The church has received a gift of a great deal of money, and we don't know why. We still don't know this Eriksson. There must be an explanation, Wallander said. Would you like to see the church? Wallander asked suddenly, as if he wanted to give Wallander some encouragement. Wallander nodded. It's a lovely place, Wallander said. I was married there. They walked up to the church and went inside. Wallander noted that the door wasn't locked. Light shone in through the side windows. It's beautiful, Wallander said. Yet I don't think you're particularly religious, said Wallander, and smiled. Wallander didn't reply. He sat down on one of the wooden pews. Wallander stayed standing in the center aisle. Wallander searched his mind for some way to proceed. Eriksson wouldn't have left a gift to the church in Svenstavik without a reason. Holger Eriksson wrote poetry, Wallander said. He was what they call a regional poet. We have poets like that, too, Melander said. To be quite honest, what they write isn't always very good. Ericsson was also a bird lover, continued Valander. At night he went out to watch the birds heading south. He couldn't see them, but he knew they were there, overhead. Maybe it's possible to hear the rushing of thousands of wings. I know some people who keep pigeons, Melander said, but we've only had one ornithologist. Had? Valander asked. Melander sat down on the pew on the other side of the aisle. It's an odd story. A story without an ending. Almost like your story. That doesn't have an ending either. I'm sure we'll reach a conclusion. We usually do. So, what about your story? Sometime back in the 1960s, a Polish woman came here. Where exactly she came from, I don't think anybody knew. But she worked at the local inn, rented a room, kept to herself. Even though she quickly learned to speak Swedish, she didn't seem to have any friends. Later, she bought a house out towards Sveg. I was young back then, young enough to often think about how beautiful she was. Oof. She was interested in birds. At the post office, they said she got letters and cards from all over Sweden. There were postcards with information about ringed owls and God knows what else. She wrote lots of cards and letters herself. They had to stock extra postcards for her at the local shop. She didn't care what the picture was of. They bought up postcards that shops in other villages couldn't sell. How do you know all this? Valander asked. In a village, you know about a lot of things, whether you want to or not. That's the way it is. Then what happened? She disappeared. Disappeared. What's that expression? She went up in smoke. Vanished. Valander wasn't sure he had understood correctly. Did she go away somewhere? She traveled a great deal, but she always came back. When she disappeared, she was here. She had gone for a walk through town one afternoon in October. She often took walks, strolls. After that day, she was never seen again. There was a lot written about it back then. She hadn't packed her things. People started to wonder when she didn't show up at the inn. They went over to her house. She was gone. They searched for her, but she was never found. That happened about 25 years ago. They've never found anything. But there have been rumors that she was seen in South America or Alingsås, or as a ghost in the woods outside Rättarnsbyn. What was her name? Valander asked. Krista. Her surname was Habermann. Valander remembered the case. There had been a lot of speculation. He vaguely recalled the newspaper headline, The Polish Beauty. So she corresponded with other bird watchers. And sometimes she visited them? Yes. Do the letters still exist? She was declared dead years ago. A relative from Poland turned up, and her belongings disappeared, and the house was later torn down. Valander nodded. It would have been too much to expect to find the letters and postcards. I have a hazy recollection of the whole thing, he said. But wasn't there suspicion that she had committed suicide, or been the victim of a crime? Oh, of course, there were all manner of rumors. I think the police who investigated the case did a good job. They were people from the area who could tell the difference between gossip and the truth. There were rumors about mysterious cars, that she had had secret visitors in the night, and no one knew what she did when she went traveling. She disappeared, and she's still missing. If she's alive, she's 25 years older. Everyone gets older, even people who disappear. It's happening again, thought Valander. Something from the past is coming back. I come up here to find out why Holger Eriksson bequeathed his money to the church in Svenstavik. I don't get an answer to my question, but I discover that there was also a bird watcher here, a woman who disappeared over 25 years ago. Perhaps I've found an answer to my question after all, even though I don't yet understand it. The case material is still in Östersund, Melander said. It probably weighs several kilos. They left the church. Wallander looked at a bird sitting on the cemetery wall. Have you ever heard of a bird called a middle-spotted woodpecker? Isn't it extinct? Melander asked. At least in Sweden. It's close to extinction, said Wallander. It's been gone from this country for 15 years. I may have seen one a few times, Melander said doubtfully. But any sort of woodpecker is scarce these days. The old trees have disappeared. That's where they usually lived. And on telephone poles, of course. They had walked back to the shopping center and stopped at Wallander's car. It was 2:30 p.m. Are you going further? Melander asked. Or are you heading back to Skåne? I'm going to Gävle, replied Wallander. How long does it take? 3, 4 hours? Oh, closer to 5. There's no snow, and it's not slippery. The roads are good, but it'll take you that long. It's almost 400 kilometers. I want to thank you for all your help, said Wallander, and for the nice lunch. But you didn't get any answers to your questions. Maybe I did. We'll see. The officer who handled Krista Haberman's disappearance was an old man, said Melander. He started when he was middle-aged, stayed with the police until he retired. They say the last thing he talked about on his deathbed was what had happened to her. He could never let it go. There's always that danger, Wallander said. They said goodbye. If you ever come south, stop in, Wallander said. Melander smiled. His pipe had gone out again. I think my travels will take me mostly north. But you never know. I'd be grateful if you'd get in touch with me, Wallander said, if anything happens that might explain why Holger Eriksson left the money to the church. It's strange. If he'd seen the church, it might be understandable. It's so beautiful. You're right, Wallander replied. If he'd ever been here, it might make sense. Maybe he went through here sometime, without anyone knowing about it. Or maybe only one person knew. Melander looked at him. You have something in mind? Yes, Wallander replied. But I don't know yet what it means. They shook hands. Wallander got into his car and drove off. In the rearview mirror, he saw Melander standing there, gazing after him. He drove through endless forests. By the time he reached Gävle, it was already dark. He made his way to the hotel that Svedberg had told him about. When he asked at the front desk, he was told that Linda had already arrived. They found a little restaurant that was cozy and quiet, with only a few guests, even though it was Saturday night. He was glad that Linda had agreed to come. Finding themselves in this unfamiliar town encouraged Wallander to talk about his ideas for the future, something he hadn't planned to do. But first, they talked about his father, her grandfather. I often wondered about why you were so close, Wallander said. Maybe it was envy, plain and simple. I saw something that I remembered from my own childhood, but that had totally disappeared. Perhaps it's good to have a generation in between, Linda said. It's not uncommon for grandparents and grandchildren to get along better than parents and children. How do you know that? I can see it's true for me, and a lot of my friends say the same thing. But I've always had a feeling that the rift was unnecessary, said Wallander. I've never understood why he couldn't accept the fact that I became a policeman. If only he had told me why, or suggested an alternative, but he never did. Grandpa was pretty eccentric and temperamental. But what would you say if I suddenly came and told you, in all seriousness, that I was thinking of becoming a policewoman?" Valander started to laugh. "I honestly don't know what I'd say. We've talked about this before." After dinner, they went back to the hotel. On a thermometer outside a shop, Valander saw that it was -2 centigrade. They sat down in reception. The hotel didn't have many guests, and they had the place to themselves. Valander asked Linda cautiously how her acting classes were going. He saw at once that she didn't want to talk about it. He let the topic drop, but it made him uneasy. Over the course of the past few years, Linda had changed plans and interests several times. What made Valander nervous was how quickly she made these changes. It gave him the impression they were rash decisions. Linda poured herself some tea and suddenly asked him why it was so difficult to live in Sweden. "Sometimes I think it's because we've stopped darning our socks," Valander said. She gave him a perplexed look. "I mean it. When I was growing up, Sweden was still a country where people darned their socks. I even learned how to do it in school myself. Then suddenly one day, it was over. Socks with holes in them were thrown out. No one bothered to repair them. The whole society changed. Wear it out and toss it was the only rule that applied. As long as it was just a matter of our socks, the change didn't make much difference. But then it started to spread, until finally it became a kind of invisible moral code. I think it changed our view of right and wrong, of what you were allowed to do to other people and what you weren't. More and more people, especially young people like you, feel unwelcome in their own country. How do they react? With aggression and contempt. The most frightening thing is that I think we're only at the beginning of something that's going to get a lot worse. A generation is growing up right now, the children who are younger than you, who are going to react with even greater violence. And they have absolutely no memory of a time when we darned our socks, when we didn't throw everything away, whether it was our woolen socks or human beings. He paused. Maybe I'm not expressing myself clearly. Maybe, but I still think I know what you're trying to say. It's also possible I've got this wrong. Maybe every age seems worse than the ones that came before. I never heard Grandpa say anything about it. I think he lived in his own world. He painted his pictures so he could decide where the sun would be in the sky. It hung in the same place above the fields, with or without the grouse, for almost 50 years. Sometimes I don't think he knew what was going on outside that studio of his. He had put up an invisible wall around himself. You're wrong. He knew a lot. If he did, he never let me know about it. He even wrote poems once in a while. Valander looked at her in disbelief. He wrote poems? He showed me some of them once. Maybe he burned them later on, but he wrote poems. Do you write poetry, too? Maybe. I don't know whether they're really poems, but sometimes I write. Just for myself. Don't you? No, replied Valander. Never. I live in a world of police reports and forensic records, full of unpleasant details, not to mention all the memos from the National Police Board. She changed the subject so fast that afterwards he thought that she must have planned it all out. How's it going with Biba? It's going fine with her. How it's going with us, I'm not so sure. But I'm hoping that she'll come here to live. What would she do in Sweden? She'd live with me, Valander replied in surprise. Linda slowly shook her head. Why wouldn't she? Don't be offended, but I hope you realize you're a difficult person to live with. Why is that? Just think about Mama. Why do you think she wanted to live a different life? Wallander didn't answer. In a vague way, he felt he was being judged unfairly. Now you're angry. No, I'm not. I'm not angry. What then? I don't know. I guess I'm tired. She got up from her chair and sat down next to him on the sofa. This doesn't mean I don't love you. It just means that I'm growing up. Our conversations are going to be different. I probably just haven't got used to it yet. When the conversation petered out, they watched a movie on TV. Linda had to go back to Stockholm early the next morning. Wallander thought he had had a glimpse of how the future would be. They would meet whenever they both had time. From now on, she would also say what she really thought. Just before 1 a.m., they said good night in the hall. Afterwards, Wallander lay in bed for a long time, trying to decide whether he had lost something or gained something. His child was gone. Linda had grown up. They met for breakfast at 7 a.m., and then he walked her the short distance to the train station. As they stood on the platform, she started to cry. Wallander stood there bewildered. Only a moment ago she hadn't shown any signs of being upset. What is it? Did something happen? I miss Grandpa. I dream about him every night. Wallander gave her a hug. I do too. The train arrived. He stood on the platform until it pulled away. The station seemed terribly desolate. For a moment he felt like someone who was lost or abandoned, utterly powerless. He wondered how he could go on. Chapter 22. When Wallander got back to the hotel, there was a message for him from Robert Melander. He went up to his room and dialed the number. Melander's wife answered. Wallander introduced himself, careful to thank her for the nice lunch she had prepared the day before. Melander came to the phone. I couldn't help thinking about things some more last night, he said. I called the old postman, too. Ture Emanuelsson is his name. He told me that Krista Haberman received postcards regularly from Skåne, a lot of them. From Falsterbo, he thought. I don't know if this means anything, but I thought I'd tell you anyway. She had a lot of bird-related posts. How did you find me? Wallander asked. I called the police in Ystad and asked them. It wasn't difficult. Skåne and Falsterbo are well-known meeting places for birdwatchers, Wallander said. That's the only reasonable explanation for why she got so many postcards from there. Thanks for taking the time to call me. I just keep wondering, Melander said, why the car dealer should have left money to our church. Sooner or later, we'll find out why, but it might take time. Anyway, thanks for calling. Wallander stayed where he was after he hung up. It wasn't 8 a.m. yet. He thought about the feeling he had experienced at the train station, the feeling that something insurmountable stood before him. He also thought about the conversation with Linda. Most of all, he thought about what Melander had said and what he now faced. He was in Gävle because he had an assignment. It was 6 hours before his plane left, and he had to turn in the rental car at Arlanda. He got some papers out of his case. Höglin's notes said that he should start by getting in touch with a police inspector named Sten Vengren. He would be home all day Sunday and was expecting Wallander's call. She had also written down the name of the man who had advertised in Terminator magazine, Johan Ekberg, who lived out in Brynäs. Wallander stood by the window. A cold autumn rain had started falling. Wallander wondered whether it would turn to sleet and if there were snow tires on the rental car. He thought again about what he had to do in Gävle. With each step he took, he felt himself moving further and further away from the heart of the matter. The feeling that there was something he hadn't discovered, that he had misinterpreted something fundamental in the pattern of the crimes, came back as he stood by the window. Why the deliberate brutality? What is it the killer wants to tell us? The killer's language was the code he hadn't been able to crack. He shook his head, yawned, and packed his suitcase. Since he didn't know what he would talk to Sten Vengren about, he decided to go straight to Johan Ekberg. If nothing else, he might be able to get a glimpse into the murky world where soldiers sold themselves to the highest bidder. He took his bag and left the room. At the front desk, he asked how to get to Södra Fältskergaten in Brynäs. When he got into his car, he was overcome by that feeling of weakness again. He sat there without starting the engine. Was he coming down with something? He didn't feel sick, not even particularly tired. He realized it had to do with his father. It was a reaction to everything that had happened, to having to adjust to a new life that had been changed in a traumatic way. There was no other explanation. His father's death was causing him to suffer recurrent attacks of powerlessness. At last he started the engine and drove out of the garage. The desk clerk had given him clear directions, but Wallander got lost immediately. The city was deserted. He felt as though he was driving around in a labyrinth. It took him 20 minutes to find the right street. He stopped outside a block of flats in what he thought must be the old section of Brynäs. Vaguely, he wondered whether mercenaries slept late on Sunday mornings. He also wondered if Johan Ekberg was a mercenary himself at all. Just because he advertised in Terminator didn't mean he had done any military service. Wallander sat in the car looking at the building. The rain was falling. October was the most disconsolate month. Everything turned to gray. The colors of autumn faded away. For a moment he felt like giving up the whole thing and driving away. He might just as well go back to Skåne and ask one of the others to call this Johan Ekberg on the phone. Or he could do it himself. If he left Gävle now, he might be able to catch an earlier flight to Storup. But of course he didn't leave. Wallander had never been able to conquer the sergeant inside him who made sure he did what he was supposed to do. He hadn't taken this trip at the taxpayer's expense just to sit in his car and stare at the rain. He got out of the car and crossed the street. Johan Ekberg lived on the top floor. There was no lift in the building. There was cheerful accordion music coming from one of the flats, and someone was singing. Wallander stopped on the stairs and listened. It was a schottische. He smiled to himself. Whoever was playing the accordion wasn't sitting around staring at the miserable rain, he thought, as he continued up the stairs. Ekberg's door had a steel frame and 2 extra locks. Wallander rang the bell. He sensed someone looking at him through the peephole and rang again as if to announce that he wasn't giving up. The door opened. It had a safety chain. The hall was dark. The man he glimpsed inside was very tall. "I'm looking for Johan Ekberg," Wallander said. "I'm a detective from Ystad. I need to talk to you, if you are Ekberg. You're not suspected of anything. I just need some information." The voice that answered him was sharp, almost shrill. "I don't talk to policemen, whether they're from Gävle or anywhere else." Wallander's earlier feeling of powerlessness was gone at once. He reacted instantly to the man's stubborn attitude. He hadn't come this far just to be turned away at the door. He took out his badge and held it up. "I'm working on solving 2 murders in Skåne. You probably read about them in the paper. I didn't come all the way up here to stand outside your door and argue. You are fully entitled to refuse me entry, but I'll be back. And then you'll have to come to the Gävle police station with me. Take your pick." "What do you want to know?" "Either let me in or else come out into the hall," Wallander answered. "I'm not going to talk to you through a crack in the door." The door closed, then opened. The safety chain was off now. A harsh lamp went on in the hall. It surprised Wallander. It was mounted so that it shined right into the eyes of a visitor. Wallander followed the man, whose face he had still not seen. They came to a living room. The curtains were drawn and the lights were on. Wallander stopped at the door. It was like walking into another era. The room was a relic from the 1950s. There was a Wurlitzer against one wall. Glittering neon colors danced inside its plastic hood. There were movie posters on the walls. One was of James Dean, but the others were mostly war movies. Men in action. American Marines fighting the Japanese on the beach. There were weapons hanging on the walls, too. Bayonets, swords, old cavalry pistols. A black leather sofa and chairs stood against another wall. Ekberg stood looking at him. He had a crew cut and could have stepped out of one of his posters. He was dressed in khaki shorts and a white T-shirt. He had tattoos on the bulging muscles of his arms. Wallander could see that he was dealing with a serious bodybuilder. Ekberg's eyes were wary. "What do you want?" Wallander pointed inquiringly at one of the chairs. The man nodded. Wallander sat down while Ekberg remained standing. He wondered if Ekberg was even born when Harold Berggren was fighting his despicable war in the Congo. "How old are you?" he asked. "Did you come all the way from Skirna to ask me that?" Wallander made no attempt to hide his irritation. "Among other things," he replied. "If you don't answer my questions, we'll stop right now and you can come to the station." "Am I suspected of committing a crime?" "Have you?" Wallander shot back. He knew he was breaking all the rules of police conduct. "No," said Ekberg. "Then we'll start again. How old are you?" "I'm 32. So, Ekberg wasn't even born when Dag Hammarskjöld's plane crashed outside Ndola. "I came to talk to you about Swedish mercenaries. I'm here because you've openly advertised in Terminator." "There's no law against that, is there? I advertise in Combat and Survival, and Soldier of Fortune, too." "I didn't say there was." "This interview will go a lot faster if you just answer my questions and don't ask any of your own." Ekberg sat down and lit a cigarette. Wallander saw he smoked non-filters. He lit the cigarette with a Zippo lighter. He wondered whether Johan Ekberg was living in a different era altogether. "Swedish mercenaries," he repeated. "When did it all start? With the war in the Congo?" "A little earlier," said Ekberg. "When?" "Try the 30 Years' War, for instance." Wallander realized that he shouldn't be misled by Ekberg's appearance, or by the fact that he seemed to be obsessed with the 1950s. He could well be an expert on this subject, and Wallander had a vague recollection from school that the 30 Years' War was indeed fought by armies made up of mercenary soldiers. "Let's stick to the years after the Second World War." "Then it started with the Second World War. There were Swedes who volunteered in all the armies fighting. There were Swedes in German uniforms, Russian uniforms, Japanese, American, British, and Italian." "I always thought that volunteering wasn't the same as being a mercenary." "I'm talking about the will to fight. There have always been Swedes ready to take up arms." Wallander sensed something of the hopeless enthusiasm that usually marked men with delusions of a greater Sweden. He cast a quick glance along the walls to see if he had missed any Nazi insignia, but saw none. "Forget about volunteers. I'm talking about mercenaries, men for hire." "The Foreign Legion," Ekberg said. "It's the classic starting point. There have always been Swedes enlisted in it. Many of them lie buried in the Sahara." "The Congo," Wallander said. "Something else started there, right?" "There weren't many Swedes there, but there were some who fought the whole war on the side of Katanga province." "Who were they?" Ekberg gave him a surprised look. "Are you after names?" "Not yet. I want to know what kind of men they were." "Former military men, men looking for adventure, others convinced they were fighting for a just cause. Here and there, a policeman who'd been kicked off the force." "What cause?" "The fight against communism." "They killed innocent Africans, didn't they?" Ekberg was instantly on his guard. "I don't have to answer questions about political views. I know my rights." "I'm not remotely interested in your views. I just want to know who they were and why they became mercenaries." "Why do you want to know that?" "Let's say it's my only question, and I want an answer to it." Ekberg watched him with his wary eyes. Wallander had nothing to lose by going straight to the point. "It's possible that someone with connections to Swedish mercenaries had something to do with at least one of these murders. That's why I'm here. That's why your answers might be significant." Ekberg nodded. He understood now. "Would you like something to drink?" he asked. "Such as?" "Whiskey? Beer?" It was only 10 a.m. He shook his head, although he wouldn't have minded a beer. "I'll pass." Ekberg got up and came back a moment later with a glass of whiskey. "What kind of work do you do?" Wallander asked. Ekberg's reply surprised him. He didn't know what he expected, but certainly not what Ekberg told him. "I own a consulting firm that specializes in human resources. I concentrate on developing methods for conflict resolution." "That sounds interesting." Wallander still wasn't sure if Ekberg was pulling his leg or not. "I also have a stock portfolio that's doing well. My liquidity is stable at the moment." Wallander decided that Ekberg was telling the truth. He returned to the topic of the mercenaries. "How is it you're so interested in mercenaries?" "They stand for some of the best things in our culture, which unfortunately are disappearing." Wallander felt uneasy at Ekberg's reply. His convictions seemed so unshakable. Wallander wondered how it could be possible. He also wondered whether there were many men playing the Swedish stock market who had tattoos like Ekberg's. It didn't seem likely that the financiers and businessmen of the future would be bodybuilders with vintage jukeboxes in their living rooms. "How were these men who went to the Congo recruited?" "There are certain bars, in Brussels, in Paris, too. It was all handled very discreetly. It still is, for that matter, especially after what happened in Angola in 1975. "What was that?" "A number of mercenaries didn't get out in time. They were captured at the end of the war. The new regime set up a court-martial. Most of them were sentenced to death and shot. It was all very ruthless and quite unnecessary." "Why were they sentenced to death?" "Because they had been recruited." "As if that made any difference. Soldiers are always recruited, one way or another." "But they had nothing to do with that war? They came from outside, they took part in it just to make money?" Ekberg ignored Wallander's interruption. "They were meant to get out of the theater of combat in time, but they had lost 2 of their company commanders in the fighting. A plane that was supposed to pick them up landed at the wrong airstrip in the bush. There was a lot of bad luck involved. About 15 of them were captured. The majority managed to get out. Most of them continued on to southern Rhodesia. On a big farm outside Johannesburg, there's a monument to the men who were executed in Angola. Mercenaries from all over the world went to the unveiling." "Were there any Swedes among the men who were executed?" "It was mostly British and German soldiers. Their next of kin were given 48 hours to claim their bodies. Almost no one did." Wallander thought about the memorial outside Johannesburg. "So there is a great sense of fellowship among mercenaries from various parts of the world?" "Every man takes complete responsibility for himself. But yes, there is a sense of fellowship. There has to be." "So isn't that a reason why many of them would become mercenaries? Because they're looking for fellowship? The money comes first, then the adventure, then the fellowship, in that order." "So the truth is that mercenaries kill for money?" Ekberg nodded. "Of course. But mercenaries aren't monsters. They're human beings." Wallander felt his disgust rising, but he knew that Ekberg meant every word. It had been a long time since he had met a man with such firm convictions. There was nothing monstrous about these soldiers who would kill anyone for the right amount of money. On the contrary, It was a definition of their humanity, according to Johann Ekberg. Wallander took out a copy of the photograph and put it on the glass table in front of Ekberg. This was taken in what was then called the Belgian Congo, more than 30 years ago, before you were born. 3 mercenaries, and one of them is a Swede. Ekberg leaned forward and picked up the photograph. Wallander waited. "Do you recognize any of those men?" he asked after a moment. He mentioned 2 of the names, Terry O'Banion and Simon Marchand. Ekberg shook his head. "Those aren't necessarily their real names." "In that case, I do recognize those names," said Ekberg. "The man in the middle is Swedish," Wallander went on. Ekberg stood up and went into an adjacent room. He came back with a magnifying glass in his hand. He studied the picture again. "His name is Harald Berggren," said Wallander, "and he's the reason I came here." Ekberg said nothing. He kept looking at the picture. "Harald Berggren," Wallander said again. "He wrote a diary about that war. Do you recognize him? Do you know who he is?" Ekberg put down the photograph and the magnifying glass. "Of course I know who Harald Berggren is." Wallander gave a start. He didn't know what kind of answer he was expecting, but it certainly wasn't that. "Where is he now?" "He's dead. He died 7 years ago." That was a possibility Wallander had considered. Even so, it came as a disappointment. "What happened?" "He committed suicide, which isn't unusual for people with a great deal of courage who have experienced fighting in combat units under difficult conditions." "Why did he commit suicide?" Ekberg shrugged. "I think he had had enough." "Enough what?" "What is it you've had enough of when you take your own life?" "Life itself. The boredom. The weariness that hits you every morning when you look at your face in the mirror." "What happened?" "He lived in Sollentuna, north of Stockholm. One Sunday morning he stuck his revolver in his pocket and took a bus to the end of the line. He went into the woods and shot himself." "How do you know all this?" "I just know. And that means that he couldn't have been involved with a murder in Skåne. Unless he's a ghost, or set a time bomb for someone that just went off." Wallander had left the diary behind in Skåne. Now he thought that this might have been a mistake. "Harald Berggren wrote a diary in the Congo. We found it in the safe belonging to a car dealer named Holger Eriksson, one of the men who was murdered. Does that name mean anything to you?" Ekberg shook his head. "Are you sure?" "There's nothing wrong with my memory." "Can you think of any reason why the diary would have ended up there?" "No." "Can you think of any reason why these 2 men might have known each other more than 7 years ago?" "I only met Berggren once, the year before he died. I was living in Stockholm at the time. He came to visit me one evening. He was restless. He told me he was spending his time traveling around the country, working a month here and a month there, while he waited for a new war to start. He had a profession, after all." Wallander realized that he had overlooked that possibility, even though it was in the diary, on one of the very first pages. "You mean the fact that he was a mechanic?" For the first time, Ekberg looked surprised. "How do you know that?" "It was in the diary." "A car dealer might have had use for a mechanic. Maybe Harald passed through Skåne and met this Eriksson." Wallander nodded. It was a possibility. "Was Berggren homosexual?" Wallander asked. Ekberg laughed. "Very." "Is that common among mercenaries?" "It's not unusual. I presume it also occurs among policemen, doesn't it?" Wallander didn't reply. "Does it occur among human resources consultants?" he asked instead. Ekberg was standing next to the jukebox. He smiled at Wallander. "It does." You advertise in Terminator. You offer your services. But it doesn't say what those services are. I arrange contacts. What sort of contacts? With various employers who might possibly be of interest. Combat assignments? Sometimes. Bodyguards, transport, protection, it varies. If I wanted to, I could supply the newspapers with amazing stories. But you don't. I have the trust of my clients. I'm not part of the newspaper world. Ekberg had sat back down in his chair. Terre Blanche, in South Africa, he said. The leader of the neo-Nazi party among the Boers. He has 2 Swedish bodyguards, that's one example. But if you mention it in public, I'll deny it, of course. I won't say a word. Can I have the photograph? Ekberg asked. I have a little collection. Keep it, Wallander said, getting to his feet. We've got the original. Who has the negative? I wonder that myself. After Wallander was already out the door, it struck him that there was one more question. Why do you do all this, anyway? I get postcards from all over the world. That's all. Wallander understood that this was the best answer he was going to get. I don't believe it. But I might call you up if I have any more questions. Ekberg nodded. Then he shut the door. When Wallander reached the street, it was sleeting. It was 11 a.m. He decided that he had nothing else to do in Gävle. He got into his car. Berggren hadn't killed Eriksson, or Rundfeldt, for that matter. What could have been a lead had dissolved into thin air. We'll have to start all over again, Wallander thought. We'll have to go back to the beginning and cross out Harold Berggren. We'll forget about shrunken heads and diaries. Then, what will we see? It ought to be possible to find Harold Berggren on a list of Eriksson's former employees, and we should also be able to find out if Eriksson was homosexual. The top layer of the investigation had yielded nothing. They would have to dig deeper. Wallander started the engine and drove straight to Arlanda Airport. When he arrived, he had some trouble finding the place to turn in the rental car. By 2 p.m., he was sitting on a sofa in the departure hall waiting for his plane. He leafed distractedly through a newspaper someone had left behind. The plane left Arlanda on time. Wallander fell asleep almost as soon as they took off and woke on the descent to Storup Airport. Next to him sat a woman, darning a sock. Wallander looked at her in amazement. As he got off the plane, he remembered he'd have to call Elmholt to find out how his car was doing. He'd have to take a taxi to Ystad. But as he headed for the airport exit, he discovered Martinsson waiting for him. He knew something must have happened. Not another one, he thought. Anything but that. Martinsson saw him coming. What's happened? Asked Wallander. You must have had your mobile phone turned off, said Martinsson. It's been impossible to get hold of you. Wallander waited. He held his breath. We found Rundfeldt's suitcase. Where? It was left in plain view on the side of the road to Höör. Who found it? A man who stopped to take a piss. He saw the suitcase, opened it, and found papers inside with Rundfeldt's name on them. He had read about the murder, so he called us. Nyberg is there now. Good, thought Wallander, another lead. Then let's go there. Don't you want to go home first? No. If there's anything I don't want to do, it's that. Suddenly Wallander was in a hurry. Chapter 23. The suitcase was lying where it had been found. Since this was right by the side of the road, many drivers had stopped out of curiosity at the sight of the 2 police cars and the group of people. Nyberg was busy taking molds and photographs of tire tracks left at the site. One of his assistants held his crutch while he knelt down and pointed at something lying on the ground. He looked up when Wallander approached. How was Norrland? He asked. I didn't find a suitcase, Wallander replied, but it was beautiful and cold. With a little luck, we'll be able to say exactly how long it's been lying here, Nyberg said. Wallander couldn't see any name tag or any label for special tours on the case. Have you talked to Vanya Andersson? She's already been here, Martinsson replied. She recognized it as Rundfeldt's. Besides, we've already opened it. The missing night vision binoculars were right on top. It's definitely his bag. Wallander thought for a moment. They were on the E13, south of Enneborg. Close by was the intersection where you could take the turnoff to Luddinge. In the opposite direction, you could head south around Kragaholm Lake and end up not far from Marsvinsholm. Wallander realized that they stood almost equidistant between the two murder sites. The suitcase lay on the eastern side of the road. If it had been put there by someone driving a car, then the car must have been on its way north from the Ystad area. But it could also have come from Marsvinsholm, turned off at the Sørvestad intersection, and then driven north. Wallander tried to evaluate the alternatives. Nyberg was right. It would be helpful to know how long the suitcase had been lying where they had found it. "When can we remove it?" he asked. "We can take it back to Ystad within an hour," Nyberg replied. "I'm almost done here." Wallander nodded to Martinsson, and they walked towards his car. On the drive from the airport, Wallander had told him about the trip. They still didn't know why Eriksson had bequeathed the money to the church in Svenstavik. On the other hand, they knew that Harald Berggren was dead. Wallander had no doubts that Ekberg had told the truth. Berggren couldn't have been directly involved in Eriksson's death. They needed to find out whether he had worked for Eriksson, even though they couldn't count on this getting them anywhere. Certain pieces of the puzzle were only valuable because they needed to be put in place before the more important pieces could be fitted together properly. From now on, Berggren was that kind of piece in the puzzle. They got into the car and headed back to Ystad. "Maybe Eriksson gave unemployed mercenaries odd jobs," Martinsson said. "Maybe somebody was after Harald Berggren? Someone who suddenly got it into his head to dig a punji pit for Eriksson for some reason or other?" "That's a possibility, of course," Wallander said dubiously. "But how do we explain what happened to Rundfeldt?" "We can't explain it yet. Should we be concentrating on him?" "Eriksson died first," Wallander said. "But that doesn't necessarily mean he's the first link in the chain of causality. The problem is not only that we don't have a motive, but that we're missing a real starting point." Martinsson was silent for a while. They were driving through Sørvestad. "Why would his suitcase end up beside this road?" he asked suddenly. "Rundfeldt was going in the opposite direction, towards Copenhagen. Marsvinsholm is in the right direction, heading for Kastrup Airport. What really happened?" "That's what I'd like to know, too." "We've gone over Rundfeldt's car. He had a car parked behind the building where he lived. He drove a 1993 Opel. Nothing out of the ordinary." "The car keys?" "In his flat." Wallander asked if anyone had found out whether Rundfeldt had ordered a taxi for the morning of his departure. Hansson talked to the taxi company. Rundfeldt ordered a taxi for 5 a.m. It was supposed to take him to Malmö. The taxi company noted that he hadn't shown up. The taxi driver waited. He rang the bell to Rundfeldt's place because he thought he might have overslept, but no one answered. The driver took off. Hansson said that the person he talked to was quite precise about what had happened. "It seems to have been a well-planned assault." "Which indicates that there was more than one person," Martinsson said. "Whoever it was must have had detailed knowledge of Rundfeldt's plans and known when he was planning to leave." "Who would know that?" "The list is rather short, and we already have it as a matter of fact. I think it was Ann Britt who put it together. Anita Lagergren at the travel agency knew, and Rundfeldt's children. But the daughter only knew what day he was leaving, not that it was early in the morning. Probably nobody else." "Vanya Andersson?" "She thought she knew, but she didn't." Wallander shook his head slowly. "There must be someone else on that list. That's the person we're looking for." We're going through his client files. Altogether, we've found 40 or so investigative assignments over the years. In other words, not many. But the person we're looking for might be among them. We have to go through them very carefully, Valander replied. It's going to be a tedious job, but you could be right. I have the feeling that this is going to take a long time. Valander thought the same thing. We can always hope we're wrong, but it's not very likely. They were approaching Ystad. Apparently they're going to sell the florist's shop, said Martinsson. The son and daughter have agreed on that. They asked Vanya Andersson if she'd like to take it over, but I doubt she has the money. Who told you that? Bo Rundfeldt called. He wanted to know if he and his sister could leave Ystad after the funeral. When is it? On Wednesday. Let them go. We can get in touch with them again if we need to. They turned into the car park. I talked to a mechanic in Elmholt, Martinsson said. Your car will be ready by the middle of next week. It's going to be expensive, but I suppose you knew that. He said he'd have the car delivered here to Ystad. Hansson was sitting in Svedberg's office when they came in. Valander told him about his trip. Hansson had a terrible cold, and Valander suggested that he go home. Chief Holgersson is sick, too, Svedberg said. I think she's got the flu. Is it flu season already? Valander said. That's going to give us big problems here. I've only got a cold, Hansson assured him. With luck, I'll feel better tomorrow. Both of Anne Britt's children are sick, Martinsson said. But her husband's due home tomorrow. Valander asked them to let him know when the suitcase arrived and then left the room. He was thinking of sitting down to write up the report about his trip, maybe even put together the receipts he needed to submit for his travel expenses. But on the way to his office, he changed his mind and turned around and went back. Can I borrow a car? I'll be back in half an hour. Several sets of car keys were offered to him. He took Martinsson's. It was dark as he drove down to Västra Valgatan. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. The night would be a cold one, maybe below freezing. He parked outside the florist's shop and walked down the street towards the building where Rundfeldt had lived. He saw lights in the windows. He assumed that Rundfeldt's children were there, going through things in the flat. The police had confirmed that they could pack up and throw out whatever they liked. He suddenly thought about his father, and about Gertrude and his sister, Christina. He hadn't gone out to Lutterup to help them go through his father's belongings. Even though his help wasn't really needed, he should still have made an appearance. He couldn't quite decide whether he had avoided it out of distaste or whether he just hadn't had time. He stopped outside the door to Rundfeldt's building. There was no one about. He stood at the front door and looked around, trying to map out the sequence of events. Then he crossed the street and did the same thing. Rundfeldt is on the street, Valander thought. The exact time is still not clear. He might have come out of the door in the evening or at night. If so, he wouldn't have had his suitcase with him. Something else made him leave the flat. On the other hand, if he came out in the morning, he would have the suitcase. The street is deserted. He sets the suitcase down on the footpath. Which direction would the taxi come from? Does he wait outside the door or across the street? Something happens. Rundfeldt and his suitcase disappear. The suitcase turns up along the road to Hur. Rundfeldt himself is found tied to a tree, dead, in the woods near Marsvin's home. Valander studied the doors on either side of the building. Neither of them was deep enough for someone to hide in. He looked at the street lights. The ones that lit Rundfeldt's door were working. A car, he thought. A car was waiting here, right by the door. Rundfeldt comes down to the street. Someone gets out of the car. Rundfeldt was frightened. He would have made some sound. The neighbors would have heard him. If it was a stranger, maybe Rundfeldt was just surprised. The man approaches Rundfeldt. Does he knock him down? Threaten him? Wallander thought about Vanya Andersson's reaction out in the woods. Runfeldt had grown terribly thin in the brief time since his disappearance. This was because he had been held captive, starved. He carried on. Runfeldt is put into the car by force, unconscious or under duress. Then he is taken away. The suitcase is found on the road to Höör, right beside the road. Wallander's first thought on arriving at the place where the suitcase lay was that it had been put there deliberately so that it would be found. Wallander went back to the door and started again. Runfeldt comes out to the street. He's about to set out on a journey that he's been looking forward to. He's going to Africa to look at orchids. He began pacing back and forth in front of the door. He thought about the possibility that Runfeldt had killed his wife 10 years earlier, made a hole in the ice and pushed her in. He was a brutal man who abused the mother of his children. Outwardly, he's just a florist with a passion for orchids. And now here he is, taking a trip to Nairobi. Everyone had spoken of his genuine excitement at the holiday. A friendly man who was also a monster. Wallander thought about the florist's shop and the break-in. Somebody breaks in. Nothing is stolen, not even a single flower. There's blood on the floor. Wallander shook his head. There was something he wasn't seeing. One surface was concealing another. Gösta Runfeldt, orchid lover, monster. Holger Eriksson, bird watcher, poet, and car dealer. He, too, rumored to have acted with great brutality. Brutality unites them, thought Wallander. Concealed brutality. Once more he went back to the door of Runfeldt's block of flats. He comes out to the street, puts down his suitcase, if it happens in the morning. What does he do then? He waits for a taxi. But when it arrives, he has already disappeared. Wallander stopped mid-stride. Runfeldt waits for a taxi. Could another taxi have arrived? A fake taxi? All Runfeldt knew was that he had ordered a taxi, not which one would come, or who the driver would be. The driver helps him with his suitcase. He gets into the car, and they drive off towards Malmö, but they get no further than Marsvin's home. Could it have happened like that? Could Runfeldt have been held prisoner near the woods where he was found? But the suitcase was found on the road to Höör in the opposite direction, in the direction of Holger Eriksson's farm. Wallander didn't know what to think. The only thing that was perfectly clear was that whatever had happened outside Runfeldt's front door had been planned by someone who knew that he was about to leave for Nairobi. When he got back to the station, he saw Nyberg's car badly parked outside the entrance. The suitcase had arrived. They had spread out a plastic sheet on the conference table and placed the suitcase on it. The lid was still closed. Nyberg was having coffee with Svedberg and Hansson. Wallander saw that they were waiting for him. Martinsson was on the phone. Wallander could tell that he was talking to one of his children. He handed him his car keys. "How long was the suitcase lying there?" Wallander asked. Nyberg's answer surprised him. "A couple of days," Nyberg replied. "Not more than 3. "So it was kept somewhere else for a long time," Hansson said. "Why does the killer wait until now to get rid of it?" Wallander asked. No one had an answer. Nyberg pulled on a pair of latex gloves and opened the lid. He was about to take out the top layer of clothing when Wallander asked him to wait. He leaned over the table. Something had caught his attention. He wasn't sure what. "Do we have a photograph of this?" "Not of the open suitcase," Nyberg replied. "Let's take one," Wallander said. Something about the way the suitcase was packed had caught his attention. Nieberg instructed Svedberg to climb up on a chair and take the pictures, and they unpacked the suitcase. Rundfeldt had planned to travel to Africa with little baggage. There were no unexpected items inside. They found his travel documents in a side pocket. There was also a large sum of money, in dollars. In the bottom of the case they found several notebooks, literature about orchids, and a camera. They stood in silence and surveyed the various items. Wallander searched his mind for what had caught his attention. Nieberg had opened the toilet bag. He studied the name on a pill bottle. "Anti-malaria pills," he said. "Rundfeldt knew what he'd need in Africa." Wallander looked carefully at the case and saw something wedged into the lining of the lid. Nieberg pried it loose. It was a blue plastic name-tag holder. "Maybe Rundfeldt went to conferences," Nieberg suggested. "He was going on a photographic safari," Wallander said. "But of course it might be left there from a previous trip." He picked up a paper napkin from the table and held it around the pin on the back of the holder and brought it up close to his eyes. He sniffed, noticing a subtle fragrance. He held it out to Svedberg, who was standing next to him. "Do you know what this smells like?" "Aftershave lotion?" Wallander shook his head. "No. It's perfume." They took turns sniffing it. They all agreed that it was a woman's perfume. Wallander was even more puzzled, and he had a feeling that he recognized the plastic holder. "Who's seen this type of holder before?" he asked. "Isn't that the kind used by the Malmö local authority?" Martinsson said. "Everyone who works in the hospital here has one like it." "This doesn't make sense," Wallander said. "A plastic holder that smells of perfume is inside Rundfeldt's luggage." At that moment he realized what had troubled him when the lid of the suitcase was opened. "I'd like Anne Britt here," he said, "sick children or not. Maybe her amazing neighbor could help out for half an hour. The police will pay the bill." Martinsson dialed the number. "She's on her way," he said. "Why do you want her?" Hansson asked. "There's something I want her to do with this suitcase," Wallander said. "That's all." "Should we put everything back in?" Nieberg asked. "That's exactly what I want her to do," Wallander replied. They looked at him in surprise, but no one said a word. Hansson sniffled. Nieberg sat down on a chair and rested his foot. Martinsson disappeared into his office, presumably to call home. Wallander left the conference room and went to look at the map of the Ystad police district. He studied the roads between Marsvinsholm, Lüllinge, and Ystad. Somewhere there is always a center, he thought, a junction between various events. A criminal only rarely returns to the scene of the crime. On the other hand, a killer often passes the same point many times. Höglund came rushing down the hall. Wallander felt guilty for having asked her to come in, but this time he felt he had a good reason for doing so. "Has something happened?" she asked. "You know that we found Rundfeldt's suitcase?" "I heard." They went into the conference room. "Everything lying here on the table was inside," said Wallander. "I want you to put on some gloves and then pack everything." "In any particular order?" "In whatever order comes naturally to you. You've told me several times that you always pack your husband's suitcases. You're experienced, in other words." She did as he asked. Wallander was grateful that she didn't ask any questions. They watched her. Out of long habit, she selected each item briskly and packed the suitcase. Then she took a step back. "Should I close the lid?" "That's not necessary." They all stood around the table and looked at the results. It was as Wallander had suspected. "How could you know how Rundfeldt had packed his suitcase?" Martinsson wondered. "Wait with your comments," Wallander interrupted him. "I saw a traffic officer sitting in the canteen. Go and get him." The traffic officer, whose name was Laurin, came into the room. They had unpacked the suitcase again. Laurin looked tired. Wallander knew that they were working on a drink-driving campaign. He asked Laureen to put on a pair of latex gloves and pack the suitcase. Laureen didn't ask any questions either. Wallander saw that he did not do it sloppily, but handled the items of clothing with care. When he was done, Wallander thanked him. He left the room. "Completely different," Svedberg said. "I'm not trying to prove something," said Wallander. "I don't think I can, either. But when Nieberg opened the lid of the suitcase, I had a feeling that something wasn't right. It's always been my experience that men and women pack suitcases in different ways. It seemed to me that this suitcase had been packed by a woman." "Valja Adesud?" Hansson suggested. "No," Wallander replied. "Not her. It was Rundfeldt himself who first packed the suitcase. We can be quite sure of that." Höglin was the first one to understand. "So you're saying it was repacked later? By a woman?" "I'm just trying to think out loud. The suitcase has been lying outside for only a few days. Rundfeldt has been gone for a much longer time than that. Where was the suitcase all that time? It might also explain something missing from the contents." The team remained silent. "There's no underwear in the suitcase," Wallander continued. "I think it's very odd that Rundfeldt would pack for a trip to Africa without taking a single change of underwear." "It's hardly likely he would have done that," Hansson said. "Which in turn means that someone repacked his suitcase," Martinsson said. "A woman, perhaps. And during the repacking, all of Rundfeldt's underwear disappeared." Wallander could feel the tension in the room. "There's one more thing," he said slowly. "Rundfeldt's underwear has disappeared, but at the same time a foreign object wound up inside the suitcase." He pointed at the blue plastic holder. Höglin was still wearing gloves. "Smell it," Wallander said to her. She did as he asked. "A woman's perfume." Nieberg was the one who finally broke the silence. "Does this mean that there's a woman mixed up in all these atrocities?" "We have to consider it as a possibility," Wallander replied, "even if nothing directly indicates it, apart from this suitcase." They were all silent again for a long time. It was 7:30 p.m. on Sunday, 16 October. She had arrived at the underpass just after 7 p.m. It was cold, and she stamped her feet to stay warm. There was still some time before the man would turn up. At least half an hour, maybe more. But she always arrived with time to spare. With a shudder, she remembered the few occasions in her life when she had come late, kept people waiting, stepped into rooms where people stared at her. She would never arrive late again. She had arranged her life around a timetable that allowed margins for error. She was quite calm. The man didn't deserve to live. She couldn't feel hatred towards him. The woman who had suffered so much misfortune could do the hating. She was just standing here in the dark, waiting to do what was necessary. She had hesitated over whether she should postpone this. The oven was empty, but her work schedule was complicated over the next few weeks, and she didn't want to risk having him die inside it. It would have to be done quickly, and she had no hesitations about how it would be done. The woman who had finally given her his name had talked about a bathtub filled with water, about how it felt to be forced under the water and almost give up breathing, bursting apart from the inside. She had thought about Sunday school, the fires of hell that awaited the sinner. The terror was still with her. No one knew how sin was measured, and no one knew when the punishment would be dealt out. She had never been able to talk about this terror with her mother. She had wondered about her mother's last moment alive. The police officer, Françoise Bertrand, had written that everything would have happened very fast. She probably didn't suffer. She was probably hardly aware of what was happening to her. But how could Bertrand know that? Had she omitted part of the truth that was too unbearable? A train passed overhead. She counted the cars. Then everything was quiet again. Not with fire, she thought, but with water. With water the sinner shall perish. She looked at her watch and noticed that the laces on one of her running shoes were undone. She bent down and retied it hard. She had strong fingers. The man she was waiting for, the one she had been tailing for the past few days, was short and overweight. He wouldn't cause her any problems. It would be over in a flash. A man with a dog passed through the underpass on the opposite side. His footsteps reverberated against the footpath, reminding her of an old black-and-white movie. She did what was simplest, pretended to be waiting for someone. She was positive that later he wouldn't remember her. All her life she had taught herself not to be noticed, to make herself invisible. Only now did she realize that it had been in preparation for her future. The man with the dog disappeared. Her car was parked on the other side of the underpass. The traffic was sparse, even though they were in the center of Lund. Only the man with the dog and a cyclist had passed. She was ready. Nothing would go wrong. She saw the man. He came walking along the same side of the street where she was standing. In the distance, she could hear a car. She doubled over as if she was in pain. The man stopped by her side and asked her if she was sick. She fell to her knees, and he did what she had expected. He stepped close and leaned forward. She told him that she was ill. Could he help her to her car? It was right nearby. He put a hand under her arm. She sagged against him. He had to strain to hold her up, just as she had anticipated. He wasn't strong. He helped her over to her car and asked if he could do anything else, but she said no. He opened the door for her. She reached for the rag. To prevent the ether from evaporating, she had put it in a plastic bag. It took her only a few seconds to get it out. The street was still deserted. She turned around and pressed the rag hard against his face. He fought back, but she was stronger. When he started to collapse to the ground, she held him up with one arm as she opened the back door. It was easy to shove him inside. She got into the driver's seat. A car passed, followed closely by another cyclist. She leaned over to the back seat and pressed the rag against his face. Soon he was unconscious. He wouldn't wake up in the time it took her to drive to the lake. She took the road through Svaneholm and Brode to reach the lake. She turned off near the empty camping ground on the shore, turned off the lights, and got out of the car. She listened. Everything was quiet. She pulled the unconscious man out onto the ground. From the boot of the car, she took out a sack. The weights inside it clattered against some rocks. It took longer than she had expected to get him into the sack and tie it. He was still unconscious. She carried the sack out onto the small jetty that jutted into the lake. A bird fluttered past in the dark. She placed the sack at the very end of the jetty. Now there was only a short wait remaining. She lit a cigarette. In the light from the glow, she studied her hand. It was steady. After 20 minutes, the man in the sack started to come to life. He began to move around. She thought about the bathroom, the woman's story, and she remembered cats being drowned when she was little. They floated away in the sack, still alive, desperately fighting to breathe and survive. He started shouting. Now he was struggling inside the sack. She put out her cigarette on the jetty. She tried to think, but her mind was empty. She shoved the sack into the water with her foot and walked away. Chapter 24. They stayed at the police station so long that Sunday turned into Monday. Wallander sent Hansson home, and later Nyberg, too. But the others stayed on, and they began going through the investigative material once again. The suitcase had forced them into a retreat. They sat in the conference room with it on the table in front of them until the meeting ended. Then Martinsson closed the lid and took it with him to his own office. They went over everything that had happened, working on the assumption that nothing they had done so far could be regarded as wasted effort. In their retreat, they needed to take a fresh look at things, stop on various details, and hope to discover something that they had missed earlier. But they didn't come up with anything that gave them the feeling they had made a breakthrough. The events were still murky, the connection unclear, the motive unknown. The retreat led them back to the beginning, to the fact that 2 men had been killed in gruesome ways, and that the killer had to be the same person. It was after midnight when Wallander called a halt. Höglund stayed for the whole meeting. She left the conference room twice for a few minutes. Wallander assumed she was calling home to talk to her neighbor, who was taking care of her children. When the meeting was over, Wallander asked her to stay on. He regretted this at once, knowing that he shouldn't keep her there any longer, but she sat back down and they waited until the others had left. "I want you to do something for me," he said. "I want you to go through all of these events from a woman's perspective. Go over the investigative material and imagine that the killer we're looking for is a woman, not a man. Base your work on 2 assumptions. First, that she was alone. Second, that she had at least one accomplice." "Do you think there was more than one person involved?" "Yes, and one of them was a woman. Of course, there might have been several people involved." She nodded. "As soon as possible," Wallander told her. "Preferably tomorrow. If you have other important matters that can't wait, turn them over to someone else." "I think Holmgren will be here tomorrow," she said. "A couple of detectives are coming from Malmö, too. I can give my other work to one of them." Wallander had nothing more to say. They sat there a little longer. "Do you really think it's a woman?" she asked. "I don't know," Wallander answered. "It's dangerous to give too much weight to the importance of this suitcase and the perfume. But on the other hand, there's been something funny about this whole investigation, right from the start. When we were standing out there by the ditch with Eriksson on the stakes, you said something that I've been thinking about a lot." "That the whole thing seems so deliberate?" "The killer's language. What we saw smelled of war. Eriksson was executed in a trap for predators." "Maybe it is war," she said thoughtfully. "What do you mean by that?" "I don't know. Maybe we should interpret what we see, literally. Punji pits are used to catch predators, and they're also used in war." "Go on." She bit her lip. "I can't. The woman who's taking care of my children has to get home. I can't ask her to stay any longer. Last time I called home she was pissed off, and it's not going to make any difference if I pay her extra for her time." Wallander didn't want to cut short the discussion they had started. For a brief moment he felt irritated by her children, or maybe by her husband's absences, but he regretted these thoughts at once. "You could come to my house. We can continue talking there." She was pale and tired, and he knew he shouldn't put such pressure on her. But he said yes. They drove through the deserted town. The babysitter was standing in the door, waiting. Wallander said hello and apologized for her late return. They sat in her living room. He had been there a few times before. He could see that a frequent traveler lived in the house. There were souvenirs from many countries on the walls. There was also a warmth that was completely missing from his own flat. She asked him if he'd like something to drink. He declined. "The trap for predators and the war," he began. "That's where we left off." "Men who hunt. Men who are soldiers," We also find a shrunken head and a diary written by a mercenary. We see what we see, and we interpret it.
How do we interpret it?
We interpret it correctly. If the killer has a language, then we can clearly read what he writes.
Wallander suddenly thought about something that Linda had said when she was trying to explain to him what acting really was. Reading between the lines, looking for the subtext. He told Högland this, and she nodded.
Maybe I'm not expressing myself well, but what I'm thinking is that we've seen everything and interpreted everything, and yet it's all wrong.
We see what the murderer wants us to see?
Maybe we're being fooled into looking in the wrong direction.
Wallander thought for a moment. He noticed that his mind was now quite clear. His weariness was gone. They were following a trail that might prove crucial, a trail that had existed before in his consciousness, but he hadn't been able to control it. So the deliberateness is an evasive maneuver. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Go on.
Maybe the truth is just the opposite.
What does it look like?
I don't know. But if we think we're right and it's all wrong, then whatever is wrong will have to end up being right in the end.
I understand. And I agree.
A woman would never impale a man on stakes in a pit. She would never tie a man to a tree and then strangle him with her bare hands.
Wallander didn't say anything for a long time. Högland disappeared upstairs and came back a few minutes later. He saw that she had put on a different pair of shoes. The whole time we've had a feeling that it was well planned, said Wallander. The question now is whether it was well planned in more than one way.
Of course, I can't imagine that a woman could have done this, but now I realize that it might be true.
Your summary will be important. I think we should also talk to Mats Ekholm about this.
Who?
The forensic psychologist who was here last summer. She shook her head.
I must be very tired. I had forgotten his name.
Wallander stood up. It was 1 a.m. I'll see you tomorrow. Could you call me a taxi?
You can take my car. I'm going to need a long walk in the morning to clear my head.
She gave him the keys.
My husband is coming home soon. Things will be easier.
I think this is the first time I fully realized how hard things are for you. When Linda was little, Mona was always there. I don't think I ever once had to stay home from work while she was growing up. She followed him outside. The night was clear. It was below freezing.
I have no regrets,
she said suddenly. Regrets about what?
About joining the force.
You're a good police officer. A very good one, in case you didn't know. He saw that she was pleased. He nodded, got into her car, and drove off. The next day, Monday, 17 October, Wallander woke up with a slight headache. He lay in bed and wondered if he was coming down with a cold, but he didn't have any other symptoms. He got up and made coffee and looked for some aspirin. Through the kitchen window, he saw that the wind had picked up. Clouds had moved in over Skåne during the night. The temperature had risen. The thermometer read 4 degrees centigrade. By 7:15 a.m., he was at the station. He got some coffee and sat down in his office. On its desk was a message from the officer in Göteborg he had been working with on the investigation into car smuggling. He sat holding the message in his hand for a moment. Then he put it in his drawer. He pulled over a notebook and started looking for a pen. In one of the drawers, he came across Svedberg's note. He wondered how many times he had forgotten to give it back. Annoyed, he stood up and went out to the hall. The door to Svedberg's office was open. He went in and put the paper on the desk, then went back to his own office, closed the door, and spent the next 30 minutes listing all the questions he wanted answered. He had decided to go over what he and Högland had discussed when the investigative team met later that morning. At 7:45 a.m. there was a knock on the door. It was Hamren from Stockholm, who had just arrived. They shook hands. Wallander liked him. They had worked well together during the summer. "Here already?" he said. "I thought you weren't coming until later in the day." "I drove down yesterday," Hamren replied. "I couldn't wait." "How are things in Stockholm?" "The same as here, only bigger." "I don't know where they plan to put you," Wallander said. "In with Hansson. It's already been arranged." "We're going to meet in about half an hour." "I've got a lot of reading to do before then." Hamren left the room. Wallander absent-mindedly put his hand on the phone, meaning to call his father. He gave a start. Grief hit him. He no longer had a father he could call. Not today, not tomorrow, never. He sat motionless in his chair. Then he leaned forward again and dialed the number. Gertrude answered almost at once. She sounded tired, and burst into tears when he asked her how she was. He had a lump in his throat, too. "I'm taking one day at a time," she said, after she had calmed down. "I'll try to come out for a while this afternoon," Wallander said. "I won't be able to stay long, but I'll try to come." "There's so much I've been thinking about you and your father. I know so little." "That goes for me, too. But let's see if we can help each other fill in the gaps." He hung up, knowing that it was unlikely he would make it out to Lüderup that day. Why had he said that he would try? Now she would be sitting there, waiting. "I spend my life disappointing people," he thought hopelessly. Angrily, he broke the pen he was holding and tossed the pieces into the waste-paper basket. One piece missed, and he kicked it away with his foot. He suddenly had the urge to escape. When had he last talked to Baiba? She hadn't called him either. Was their relationship dying a natural death? When would he have time to look for a house or find a dog? There were moments when he detested his job, and this was one of them. He stood at the window. Wind and autumn clouds, birds on their way south. He thought about Per Åkesson, who had finally decided that there was more to life. Once, towards the end of summer, as he and Baiba walked along the beach at Skagen, she had said that it seemed as though all the people of the West shared a dream of an enormous yacht that could take the whole continent to the Caribbean. The collapse of the Eastern Bloc had opened her eyes. In the impoverished Latvia there were islands of wealth, simple joys. She had discovered great poverty even in the rich countries that she could now visit. There was a sea of dissatisfaction and emptiness everywhere, and that was why people dreamed of escape. He made a note to call Baiba that evening. He saw that it was 8:15 a.m. and went to the conference room. In addition to Hamren, there were also two detectives from Malmö, Augustsson and Hartmann, whom Wallander hadn't met before. They shook hands. Lisa Holgersson arrived and sat down. She welcomed the new arrivals. There wasn't time for anything else. She looked at Wallander and nodded. He began, as he had decided to do earlier, with the conversation he had had with Högland. He noticed at once that the reaction of the others in the room was marked by doubt. That's what he had expected. He shared their doubts. "I'm not presenting this as anything but one of several possibilities. Since we know nothing, we can ignore nothing." He nodded to Högland. "I've asked for a summary of the investigation from a female perspective. We've never done anything like this before, but in this case, we have to try everything." The discussion that followed was intense. Wallander had expected that, too. Hansson, who seemed to be feeling better this morning, started things off. About halfway through the meeting, Nyberg came in. He was walking without the crutch. Wallander met his glance. He had a feeling that Nyberg had something he wanted to say. He gave him an inquiring look, but Nyberg shook his head. Wallander listened to the discussion without taking an active part in it. Hansson expressed himself clearly and presented good arguments. Around 9 a.m., they took a short break. Svedberg showed Wallander a picture in the paper of members of the newly created Protective Militia in Ludinge. Several other towns in Skåne were apparently following suit. Chief Holgersson had seen a report about it on the evening news. "We're going to end up with vigilante groups all over the country," she said. "Imagine a situation where pseudo-policemen outnumber us." "It might be unavoidable," Hamren said. "Maybe it's always been true that crime pays. The difference is that today we can prove it. If we brought in 10% of all the money that disappears today in financial crimes, we could comfortably afford 3,000 new officers." This number seemed absurd to Wallander, but Hamren stood his ground. "The question is whether we want that kind of society," he continued. "House doctors are one thing, but house police? Police everywhere? A society that's divided up into various alarm zones, keys, and codes, even to visit your elderly parents?" "We probably don't need that many new officers," Wallander said. "We just need a different kind of policeman." "Maybe what we need is a different kind of society," said Martinsson, "with a greater sense of community." Martinsson's words had taken on the sound of a political campaign speech, but Wallander understood him. He knew that Martinsson worried constantly about his children, that they'd be exposed to drugs, that something would happen to them. Wallander sat down next to Nyberg, who hadn't left the table. "It looked like you wanted to say something." "It's just a small detail. Do you remember that I found a false nail out in the woods at Marsvin's home?" Wallander remembered. "The one you thought had been there a long time?" "I didn't think anything of it then, but now I think we can say for certain that it hadn't been there very long." Wallander nodded. He motioned Högland over. "Do you use false nails?" "Not often, but I have tried them." "Do they stick on pretty well?" "They break off easily." Wallander nodded. "I thought you should know," Nyberg said. Svedberg came into the room. "Thanks for returning the note, but you could have thrown it out." Rydberg used to say that it was an inexcusable sin to throw out a colleague's notes. Rydberg said a lot of things. They often proved to be right. Wallander knew that Svedberg hadn't got on with his older colleague. What surprised him was that he still felt that way, even now that Rydberg had been dead for several years. They reassigned various tasks so that Hamren and the two detectives from Malmö could get involved in the investigation straight away. At 10:45 a.m., Wallander decided that it was time to adjourn. A phone rang. Martinsson, sitting closest, picked it up. Wallander was thinking that maybe he'd have time to go out to Luderup and see Gertrude later that afternoon after all. Martinsson raised his hand. Everyone stopped talking. Martinsson glanced at Wallander. "Not again," he thought. "We can't handle this." Martinsson hung up. "A body has been found in Kragaholm Lake," Martinsson said. Wallander's first thought was that this didn't have to mean a third murder. Drowning accidents were common enough. "Where?" he asked. "There's a small camping ground on the eastern shore. The body was just off the end of a jetty." Wallander could tell that his feeling of relief was premature. "The body of a man, inside a sack." It has happened again, Wallander thought. The knot in his stomach tightened. "Who was that on the phone?" Svedberg asked. "A camper. He was calling on his mobile phone. He was upset. It sounded like he was throwing up in my ear." "Nobody would be camping now, would they?" Svedberg asked. "There are trailers for Red there all year round," Hansson said. "I know where it is." Wallander felt suddenly incapable of dealing with the situation. Maybe Högland felt the same way. She helped him out by getting to her feet. "I guess we'd better go." Yes, Wallander said. We'd probably better leave right now. Since Hansson knew where they were going, Wallander got into his car. The others followed. Hansson drove recklessly and fast. Wallander braked with his feet. The car phone rang. It was Per Åkesson wanting to talk to Wallander.
What's this I hear? Is this another one?
It's too early to tell, but it may be so. If it was just a body in the water, it might have been a drowning accident or a suicide. But a body in a sack is a murder.
God damn it to hell.
You might say that.
Keep me posted. Where are you?
On our way to Kragaholm Lake. We should be there in about 20 minutes. Wallander hung up. It occurred to him that they were headed towards the place where they had found the suitcase. Hansson seemed to be thinking the same thing.
The lake is halfway between Lidinge and Marsvinsholm, he said. It's no great distance.
Wallander grabbed the phone and dialed Martinsson's number. His car was right behind them. What else did the man who called say? What's his name?
I don't think I got his name, but he had a Skåne accent.
A body in a sack? How did he know there was a body in the sack? Did he open it?
There was a foot with a man's shoe sticking out.
Even though it was a bad connection, Wallander could hear Martinsson's distress. He hung up. They reached Sövestad and turned left. Wallander thought about Gustav Rundfeldt's client. Everywhere there were connections to the events. If there was a geographical center, then Sövestad was it. The lake was visible through the trees. Wallander tried to prepare himself for what awaited them. As they drove down towards the camping ground, a man came running towards them. Wallander climbed out of the car before Hansson had even stopped.
Down there,
the man stammered. Wallander walked slowly down the slope that led to the water. Even at this distance, he could make out something in the water, to one side of the jetty. Martinsson came up beside him, but stopped at the shore. The others waited in the background. Wallander walked cautiously out onto the jetty. It wobbled under his weight. The water was brown and looked cold. He shivered. The sack was only partially visible above the water's surface. A foot was indeed sticking out. The shoe was brown and had laces. White skin could be seen through a hole in the trouser leg. Wallander looked back and motioned to Nyberg to join him. Hansson was talking to the man. Martinsson was waiting further up, and Höglund stood off to one side. It looked like a photograph, Wallander thought. Reality frozen, suspended. Nothing more would ever happen. The mood was broken by Nyberg stepping onto the jetty. Reality returned. Wallander squatted down, and Nyberg did the same.
A sack made of jute, Nyberg said. They're usually strong, but this one has a hole in it. It must be old.
Wallander wished Nyberg were right, but he knew he wasn't. The hole in the sack was new. It looked as though the man had kicked his way through it. The fibers had been pushed out and then ripped apart. Wallander knew what this meant. The man had been alive when he was put in the sack and thrown into the lake. Wallander took a deep breath. He felt sick and dizzy. Nyberg gave him an inquiring look, but didn't say anything. He waited. Wallander kept on taking deep breaths, one after another. He kicked the hole in the sack, Wallander said when he felt able to speak. He was alive when he was thrown into the lake.
An execution?
Nyberg asked.
A war between two crime gangs?
We could hope for that, Wallander said, but I don't think so.
The same killer?
It looks like it. Wallander got to his feet with difficulty. His knees were stiff. He walked back to the shore. Nyberg remained out on the jetty. The forensic technicians had just arrived. Wallander went over to Höglund. She was standing with Chief Holgersson. The others followed. Finally, they were all assembled. The man who had discovered the sack was sitting nearby. It could be the same killer, Valander said. If that's the case, then this time he's drowned a man in a sack. Disgust passed like a ripple through the team. "We have to stop this madman," Lisa Holgersson said. "What's become of this country?" "A punji pit," Valander said. "A man tied to a tree and strangled, and now a man tied up in a sack and drowned." "Do you still think a woman could have done something like this?" Hansson asked aggressively. Valander asked himself the same question. What did he really think? In a matter of a few seconds, all the events passed through his mind. "I don't want to believe it, but yes, a woman could have done this, or at least be involved." He looked at Hansson. "You're asking the wrong question," he said. "It's not about what I think." Valander went back to the shore of the lake. A solitary swan was on its way towards the jetty. It glided soundlessly across the surface of the dark water. Valander watched it for a long time. Then he zipped up his jacket and went to Nyberg, who was already starting his work out on the jetty. Gurna, 17 October through 3 November 1994. Chapter 25. Nyberg slowly slit open the sack. Valander went onto the jetty to look at the dead man's face. The doctor, who had just arrived, went with him. He didn't recognize the dead man, and of course he hadn't expected to. Valander guessed that he must have been between 40 and 50 years old. He looked at the body as it was pulled clear of the sack. He looked for less than a minute. He simply couldn't stand more. He felt dizzy the whole time. Nyberg was going through the man's pockets. "He's wearing an expensive suit," Nyberg said. "His shoes aren't cheap either." They didn't find anything in his pockets. Someone had taken the trouble to remove his identity card, and yet the killer must have assumed that the body would very soon be discovered in Kragaholm Lake. The body had now been pulled free and was on a plastic sheet. Nyberg signaled to Valander, who had stepped aside. "This was carefully calculated," he said. "You'd almost think the murderer knew about weight distribution and water resistance." "What do you mean?" Valander asked. Nyberg pointed to several thick seams running along the inside of the sack. "The sack has weights sewn into it that ensured two things. One, the weights were light enough so that with the man's body in it, the sack wouldn't sink to the bottom. Two, the sack would lie with only a narrow air pocket above the water surface. Since it was also carefully calculated, the person who prepared the sack must have known the man's weight, at least approximately, with a margin of error of maybe 4 to 5 kilos. Valander forced himself to think this over, even though all thoughts of how the man had died made him feel sick. So the narrow air pocket guaranteed that the man would actually drown? "I'm not a doctor," Nyberg said, "but it's probable that this man was still alive when the sack was put into the water, so he was murdered." The doctor, who was kneeling down to examine the body, had been listening to their conversation. He stood up and came over to them. The jetty swayed under their weight. "It's too early to be certain," he said, "but we have to presume that he drowned." "Not just that he drowned," Valander said, "but that somebody drowned him." "The police are the ones who will have to determine whether it was an accident or a murder," the doctor said. "I can only speak about what happened to his body." "No external marks? No contusions or wounds?" "We'll need to get his clothes off to be able to answer that question, but I can't see anything on the parts of his body that are visible. The autopsy may turn up other results." Valander nodded. "I'd like to know as soon as possible if you find any signs of violence." The doctor went back to his work. Even though Valander had met him several times before, he still couldn't remember his name. Valander went and gathered his colleagues on the shore. Hansson had just finished talking to the man who had discovered the sack. "We didn't find any identification," Valander began. "We have to find out who he is. That's the most important thing right now. Until then, we can't do anything. We'll start by going through the missing persons files." "There's a good chance that he hasn't been missed yet," Hansson said. "Niels Göransson, the man who found him, claims he was here as late as yesterday afternoon. He does shift work at a machine shop in Svedala and usually takes a walk out here because he has trouble sleeping. He was here yesterday. He always walks out on the jetty, and there wasn't any sack, so it must have been thrown into the water during the night." "Or this morning," Valander said. "When did Göransson get here?" Hansson checked his notes. At 8:15. He finished his shift at around 7 a.m. and drove here, stopping on the way for breakfast." "So not much time has passed," Valander said. "That may give us certain advantages. The difficulty is going to be to find out who he is." "The sack could have been put into the lake somewhere else," Nyberg said. Valander shook his head. "He hasn't been in the water long, and there's no current here to speak of." Martinsson kicked at the sand restlessly, as if he were cold. "Does it really have to be the same man?" he asked. "I think this seems different." Valander was as sure about this as he could possibly be. "No, it's the same killer. We'd better assume that it is, anyway." He sent them off. There was nothing more for them to do out there on the shore of Kragaholm Lake. The cars drove away. Valander stood and gazed out at the water. The Swan was gone. He looked at the men working on the jetty, at the ambulance, the police cars, the crime scene tape. Everything about it suddenly gave him a sense of depthless unreality. He encountered nature surrounded by plastic tape stretched out to protect crime sites. Everywhere he went, there were dead people. He could look at a swan on the water, but in the foreground lay a man who had just been pulled dead out of a sack. His work was little more than a poorly paid test of endurance. He was being paid to endure this. The plastic tape wound through his life like a snake. He went over to Nyberg, who was stretching his back. "We found a cigarette butt," he said. "That's all, at least out here on the jetty. We've already done a superficial examination of the sand for drag marks. There aren't any. Whoever carried the sack was strong, unless he lured the man out here and then stuffed him in the sack." Valander shook his head. "Let's assume that the sack was carried," he said. "Carried with its contents." "Do you think there's any reason to dredge the lake?" "I don't think so. The man was unconscious when he was brought here. There must have been a car involved. Then the sack was thrown in the water. The car drove off." "So we'll wait on the dragging," Nyberg said. "Tell me what you see." Nyberg grimaced. "It could be the same man. The violence, the cruelty, they all look familiar, even though he varies things." "Do you think a woman could have done this?" "I say the same thing you do," Nyberg replied. "I'd rather not believe that. But I can also tell you that she would have to be capable of carrying 80 kilos without difficulty. How many women can do that?" "I don't know any," said Valander, "but I'm sure they exist." Nyberg went back to his work. Valander was about to leave the jetty when the Swan caught his eye. He wished he had a piece of bread. It was pecking at something near the shore. Valander took a step closer. The Swan hissed and turned back towards the lake. Valander went over to one of the police cars and asked to be driven to Ystad. On the way back to town, he tried to think. What he had feared most had now happened. The killer was not finished. They knew nothing about him. Was he at the end or the beginning of what he had decided to do? They didn't even know whether he had motives for his premeditated acts or was just insane. It has to be a man, he thought. Anything else goes against all common sense. Women seldom commit murder, least of all well-planned murders, ruthless and calculated acts of violence. It has to be a man, or maybe more than one, And we're never going to solve this case unless we find the connection between the victims. Now there are 3 of them. That increases our chances. But nothing is certain. Nothing is going to reveal itself to us. He leaned his cheek against the car window. The landscape was brown, with a tinge of gray, but the grass was still green. There was a lone tractor working out in a field. Wallander thought about the punji pit where he had found Holger Eriksson, the tree that Gustav Rundfeldt had been tied to when he was strangled. And now a man was stuffed alive into a sack and tossed into Kragaholm Lake to drown. The only possible motive was revenge, he was sure of that. But this went beyond all reasonable proportions. What was the killer seeking revenge for? Something so horrific that it wasn't enough simply to kill. The victims also had to be conscious of what was happening to them. There's nothing random about what's behind all this, thought Wallander. Everything has been carefully thought out and chosen. He paused at the last thought. The killer chose. Someone was chosen. Selected from what group, or for what reason? When he reached the station, he felt the need for some solitude before he sat down with his colleagues. He took the phone off the hook, pushed aside the phone messages lying on his desk, and put his feet up on a pile of memos from the National Police Board. The hardest thing to comprehend was the possibility that the murderer might be a woman. He tried to remember the times he had dealt with female criminals. It hadn't happened often. He could recall all the cases he had ever heard about during his years as a policeman. Once, almost 15 years back, he had caught a woman who had committed murder. Later, the district court changed the charge to manslaughter. She was a middle-aged woman who had killed her brother. He had persecuted and molested her ever since they were children. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and killed him with his own shotgun. She hadn't really meant to shoot him. She just wanted to scare him. But she was a bad shot. She hit him right in the chest, and he died instantly. In all the other cases that Wallander could remember, the women who had used violence had done so on impulse and in self-defense. It involved their own husbands or men they were having relationships with. In many cases, alcohol was part of the picture. Never, in all his experience, had there been a woman who planned in advance to commit a violent act. He got up and walked to the window. What was it that made him unable to let go of the idea that a woman was involved this time? He had no answer to this. He didn't even know whether he believed it was a woman working alone or collaborating with a man. There was nothing to indicate one or the other. Martinsson knocked on his door and came in.
"The list is almost ready," he said.
"What list is that?" Wallander asked.
"The list of missing persons,"
Martinsson replied, looking surprised. Wallander nodded. "Then let's meet," he said, motioning Martinsson ahead of him down the hall. When they had closed the door of the conference room behind them, his feeling of powerlessness vanished. He remained standing at the head of the table. Usually he sat down. Now he felt as if he didn't have time for that. "What have we got?" he asked.
"In Ystad, no reports of anyone missing during the past few weeks," Svedberg said. "The ones we've been searching for over a longer period don't match with the man we found in Kragaholm Lake. There's a couple of teenage girls and a boy who ran away from a refugee camp. He's very likely on his way back to the Sudan."
"What about the other districts?"
"We've got a couple of people in Malmö," Högland said, "but they don't match either. In one case, the age might be right, but the missing person is from southern Italy."
They went through the bulletins from the closest districts. Wallander was aware that, if necessary, they might have to cover the whole country, and even the rest of Scandinavia. They could only hope that the man had lived somewhere near Ystad.
"Luden took a report late last night," Hansson said.
A woman called to report that her husband hadn't come home from his evening walk. The age is about right. He's a researcher at the university. Check it out, of course. They're sending us a photograph, Hanson went on. They'll fax it over as soon as they get it. Now Wallander sat down. At that moment, Per Åkesson came into the room. Wallander wished he hadn't come. It was never easy to report that they were at a standstill. The investigation was stuck with its wheels deep in the mud, and now they had another victim. Wallander felt uncomfortable, as if he were personally responsible for the fact that they had nothing to go on. Yet he knew they had been working as hard and as steadily as they could. The detectives gathered in the room were intelligent and dedicated. Wallander pushed aside his annoyance at Åkesson's presence. "You're here just in time," he said. "I was just thinking about summarizing the state of the investigation." "Does an investigative state even exist?" asked Åkesson. Wallander knew he didn't mean this as a sarcastic or critical remark. Those who didn't know Åkesson might be put off by his brusque manner. But Wallander had worked with him for so many years that he knew that what he had just said was intended to demonstrate a willingness to help if he could. Hamren stared at Åkesson with obvious disapproval. Wallander wondered how the prosecutors in Stockholm behaved. "There's always an investigative state," Wallander replied. "We have one this time, too, but it's extremely hazy. A number of clues we were following are no longer relevant. I think we've reached a point where we have to go back to the beginning. What this new murder means, we can't yet say. It's too early for that." "Is it the same killer?" Åkesson asked. "I think so," said Wallander. "Why?" "The modus operandi, the brutality, the cruelty. Of course, a sack isn't the same thing as sharpened bamboo stakes, but you have to admit it's a variation on a theme." "What about the suspicion that a mercenary soldier might be behind all this?" "That led us to discover that Harald Berggren has been dead for 7 years. Åkesson had no more questions. The door was cautiously pushed open, and a clerk handed in a picture that had arrived by fax. "It's from Lund," the girl said, and then she closed the door behind her. Everyone stood up and gathered around Martinsson, who stood holding the picture. Wallander gave a low whistle. There could be no doubt. It was the man they had found in Kragaholm Lake. "Good," he said in a low voice. "We just got a good jump on the murderer's lead." They sat down again. "Who is he?" Wallander asked. Hanson had his papers in order. "Jürgen Blomberg, 51 years old, a research assistant at Lund University. His research has something to do with milk." "Milk?" Wallander said in surprise. "That's what it says. The relationship between milk allergies and various intestinal diseases." "Who reported him missing?" "His wife, Christina Blomberg. She lives on Siriusgatan in Lund." Wallander knew they had to make the best use of their time. He wanted to make an even bigger dent in the killer's lead. "Then we'll go there," he said, getting to his feet. "Tell our colleagues that we've identified him. See to it that they track down the wife so I can talk to her. There's a detective in Lund named Birch. Kalle Birch. We know each other. Talk to him. Tell him that I'm on my way." "Can you really talk to her before we have a positive identification?" "Someone else can identify him. Someone from the university. Another milk researcher. Now we'll have to go through all the material on Eriksson and Rundfeldt again. Jürgen Blomberg. Is he there somewhere? We need to get through a lot of it today." Wallander turned to Åkesson. "I think we could safely say that the investigative state has changed." Åkesson nodded, but said nothing. Wallander went to get his jacket and the keys to one of the squad cars. It was 2:15 p.m. when he left Ystad. He briefly considered putting on the emergency light, but decided against it. It wouldn't get him there any faster. He reached Lund at about 3:30 p.m. A police car met him at the entrance to town, and escorted him to Siriusgaten in a residential neighborhood east of the center of town. At the entrance to the street, the police car pulled over. Another car was parked there. Wallander saw Kalle Birch get out. They had met several years back at a conference of the Southern Swedish Police District held in Tylösand, outside of Halmstad. The purpose of the conference was to improve operational cooperation in the region. Wallander had participated grudgingly. Björk, Ystad's chief of police at the time, had ordered him to go. At the lunch he had sat next to Birch. They discovered that they shared an interest in opera. They had occasionally been in contact since then. From various sources, Wallander had heard that Birch was a talented detective who sometimes suffered from deep depression. But he seemed cheerful enough today. They shook hands.
"One of Blomberg's colleagues is on his way to identify the body. They'll let us know by phone."
"And the widow?"
"Not yet informed. We thought that was a little premature."
"That's going to make the interview more difficult," Wallander said. "She'll be shocked, of course."
"I don't think that we can do anything about that."
Birch pointed to a cafe across the street.
"We can wait there. Besides, I'm hungry."
Wallander hadn't eaten lunch either. They went into the cafe and had sandwiches and coffee. Wallander gave Birch a summary of the case to date.
"It reminds me of what you were dealing with this summer," he said when Wallander had finished.
"Only because the murderer has killed more than one person," Wallander said. "The method here is quite different."
"What's so different about taking scalps and drowning somebody alive?"
"I might not be able to put it into words," Wallander said hesitantly. "But there's still a big difference." Birch let the question drop.
"We sure as hell never thought about things like this when we joined the force," he said instead.
"I hardly remember what I imagined anymore," Wallander said.
"I remember an old commissioner,"
Birch said.
"He's been dead a long time now. Karl Oskar Friedrich Wilhelm Sunesson. He's practically a legend, at least here in Lund. He saw all of this coming. I remember that he used to talk to us younger detectives and warn us that everything was going to get a lot tougher. The violence would get more widespread and more brutal. He said that this was because Sweden's prosperity was a well-camouflaged quagmire. The decay was underneath it all. He even took the time to put together demographic analyses and explain the connections between various types of crime. He was that rare sort of man who never spoke ill of anyone. He could be critical about politicians, and he could use his arguments to crush suggested changes to the police force, but he never doubted that there were good, albeit confused, intentions behind them. He used to say that good intentions that are not clothed in reason lead to greater disasters than actions built on ill will. I didn't understand it back then, but I do now."
Birch could have been talking about Riedberg.
"That still doesn't explain what we were really thinking when we decided to join the force."
But what Birch had in mind, Wallander never found out. The phone rang. Birch listened without saying anything.
"It's Eugen Blomberg. There's absolutely no doubt about it."
"So let's go in," Wallander said.
"If you want, you can wait until we inform his wife," said Birch. "It's usually rather painful."
"I'll go with you. It's better than sitting here doing nothing. Besides, it might give me an idea what kind of relationship she had with her husband." They encountered a woman who was unexpectedly composed. She seemed to understand why they were standing on her doorstep at once. Wallander kept in the background as Birch told her of her husband's death. She sat down on the edge of a chair, as if to bear the brunt of it with her feet, and nodded silently. Wallander assumed that she was about the same age as her husband, but she seemed older, as if she had aged prematurely. She was thin, her skin stretched taut across her cheekbones. Wallander studied her furtively. He didn't think she was going to fall apart. At least not yet. Birch nodded to Wallander to step forward. Birch had merely said that they had found her husband dead in Kragaholm Lake. Nothing about what had happened. This was Wallander's job.
Kragaholm Lake comes under the jurisdiction of the Ystad police, said Birch, which is why one of my colleagues from there is with me. This is Kurt Wallander.
Christina Blomberg looked up. She reminded Wallander of someone, but he couldn't think who it was.
I recognize your face. I've seen you in the papers.
That's quite possible, Wallander said, sitting down on a chair across from her. Birch had taken over Wallander's position in the background. The house was very quiet, tastefully furnished, but quiet. It occurred to Wallander that he didn't yet know whether they had children. That was his first question.
No, she replied. We don't have any children.
None from earlier marriages? Wallander immediately noticed her uncertainty. She paused before answering. It was barely noticeable, but he saw it.
No, not that I know of.
Wallander exchanged a glance with Birch before slowly pressing on. When did you last see your husband?
He went for a walk last night, as he usually did.
Do you know which way he went? She shook her head.
He was often gone for more than an hour. Where he went, I have no idea.
Was everything normal last night?
Yes.
Wallander again sensed a shadow of uncertainty in her answer. He continued cautiously. So he didn't come back. What did you do then?
At 2 a.m. I called the police.
But didn't you think he might have gone to see some friends?
He didn't have many friends. I called them before I contacted the police. He wasn't with them.
She looked at him, still composed. Wallander realized that he couldn't wait any longer. Your husband was found dead in Kragaholm Lake. We have determined that he was murdered. I regret this very much, but I have to tell you the truth. Wallander studied her face. She's not surprised, he thought, about him being dead or that he was murdered. Of course, it's important that we catch the person or persons who did this. Did your husband have any enemies?
I don't know, she replied. I didn't know my husband very well.
Wallander paused to think before he continued. Her answer made him uneasy. I don't know how to interpret your answer.
Is it really so difficult? I didn't know my husband very well. Once upon a time, a long time ago, I thought I did, but that was back then.
What happened? What changed things? She shook her head. Wallander saw something he interpreted as bitterness in her expression. He waited.
Nothing happened. We grew apart. We live in the same house, but we have separate bedrooms. He has his own life, and I have mine.
Then she corrected herself.
He had his own life, and I have mine.
And he was a researcher at the university?
Yes.
Milk allergies, is that right?
Yes.
Do you work there too?
I'm a teacher.
Wallander nodded. So you wouldn't know whether your husband had any enemies?
No.
And few friends?
That's right.
And you can't imagine anyone who would want to kill him? Or why? Her face was strained. Wallander felt as if she were looking right through him.
No one except me. But I didn't kill him.
Wallander looked at her for a long time without saying anything. Birch had stepped forward to stand next to him. Why would you want to kill him? Wallander asked. She stood up and tore off her blouse with such force that it ripped. It happened so fast that Wallander and Birch didn't understand what was going on. Then she held out her arms. They were covered with scars. "He did this to me, and a lot of other things that I won't even talk about." She left the room with the torn blouse in her hand. Wallander and Birch looked at each other. "He abused her," Birch said. "Do you think she was the one who did it?" "No," Wallander answered. "It wasn't her." They waited in silence. After a few minutes, she came back, wearing a new shirt. "I'm not going to grieve for him. I don't know who did it. I don't think I want to know either. But I realize that you have to catch him." "Yes," Wallander said. "We do. And we need all the help we can get." She looked at him, and all of a sudden her expression was completely helpless. "I didn't know anything about him. I can't help you." It was quite likely that she was telling the truth, but she had already helped them. When Wallander saw her arms, he lost his last shred of doubt. He knew that they were looking for a woman. Chapter 26. It was raining when they left the house on Siriusgaten. They stopped at Wallander's car. He felt restless. "I don't think I've ever met a widow who took the loss of her husband so lightly," Birch said, his voice grim with distaste. "And yet it's something we have to bear in mind," Wallander replied. He didn't take the trouble to explain his answer. Instead, he tried to think ahead through the next few hours. His feeling of urgency was intense. "We have to go through his belongings, both at home and at the university. That's your job, of course. But I'd like someone from Ystad to be here, too. We don't know what we're looking for, but this way we might discover something of interest more quickly." Birch nodded. "You're not staying yourself?" "No. I'll ask Martinsson and Svedberg to come over. I'll have them leave right away." Wallander dialed the number of the Ystad police and asked for Martinsson, telling him quickly what had happened. Martinsson said that they would leave immediately. Wallander told him to meet Birch at the police station in Lund. He had to spell the name for Martinsson. Birch smiled. "I would have stayed," Wallander said, "but I have to start working backwards through the investigation. I've got a hunch that the solution to Blomberg's murder is in there somewhere, though we haven't seen it yet. The solution to all three murders is there in a complex system of caverns." "It would be good if we could prevent any more deaths," Birch said. "Enough have died as it is." They said goodbye. Wallander drove back towards Ystad. Rain showers came and went. When he passed Storup Airport, there was a plane coming in to land. As he drove, he went over the case again. He didn't know how many times he had done it so far. He arrived back at 5:45 p.m. In reception, he stopped and asked Ebba if Höglund was in. "She and Hansson came back an hour ago." Wallander hurried on. He found Höglund in her office. She was on the phone. Wallander signaled to her and then waited out in the hall. As soon as he heard her hang up, he went back in. "I think we should go to my office," he said. "We need to do a thorough overview." "Shall I bring anything?" She pointed at the papers and folders strewn across her desk. "No, if we need anything, you can come back and get it." She followed him to his office. Wallander told the switchboard to hold his calls. "You remember that I asked you to go through everything that's happened and look for female characteristics?" "I've done that," she replied. "We have to go over all the material again," he went on. "I'm convinced that there's a point where we can make a breakthrough. It's just that we haven't seen it yet. We've walked right past it. We've gone back and forth, and it's been there the whole time, but we just haven't been looking in the right direction. And now, I'm certain that a woman must be involved." "Why do you think that?" He told her about his conversation with Christina Blomberg and about how she had ripped off her blouse and showed them her scars. "You're talking about an abused woman," she said. Not about a woman who murders people. It might be the same thing, Valander said. In any case, I have to find out if I'm right. Or wrong.
Where do we start?
From the beginning, like with a story. And the first thing that happened was that someone prepared a punji pit for Holger Eriksson in a ditch in Ludinge. Imagine that it was a woman. What do you see?
It's not impossible, of course. Nothing was too heavy or too large.
Why did she choose this particular modus operandi?
So it would look like it was done by a man.
She wanted to throw us off the track?
Not necessarily. She may have wanted to demonstrate how violence comes back, like a boomerang. Or why not both reasons?
Valander thought about that. Her explanation was certainly possible. The motive. Who wanted to kill Holger Eriksson?
With Gustav Rundfeldt, there are a number of candidates. But with Eriksson, we still don't know enough about him. It's as if his life is a no-trespassing zone.
He knew right away that she was saying something important.
How do you mean? Just what I said. We should know more about a man who's 80 years old and has lived his whole life in Skåne. A well-known man? We know so little that it's unnatural.
What's the explanation?
I don't know.
Are people scared to talk about him?
No.
Then what is it?
We were searching for a mercenary. We found a man who's dead. We've learned that these men often use assumed names. It struck me that the same might apply to Holger Eriksson.
That he could have been a mercenary?
No, I don't think so. But he could have used an assumed name. He mightn't always have been Holger Eriksson. That might be one explanation as to why we know so little about his private life. Maybe sometimes he was someone else.
Valander recalled some of Eriksson's earliest poetry books. He had published them under a pseudonym, later using his real name.
I have a hard time accepting what you're saying,
Valander said. Mostly because I don't see any reasonable motive. Why does someone use an assumed name?
So that he can do something in secret.
Valander looked at her. You mean that he might have used an alias because he was homosexual, in a time when it was best to keep it secret?
That's one possibility.
Valander nodded, but he was still dubious. We've got the gift to the church in Jämtland. That must mean something. Why did he do it? And the Polish woman who disappeared, there's something that makes her special. Have you thought what it might be?
Höglund shook her head.
The fact that she's the only woman who appears in the investigative material on Holger Eriksson, he said.
Copies of the material on her were sent from Östersund, but I don't think anyone has started going through it yet. Besides, she's just on the periphery. We have no proof that she and Eriksson knew each other.
Valander was suddenly determined. That's right. We have to do that as soon as possible. Find out whether there's a connection.
Who's going to do it?
Hansson. He reads faster than any of us. He usually goes right to the heart of the matter. She made a note. Then they left the topic of Holger Eriksson for the moment. Gustav Rundfeldt was a brutal man, Valander said. We know that for sure. On that point, there's a similarity with Eriksson. Now it turns out that it applies to Eugen Blomberg, too. Rundfeldt abused his wife just like Blomberg. Where does this lead us?
To 3 men with violent tendencies, at least 2 of them who abused women.
It might also be true of Eriksson. We don't know yet.
The Polish woman?
Krista Habermann, for example. And it might also be true that Rundfeldt killed his wife, prepared a hole in the ice for her to fall into and drown. They both knew that they were onto something. Valander went back through the investigation again. The punji pit, what was it?
Prepared. well-planned, a death trap. More than that, a way to kill someone slowly. Wallander searched for a paper on his desk.
According to the pathologist in Lund, Eriksson may have hung there impaled on the bamboo stakes for several hours before he died.
He put down the paper in disgust.
Runfeldt, emaciated, strangled, hanging, tied to a tree. What does that tell us?
That he was held captive. He wasn't hanging in a punji pit.
Wallander raised his hand. She didn't say a word. He was thinking, recalling the visit to Stung Lake, how they'd found her under the ice.
Drowning under ice, he said.
I've always imagined that would be one of the most horrifying ways to die, to be beneath the ice and not be able to break through, maybe even see the light through it.
Held captive under the ice.
Precisely. That's just what I was thinking.
Do you mean that this killer has invented methods of killing that are linked to the event that's being avenged?
Something like that. It's a possibility, anyway.
In that case, what happened to Eugen Blomberg looks more like what happened to Runfeldt's wife.
I know. Maybe we can figure that out, too, if we keep at it a while longer.
They went on. They discussed the suitcase. Wallander mentioned the false nail that Nyberg had found out in the woods near Marsvin's home. Then they started on Blomberg. The pattern was repeated.
The plan was to drown him, but not too fast. He had to be aware of what was happening to him.
Wallander leaned back in his chair and looked at her across his desk.
Tell me what you see.
A revenge motive is taking shape. At any rate, it runs through each crime as a possible link. Men who use force against women are attacked in return by a calculated violence of a masculine kind, as if they were being forced to feel their hands on their own bodies.
That's a good way of putting it. Go on.
It could also be a way of hiding the fact that a woman committed the crimes. It took a long time for us to even imagine that a woman was involved, and when we did think of it, we rejected it immediately.
What is there to contradict the idea that the killer might be a woman?
We still know very little. Women almost never use violence unless they're defending themselves or their children. And then it's not premeditated violence, but instinctive, acts done in self-defense. A woman would not normally dig a punji pit, or hold a man captive, or throw a man in the lake inside a sack.
Wallander looked at her intently. Normally. Your word.
If a woman is involved in this, then she must be very sick indeed.
Wallander stood up and went to the window. There's one more thing, which could knock down this whole house of cards we're building. She isn't avenging herself. She's avenging others. Runfeldt's wife is dead. Blomberg's wife didn't do it, I'm sure of that. Eriksson has no woman. If this is revenge, and if it's a woman, then she's taking revenge for others. And that doesn't sound likely. If it's true, I've never come across anything like it.
It could be more than one woman,
Hughlin said hesitantly. A number of angels of death? A group of women, a cult?
That doesn't sound plausible.
No, it doesn't. He sat down again in his chair. I'd like you to do just the opposite. Go over all the material again, and then give me the reasons why it isn't a woman who did this.
Wouldn't it be better to wait until we know more about what happened to Blomberg?
Maybe, but I don't think we have time.
You are thinking that it could happen again?
Wallander wanted to give her an honest answer. He sat silently for a moment before he replied. There is no beginning, at least none we can see. That makes it less likely that there will be an end. It could happen again, and we don't have any idea what direction to look in. They didn't get any further. Wallander felt impatient that neither Martinsson nor Svedberg had called. Then he remembered that he had blocked all his calls. He checked with the switchboard. Neither Martinsson nor Svedberg had rung in. He asked for their calls to be allowed through.
The break-ins.
Buglen said suddenly. "At the florist's shop and at Ericsson's house? How do they fit into the picture?" "I don't know. Or the blood on the floor. I thought I had an explanation, and now I don't." "I've been thinking about it." Wallander could see that she was excited. He nodded to her to continue. "We're talking about having to distinguish what we can see from what has happened. Holger Eriksson reported a break-in where nothing was stolen. Why did he report it at all?" "I've thought about that, too. He may have just been upset that someone broke into his house." "In that case, it fits in with the pattern." Wallander didn't understand immediately what she was getting at. "There's always the possibility that someone broke in to make him nervous, not to steal anything." "A first warning? Is that what you mean?" "Yes." "And the florist shop?" "Rumfeld leaves his flat, or he's lured out. Or else it's early in the morning. He goes down to the street to wait for a taxi. There he vanishes without a trace. What if he went to the shop? It only takes a few minutes. He could have left his suitcase inside the front door, or carried it with him. It wasn't heavy." "Why would he have gone to the shop?" "I don't know. Maybe he forgot something." "You mean he might have been attacked there?" "I know it's not a great idea, but it's what I've been thinking." "It's no worse than lots of others," said Wallander. He looked at her. "Has anyone checked if the blood on the floor was Runfeld's?" "I don't think it was ever done. If not, I'm to blame." "If we had to keep track of who was responsible for all the mistakes made during criminal investigations, there wouldn't be time for anything else," Wallander said. "I assume there aren't any samples left?" "I'll find out. We'll check it out just to be sure." She got up and left the room. Wallander was tired. They had had a good talk, but his anxiety had increased. They were as far from the heart of the matter as they could be. The investigation still lacked a gravitational force, drawing them in a specific direction. Someone was complaining loudly out in the hall. He started thinking of Biba, but forced himself to concentrate on the investigation again. He got up and went for some coffee. Another officer asked him if he'd had time to decide whether it was proper for a local association to call itself Friends of the Axe. He said no, went back to his office. The rain had stopped. The clouds hung motionless in the sky over the water tower. The phone rang. It was Martinsson. Wallander listened for signs in his voice that something important had happened, but he heard nothing. "Svedberg just came back from the university. Eugen Blomberg seems to have been the type of person that blended into the woodwork. He wasn't a particularly prominent researcher. He was loosely affiliated with the children's clinic in Lund, but what he was working on was considered quite rudimentary. That's what Svedberg claims, at least." "Go on," Wallander said, not hiding his impatience. "I have a hard time understanding how a man could be so utterly devoid of interests," Martinsson said. "He seems to have been completely preoccupied with his damned milk, and nothing else. Except for one thing." Wallander waited. "He was having a relationship with another woman. I found some letters. The initials K.A. keep showing up. What's interesting about all this is that she seems to have been pregnant." "How did you find that out?" "From the letters. In the most recent it says that she was near the end of her pregnancy." "When was it dated?" "There isn't any date. But she mentions that she saw a movie on TV she liked, and if I remember correctly, it ran a few months back. Of course, we'll have to check that out more exactly." "Does she have an address?" "It doesn't say." "Not even whether it's in Lund?" "No. But she's probably from somewhere in Skåne. She uses several expressions that indicate as much." "Did you ask the widow about this?" "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Whether it's appropriate to do so, or whether I should wait." "Ask her. We can't wait. Besides, I have a strong feeling that she knows about it already. We need that woman's name and address as fast as we can damn well get it, in fact. Let me know as soon as you've got something." Afterwards, Wallander sat with his hand on the telephone. A cold wave of aversion passed through him. What Martinsson had said reminded him of something. It had to do with Svedberg, but he couldn't recall what it was. As he waited for Martinsson to call back, Hansson appeared at the door and said he was going to get started on the investigative material from Östersund that evening. "There's 11 kilos of it," he said. "Just so you know." "Did you weigh it?" Wallander asked, surprised. "I didn't, but the courier did." "Want to know what it cost?" "I'd rather not." Hansson left. Wallander imagined a black Labrador sleeping next to his bed. It was 7:40 p.m. He still hadn't heard from Martinsson. Nyberg called in and said he thought he'd call it a night. Why had Nyberg let him know? So that he could be found at home, or because he wanted to be left in peace? Finally, Martinsson called.
"She was asleep. I didn't really want to wake her. That's why it took so long."
Wallander said nothing. He wouldn't have hesitated to wake Christina Blomberg. "What did she say?"
"You were right. She knew her husband had other women. But the initials K.A. didn't mean anything to her."
"Does she know where she lives?"
"She claims she doesn't. I'm inclined to believe her."
"But she must have known if he went out of town."
"I asked about that. She said no. Besides, he didn't have a car. He didn't even have a driver's license."
"That sounds like she must live nearby."
"That's what I was thinking, too."
"A woman with the initials K.A. We have to find her. Drop everything else for the time being. Is Birch there?"
"He drove back to the station a while ago."
"Where's Svedberg?"
"He was supposed to talk to someone who knew Blomberg best.
Tell him to concentrate on finding out who the woman is with the initials K.A.
"I'm not sure I can get hold of him," Martinsson replied. "He left his phone here with me."
Wallander swore. The widow must know who her husband's best friend was. It's important to tell Svedberg.
"I'll see what I can do."
Wallander put down the receiver, then thought better of it, but it was too late. What he had forgotten had suddenly come back to him. He looked up the phone number of the police station in Lund and got hold of Birch almost at once. "I think we might have hit on something," Wallander said.
"Martinsson spoke to Eren, who's working with him at Siriusgaten," Birch said. "As I understand it, we're looking for an unknown woman who might have the initials K.A.
"Not might, they are her initials," Wallander said. "Karin Andersson. Katrina Ahlström. We have to find her, whatever her name is, and there's one detail that I think is important."
"That she was pregnant?"
Birch was thinking fast. "Precisely," said Wallander. "We should contact the maternity ward in Lund and check up on women who have had children recently or will soon, with the initials K.A.
"I'll take care of it myself," Birch said. "This sort of thing is always a little sensitive."
Wallander said goodbye. He had started to sweat. Something had started moving. He went out into the hall. It was empty. When the phone rang, he gave a start. It was Höglund. She was at Rundfeldt's shop.
"There's no blood here," she said. "Vanya Andersson scrubbed the floor herself. She thought the stain was upsetting."
"What about the rag?"
"She threw it out. And the rubbish was collected long ago, of course."
Wallander knew that only the tiniest amount was needed to carry out an analysis. Her shoes. What shoes was she wearing that day? There might be a little bit on the sole.
"I'll ask her."
Wallander waited.
"She had on a pair of clogs," Höglund said, "but they're back at her flat."
"Go and get them. Bring them here and call Nyberg at home. He can at least tell us if there's any blood on them." During the conversation, Hamren appeared at his door. Wallander hadn't seen much of him since he arrived in Ystad. He wondered what the two detectives from Malmö were working on.
"I've taken over matching the data between Eriksson and Rundfeldt now that Martinsson's in Lund. So far, there are no matches," he said. "But I don't think their paths ever crossed.
Still, it's important to do a thorough job on it. Somewhere these investigations are going to merge. I'm convinced of that."
"And Blomberg?"
"You'll find a place in the pattern, too. Anything else is just implausible."
"When was police work ever a matter of plausibility?"
Hamren said with a smile. You're right, of course. But we can hope. Hamren stood there with his pipe in his hand. I'm going out for a smoke. It clears my brain. He left. It was just past 8 p.m. Wallander waited for Svedberg to report in. He got a cup of coffee and some biscuits. Wallander wandered into the canteen and absent-mindedly watched the TV for a while. Beautiful pictures from the Comoro Islands. He wondered where those islands were. At 8:45 p.m. he was back in his chair. Birch called. They had started looking for women who had given birth in recent months, or would give birth in the next 2 months. So far, they hadn't found any with the initials K.A. After he hung up, Wallander thought he might as well go home. They could call him on his mobile phone if they wanted him. He tried to get hold of Martinsson without success. Then Svedberg called. It was 9:10 p.m. There's nobody with the initials K.A., at least not known to the man who claims to have been Blomberg's best friend. So at least we know that, Wallander said, not hiding his disappointment. I'm heading home now, Svedberg said. Wallander had hardly hung up before the phone rang again. It was Birch. Unfortunately, there's no one with the initials K.A. Shit, said Wallander. Both of them thought for a moment. She could have given birth somewhere else, Birch said. It doesn't have to have been in Lund. You're right, Wallander said. We'll have to keep at it tomorrow. He hung up. Now he knew what it was that was connected with Svedberg. A piece of paper that had landed on his desk by mistake about something going on at night in the Ystad maternity ward. Had it been an attack? Something about a fake nurse? He called Svedberg, who answered from his car. Where are you? Wallander asked. I haven't even made it to Staffanstorp. Come to the station. There's something we have to check out. All right, Svedberg said. I'm on my way. It took him exactly 45 minutes. It was just before 10 p.m. when Svedberg showed up in the door of Wallander's office. By that time, Wallander had already started to doubt his own idea. It was all too probable that he was just imagining things. Chapter 27. He didn't fully comprehend what had happened until the door closed behind him. He went down the few steps to his car and got in behind the wheel. Then he said his own name out loud. Aka Davidsson. From now on, Aka Davidsson was going to be a very lonely man. He hadn't expected this to happen to him. He had never thought that the woman he had been in a relationship with for so many years, even though they didn't live together, would tell him that it was over and throw him out of her house. He started to cry. It hurt. He didn't understand. But she had been quite firm, telling him to leave and never come back. She had met another man who wanted to move in with her. It was almost midnight on Monday, 17 October. He peered into the darkness. He knew that he shouldn't drive after dark. His eyes weren't strong enough. He could really only drive in daylight, with special glasses. He squinted through the windscreen. He could only just make out the contours of the road. But he had no choice. He couldn't stay here all night. He had to go back to Malmö. He started the engine and turned onto the road, still feeling upset. He was really having trouble seeing. Maybe it would get easier when he got onto the motorway. But first he had to get out of Lödinge. He took a wrong turn. There were so many side roads, and they all looked alike in the dark. After half an hour, he knew that he was completely lost. He reached a courtyard where the road seemed to come to a dead end, and started to turn around. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadow in his headlights. Someone was coming towards the car. He felt relieved at once. There was someone out there who could tell him which way to go. He opened the car door and got out. Then everything went black. It took Svedberg a quarter of an hour to find the paper Wallander wanted to see. Wallander had made himself quite clear when Svedberg arrived back just before 10 p.m. "This might be a shot in the dark," Wallander had told him, "but we're looking for a woman with the initials K.A., who recently gave birth or will soon give birth somewhere in Skåne. We thought she was in Lund, but that turned out to be wrong. Maybe she's here in Ystad instead. I've been told that Ystad's maternity ward is known even outside the country for its practices. Something strange has occurred there one night, and then a second time, and I want to know what happened." When Svedberg had found the paper, he went back to Wallander, who was waiting impatiently. "Ylva Brink," Svedberg said. "She's my cousin, a distant cousin, and she's a midwife at the maternity ward. She came here to report that an unknown woman had showed up one night in her ward. It made her nervous." "Why is that?" "It's simply not normal for a stranger to be in the maternity ward at night." "We need to take a good look at this. When was the first time it happened?" "The night of 30 September. "And it made her nervous?" "She came over here the following day, Saturday. I talked with her for a while. That's when I made these notes." "When was the second time?" "The night of 13 October. Ylva happened to be working that night, too. That's when she was knocked to the ground. I was called out there in the morning." "What happened?" "The woman showed up again. When Ylva tried to stop her, she was knocked down. Ylva said it felt like being kicked by a horse. She had never seen this woman before. Just that one other time." "She was wearing a uniform?" "Yes, but Ylva was positive she wasn't on the nursing staff." "How could she be sure?" "There must be a lot of people she wouldn't recognize who work at the hospital." "She was positive. I'm afraid that I didn't ask her why." "This woman had an interest in the maternity ward between 30 September and 13 October, Wallander said. "She made 2 visits late at night, not hesitating to knock down the midwife. So what was she really up to?" "That's what Ylva wants to know, too." "She has no answer?" "They went over the ward both times, but everything was in order." Wallander looked at his watch. It was almost 10:45 p.m. "I want you to call your cousin, even if you have to wake her up." Svedberg nodded. Wallander pointed at his phone. He knew that Svedberg, generally forgetful, had a good memory for phone numbers. He dialed the number. It rang and rang. No answer. "If she's not home, that means she's working," Svedberg said. Wallander jumped up. "Even better. I haven't been back to the maternity ward since Linda was born." "The old wing was torn down," Svedberg said. "The whole place is new." It took them only a few minutes to drive to the hospital. Wallander remembered the night several years ago when he had woken up with violent pains in his chest and thought he was having a heart attack. Since then, the hospital had been remodeled. They rang the bell, and a guard came at once and opened the door. Wallander showed him his identification, and they took the stairs to the maternity ward. A woman was waiting for them at the door to the ward. "My cousin," Svedberg said. "Ylva Brink." Wallander shook her hand, catching a glimpse of a nurse in the background. Ylva took them to a small office. "It's calm right now," she said, "but that can change at any minute." "I'll get right to the point. I know that all information on patients is confidential, and I'm not intending to challenge that rule. The only thing I want to know is whether between 30 September and 13 October a woman gave birth here whose initials were K.A. K as in Karin and A as in Andersson." The woman looked uneasy. "Has something happened?" "No. I just need to identify someone, that's all." I can't tell you. That information is confidential unless the patient has signed a release form allowing details about her to be divulged. I'm certain that the rule must also apply to initials." "My question will be answered sooner or later," Wallander said. "My problem is that I need to know right now." I still can't help you." Svedberg had been sitting in silence. Wallander saw that he was frowning. Is there a men's room here? He asked.
Around the corner.
Svedberg nodded to Wallander. You said that you needed to go. Wallander understood. He got up and left the room. He waited for 5 minutes before he went back. Ilverbrink was not there. Svedberg stood leaning over several papers lying on the desk. What did you say to her?
That she shouldn't embarrass the family, Svedberg replied.
I also explained that she could spend a year in jail. For what? Wallander asked in surprise. Obstructing the discharge of official duties? There isn't such an offense, is there?
She doesn't know that.
Here are all the names. I think we'd better read fast. They went through the list. None of the women had the initials K.A. Wallander realized it was as he had feared. Another dead end.
Maybe those weren't someone's initials,
Svedberg said thoughtfully.
Maybe K.A. means something else.
What would that be?
There's a Katerina Taxel here,
Svedberg replied, pointing. Maybe the letters K.A. are just an abbreviation of Katerina. Wallander looked at the name. He went through the list again. There was no other name with the combination K.A. No Karin, no Carolina. You may be right. Write down the address.
It's not here. Only her name.
Maybe you'd better wait downstairs while I talk to Ilva one more time. Stick with the line that she shouldn't embarrass the family, Wallander said. Don't mention bringing charges. That could cause us trouble later on. I want to know if Katerina Taxel is still here. I want to know if she's had any visitors. I want to know if there's anything special about her. Family relationships, that sort of thing. But especially, I want to know where she lives.
This is going to take a while,
Svedberg said.
Ilva is busy with a birth.
I'll wait. All night, if I have to. He took a biscuit from a plate and left the ward. When he passed the casualty ward downstairs, he caught sight of a drunk man covered in blood who was being brought in from an ambulance. Wallander recognized him. His name was Niklasson, and he owned a junkyard outside Ystad. Normally, he was sober, but occasionally he went on binges and got into fights. Wallander knew the two medics bringing him in. Is it bad? He asked them.
Niklasson is tough, said the older of the two. He'll survive. He got into a fight in a pub in Sandskogen.
Wallander went out to the car park. It was chilly. They'd also have to find out if there was a Karin or Katarina in Lund. Birch could handle that. It was 11:30 p.m. He tried the doors of Svedberg's car. It was locked. He wondered if he should go back and ask for the keys. He might have to wait a long time. Instead, he began pacing back and forth in the car park. Suddenly, he was back in Rome again. Ahead of him, in the distance, was his father, out on a secret midnight excursion towards an unknown destination. A son, tailing his own father. The Spanish steps, then the fountain. His eyes glistened. An old man alone in Rome. Did he know that he was going to die soon? Wallander stopped. He had a lump in his throat. When would he ever have the peace and quiet that he needed to work through his grief over his father? Life tossed him back and forth. He would soon be 50. It was autumn now, night, and he was walking around in a hospital car park, freezing. What he feared most was that the world would become so hostile and alien that he'd no longer be able to handle it. What would be left then? Retire early? Ask for a desk job? End up spending 15 years going around to schools giving talks about drugs and traffic accidents? The house, he thought. And the dog. And maybe Biba, too. An outward change is necessary. I'll start with that. Later we'll see what happens with me. My workload is too heavy. I can't continue like this. It was past midnight. He paced the car park. The ambulance had left. Everything was quiet. He knew there were a lot of things he needed to think through, but he was too tired. The only thing he could manage to do was wait and keep moving so he wouldn't freeze. Finally, Svedberg appeared. He was walking fast. Wallander could see that he had news.
Katarina Toxell is from Lund, he said.
Wallander felt his excitement rise. Is she here?
She had her baby on 15 October. She's gone home already.
Do you have the address?
I've got more than that. She's a single mother. There's no father listed in the records, and she didn't have any visitors while she was here.
Wallander realized that he was holding his breath. Then it could be her, the woman called K.A. They hurried back to the station. At the entrance, Svedberg braked hard to avoid hitting a hare that had wandered into town. They sat down in the empty canteen. The phone rang in the duty officer's room. Wallander filled a cup with bitter coffee.
She couldn't be the one who stuffed Blomberg in a sack, Svedberg said, scratching his scalp with a coffee spoon. There's no way that a new mother would go out and kill someone.
She's a link, Wallander said, if what I'm thinking is true. She fits in between Blomberg and the person who seems most important right now.
The nurse who knocked Ylva down?
That's the one. Svedberg strained to follow Wallander's thoughts.
So you think this nurse showed up at the maternity ward to see her?
Yes.
But why did she come at night?
Why didn't she come during normal visiting hours? There must be visiting hours, surely. And no one writes down who visits patients or who has visitors, do they? Wallander saw that Svedberg's questions were important. He had to answer them before they could continue. She didn't want to be seen. That's the only conceivable explanation.
Seen by whom?
Svedberg said stubbornly.
Was she afraid of being recognized? Did she not want even Katarina Toxell to see her? Did she visit the hospital at night to look at a woman asleep?
I don't know. It's strange, I agree.
There's only one conceivable explanation, Svedberg continued. She comes at night because she could be recognized in the daytime.
Wallander pondered this. So you're saying that someone who works there during the day might have recognized her?
You can't ignore the fact that she has twice visited the maternity ward at night. And then she gets involved in a situation where it's necessary to assault my cousin, who was doing nothing wrong?
There might be an alternative explanation, Wallander said.
What's that?
Night could be the only time she is able to visit the maternity ward. Svedberg nodded thoughtfully.
That's possible, of course, but why?
There could be lots of reasons. Where she lives, her work. Maybe she wants to make these visits in secret. Svedberg pushed his coffee cup away.
Her visits must have been important. She went there twice.
We can put together a timetable, Wallander said. The first time she came was on the night of 30 September, at the hour when everyone is at their most tired and least alert. She stays a few minutes and then disappears. 2 weeks later, she repeats the whole thing at the same hour. This time, she's stopped by Ylva Brink, who is knocked down. Then she disappears without a trace.
Katarina Toxell has her child several days later.
And the woman doesn't come back. On the other hand, Eugen Blomberg is murdered.
Do you think a nurse is behind all this?
They looked at each other without saying anything. Wallander suddenly realized that he had forgotten to tell Svedberg to ask Ylva Brink about an important detail. Do you remember the plastic holder we found in Gustav Rundfeldt's suitcase? The kind used by the hospital staff? Svedberg nodded. He remembered. Call the maternity ward, Valander said. Ask Ylva if she remembers whether the woman who knocked her down was wearing a name tag. Svedberg got up to use the phone. The conversation was brief. She's positive that she was wearing a name tag. Both times. Could she read the name on the tag? She isn't sure that there was a name. Valander thought a moment. She might have lost the badge the first time. Somewhere she got hold of a hospital uniform, so she could also have got a new plastic holder. It'd be impossible to find any fingerprints at the hospital, Svedberg said. It's always being cleaned. Besides, we don't even know if she touched anything. She wasn't wearing gloves, at least. Ylva would have noticed that. Svedberg tapped his forehead with the coffee spoon. Maybe so. Ylva said that the woman grabbed hold of her when she hit her. She only grabbed her clothes, and we won't find anything on them. For a moment he felt discouraged. Even so, we should talk to Nyberg. Maybe she touched the bed that Katarina Taxell was lying in. We have to try. If we can find fingerprints that match with those that we found in Runfeld's suitcase, the investigation would take a big leap forward. Then we could look for the same fingerprints on Eriksson and Blomberg. Svedberg pushed across his notes on Katarina Taxell. Valander saw that she was 33 and self-employed, although it didn't say what her occupation was. She lived in central Lund. We'll go there first thing tomorrow morning, he said. Since the two of us have been working on it tonight, we might as well continue. Now, I think it'd be smart for us to get a few hours' sleep. It's strange, Svedberg said. First, we're looking for a mercenary soldier, and now we're looking for a nurse. Who presumably isn't really a nurse, Valander interjected. We don't know that for sure, Svedberg replied. Just because Ylva didn't recognize her doesn't mean that she's not a nurse. You're right. We can't exclude that possibility. He got up. I'll drive you home, Svedberg said. How is your car? I really should get a new one, but I don't know how I'm going to afford it. One of the duty officers rushed into the room. I knew you were here. I think something has happened. Valander felt the knot in his stomach. Not again, he thought. There's a man lying, badly injured on the side of the road between Sørvestad and Ludinge. A lorry driver found him. We don't know whether he was run over or attacked. An ambulance is on the way out there, but I thought that since it was close to Ludinge... He never finished his sentence. Svedberg and Valander were already on their way out of the room. They arrived just as the medics were lifting the injured man onto a stretcher. Valander recognized them as the ones he had spoken to outside the hospital earlier. Like ships passing in the night, said one of them. Was it a car accident? Valander asked him. If so, it was a hit and run, but it looks more like an assault. Valander looked around. The stretch of road was deserted. Who would be walking around here in the middle of the night? The man's face was covered in blood. He wheezed faintly. We're going now, the medic said. We've got to hurry. He might have internal injuries. The ambulance left. They searched the site in the headlights of Svedberg's car. A few minutes later, a squad car arrived from Ystad. Svedberg and Valander hadn't found anything, not even any skid marks. Svedberg told the officers what had happened, and then they set off back to the station. It was getting windy. The thermometer in Svedberg's car read 3 degrees centigrade. This is probably not related, Valander said. If you drop me off at the hospital, you can go home and get some sleep. At least one of us should be awake in the morning. Where should I pick you up? Svedberg asked. At Mariagaten, let's say 6 a.m. Martinsson gets up early. Call him and tell him what happened. Ask him to talk to Nyberg about the plastic holder, and tell him that we're going to Lund. For the second time that night, Valander found himself outside the hospital. When he arrived at the casualty ward, the man was being treated. Valander sat down and waited. He was exhausted. He couldn't stop himself from falling asleep. He woke abruptly when someone said his name, and at first he didn't know where he was. He had been dreaming that he was walking along dark streets, searching for his father, but he couldn't find him. A doctor was standing in front of him. Wallander was instantly wide awake. "He's going to make it," the doctor said, but he was severely beaten. "So it wasn't a car accident?" "No, an assault. As far as we can tell, he hasn't suffered any internal injuries." "Did he have any papers on him?" The doctor gave him an envelope. Wallander took out a wallet, which contained a driver's license, among other things. The man's name was Åke Davidson. Wallander noticed that he wasn't supposed to drive at night. "Can I talk to him?" "I think it'd be better to wait." Wallander decided to ask Hansson or Höglund to follow it up. If this was an assault case, they'd have to leave it in someone else's hands for the time being. They just didn't have the time. Wallander got up to leave. "We found something that I think might interest you," the doctor said. He handed him a piece of paper. Wallander read the scrawled message. "A burglar neutralized by the night guards." "What night guards?" he asked. "I read in the papers about a citizen militia being formed," said the doctor. "Isn't it possible that they would call themselves the night guards?" Wallander stared at the message in disbelief. "There's something else that points to it," the doctor continued. "The paper was attached to his body. It was stapled to his skin." Wallander shook his head. "This is fucking incredible." "Yes," the doctor said. "It's incredible that it's gone this far." Wallander never liked to call a taxi. He walked home through the empty streets. He thought about Katarina Taxell and Åke Davidson. When he got home, he stretched out on the sofa with a blanket over him, taking off only his jacket and shoes. The alarm clock was set, but he found that he couldn't sleep. He was starting to get a headache. He went out to the kitchen and took some aspirin. The streetlight swayed in the wind outside his window. Eventually, he lay down again and dozed uneasily until his alarm went off. When he sat up on the sofa, he felt more tired than he had on lying down. He went to the bathroom, washed his face with cold water, and then changed his shirt. While he waited for the coffee to brew, he called Hansson at home. It took a long time before he answered. Wallander knew that he had woken him up. "I'm not done with the Östersund papers," Hansson said. "I was up until 2 a.m. I have about 4 kilos left." "We'll talk about that later," Wallander interrupted him. "I need you to go to the hospital and talk to a man named Åke Davidson. He was assaulted somewhere near Ludinge last night and left lying by the side of the road by people who are probably part of a citizen militia. I want you to look after it." "What should I do about the Östersund papers?" "You'll have to deal with those at the same time. Svedberg and I are going to Lund. I'll tell you more later." He hung up before Hansson could ask any questions. He didn't have the energy to answer them. At 6 a.m., Svedberg was parked outside. Wallander stood at the kitchen window with his coffee cup and watched him pull up. "I talked to Martinsson," Svedberg said when Wallander got into the car. "He was going to ask Nyberg to start work on the plastic holder." "Did Martinsson understand what we came up with?" "I think so." "Then let's go." Wallander leaned back and closed his eyes. The best thing he could do on the way to Lund was sleep. Katarina Taxell lived in a block of flats on a square that Wallander wasn't familiar with. "It might be best if we call Birch," Wallander said, "so there won't be any trouble later on." Svedberg reached him at home. He handed the phone to Wallander, who explained what had developed. Birch said he'd be there within 20 minutes. They sat in the car and waited. The sky was gray, and the wind had picked up. Birch drew up behind them, and they went inside. "I'll stay in the background," Birch said. "You can conduct the conversation." Svedberg rang the bell of a flat on the 3rd floor. The door opened almost at once. A woman wearing a dressing gown stood in front of them. She had dark circles under her eyes. She reminded Valander of Anne Britt. Valander tried to sound as friendly as possible, but he noted her reaction when he said that he was a police officer from Ystad. They went into the flat, which was small and cramped. Everywhere were signs that she had just had a baby. It reminded Valander of how his own home had looked when Linda was just born. They went into a living room with light-colored wooden furniture. On the table lay a brochure that caught Valander's attention. Toxel's hair products. "I apologize for coming so early in the morning," he said as they sat down. "But this can't wait." He wasn't sure how to continue. She sat across from him and didn't take her eyes off his face. "You've just had a child at Ystad's maternity ward," he said.
"A boy," she replied. "He was born on 15 October.
"My congratulations," Valander said. Svedberg and Birch murmured something similar. "About 2 weeks before that," Valander continued, "or to be precise, on the night of 30 September, I wonder if you had a visitor, sometime after midnight?" She gave him a look of incomprehension.
"Who would that have been?"
"A nurse who you might not have seen before?"
"I knew all of the nurses who worked that night."
"This woman came back 2 weeks later, and we think she was there to visit you."
"At night?"
"Yes, sometime after 2 a.m.
"No one visited me. And besides, I'm a sound sleeper."
Valander nodded slowly. Birch was standing behind the sofa. Svedberg was sitting on a chair against the wall. All of a sudden, it was quiet. They were waiting for Valander to go on, and he planned to do so in a moment. But first he wanted to collect himself. He was still tired. He really should ask her why she was in the maternity ward for so long. Were there complications with her pregnancy? But he didn't ask her this. Something else was more important. She wasn't telling the truth. He knew it. He was convinced that she had had a visitor, and that she knew the woman who had been to see her. Chapter 28. Suddenly a child started to cry. Katerina Toxel got up and left the room. At that moment, Valander decided how he would proceed with the interview. He had sensed that she was being evasive. His years as a policeman had taught him to tell when someone was lying. He stood up and went over to the window where Birch was standing. Svedberg followed. Valander spoke in a low voice, keeping his eye on the door. "She's not telling the truth." The others didn't seem to have noticed anything, or weren't as convinced as he was, but they made no objections. "This may take some time," Valander went on. "But since, in my opinion, she's crucial for us, I'm not going to give up. She knows who that woman is, and I'm more convinced than ever that she's important." Birch suddenly seemed to understand the connection. "You mean there might be a woman behind all this? The killer is a woman?" He sounded almost frightened by his own words. "She doesn't necessarily have to be the killer," Valander said. "But there is a woman somewhere near the heart of this investigation, I'm certain of that. At the very least, she's blocking our view of what's behind all this, which is why we have to get to her as soon as possible. We have to find out who she is." The crying stopped. Svedberg and Valander returned quickly to their places in the room. A minute went by. Katerina Toxel came back and sat down on the sofa. Valander could see that she was very much on her guard. "Let's return to the maternity ward in Ystad," Valander said in a friendly voice. "You say that you were asleep, and nobody visited you there at night?"
"That's right."
"You live here in Lund, yet you chose to give birth in Ystad. Why?"
"I prefer the methods they practice there."
"I understand," Valander said. "My own daughter was born in Ystad." She didn't respond. Valander sensed that she wanted only to answer the questions. She wasn't going to say anything voluntarily. "I have to ask you some questions of a personal nature," he continued. "Since this is not an interrogation, you can choose not to answer. But then I must warn you that we may have to take you down to the police station and arrange a formal interrogation. We came here because we're looking for information connected with a number of extremely brutal and violent crimes." Still, she didn't react. Her gaze was fixed on his face. It felt as if she was staring straight into his head. Something about her eyes made him nervous. "Did you understand what I said?"
"I understand. I'm not stupid."
"Do you agree that I can ask you some questions of a personal nature?"
"I won't know until I hear them."
"It seems that you live alone in this flat. You're not married?"
"No."
The reply came very swiftly and hard, Valander thought, as if she was hitting something. "May I ask who the father of your child is?"
"I don't think I'll answer that. It's of no concern to anyone but myself and the child."
"If the child's father has been the victim of a violent crime, I would say it has something to do with the matter that I am concerned with."
"That would mean that you knew who the father of my child is. But you don't. So the question is unreasonable."
Valander saw that she was right. There was nothing wrong with her mind. "Let me ask another question. Do you know a man named Eugen Blomberg?"
"Yes."
"In what way do you know him?"
"I know him."
"Do you know that he was murdered?"
"Yes."
"How do you know that?"
"I saw it in the paper this morning."
"Is he the father of your child?"
"No."
She's a good liar, thought Valander, but not good enough. "You and Eugen Blomberg had a relationship, didn't you?"
"That's correct."
"But he isn't the father of your child."
"No."
"How long did you have this relationship?"
"For 2.5 years.
"It must have been kept secret, since he was married."
"He lied to me. I didn't find out about that until much later."
"What happened then?"
"I ended it."
"When did that happen?"
"About a year ago."
"After that, you never met again?"
"That's right."
Valander seized the moment and went on the attack. "We have found letters at his house that you wrote to him as recently as a few months ago." She stood her ground.
"We wrote letters, but we didn't meet."
"The whole thing seems rather strange."
"He wrote letters, I answered them. He wanted us to meet again, I didn't."
"Because you had met another man?"
"Because I was pregnant."
"And you won't tell us the father's name?"
"No."
Valander cast a glance at Svedberg, who was staring at the floor. Birch was looking out the window. Valander knew they were both on tenterhooks. "Who do you think might have killed Eugen Blomberg?" Valander sent off the question at full force. Birch moved at the window. The floor creaked under his weight. Svedberg switched to staring at his hands.
"I don't know who would have wanted to kill him."
The child started fretting again. She got up at once and left them. Valander looked at the others. Birch shook his head. Valander tried to evaluate the situation. It would create big trouble if he took a woman with a 3-day-old baby in for interrogation, and she wasn't suspected of a particular crime. He made a quick decision. They huddled at the window once again. "I'll stop the questions there," Valander said. "But I want her put under surveillance, and I want to know everything you can possibly dig up on her. She seems to have a business that sells hair products. I want to know all about her parents, her friends, what she did earlier in her life. Run her through all the databases. I want her life completely mapped out."
"We'll take care of it,"
Birch said. "Svedberg will stay here in Lund. We need someone who's familiar with the earlier murders."
"Actually, I'd prefer to go home,"
Svedberg said. "You know that I don't do well outside Ystad." "I know that. I'm afraid that right now it can't be helped. I'll ask someone to relieve you when I get back to Ystad, but we can't have people driving back and forth unnecessarily." Suddenly the woman was standing at the door, holding the baby. Wallander smiled. They went over and looked at the boy. Svedberg, who liked children even though he didn't have any of his own, started playing with him. Something struck Wallander. He thought back to when Linda was a baby, when Mona had carried her around, and when he had done it himself, always terrified of dropping her. Then it came to him. She wasn't holding the baby against her body. It was as if the baby was something that didn't really belong to her. He was getting angry, but he managed to hide it. "We won't trouble you any longer, but we'll be in touch again, no doubt." "I hope you catch the person who murdered Eugen." Wallander looked at her carefully. Then he nodded. "Yes. We're going to solve this. I can promise you that." When the three men reached the street, the wind had picked up. "What do you think of her?" Birch asked. "She's not telling the truth, of course," Wallander said. "But it didn't seem like she was lying, either." Birch gave him a quizzical look. "How am I supposed to take that? That it's as though she was lying and telling the truth at the same time?" "Something like that. What it means, I don't know." "I noticed a little detail," Svedberg said suddenly. "She said she hoped we caught the person, not the man who murdered Eugen Blomberg." Wallander nodded. He had noticed it, too. "Does that necessarily mean anything?" Birch asked skeptically. "No, but both Svedberg and I noticed it, and that might mean something in itself." They decided that Wallander would drive back to Ystad in Svedberg's car. He promised to send someone to relieve Svedberg in Lund as soon as he could. "This is important," he told Birch once again. "Katarina Taxell had a visit at the hospital from this woman. We have to find out who she is. The midwife she knocked down gave a good description." "Give me the description," said Birch. "She might show up at her home, too." "She was quite tall," said Wallander. "Ylva Brink herself is 5'9". She thought this woman was about 5'11". Dark, straight, shoulder-length hair, blue eyes, pointed nose, thin lips. She was stocky without looking overweight. No prominent bust. The power of her blows shows that she's strong, and we can assume that she's in good physical shape." "That description fits quite a few people," Birch said. "All descriptions do. Even so, you know right away when you find the right person." "Did the woman say anything? What was her voice like?" "She didn't say a word. She just knocked her to the ground." "Did she notice the woman's teeth?" Wallander looked at Svedberg, who shook his head. "Was she wearing makeup?" "Nothing out of the ordinary." "What did her hands look like? Was she wearing false nails?" "We know for certain that she wasn't. Ylva said she would have noticed." Birch had made some notes. He nodded. "We'll see what we can come up with. We'll do the surveillance very discreetly. She's going to be on her guard." They said goodbye. Svedberg gave Wallander his car keys. On the way to Ystad, Wallander tried to comprehend why Katarina Taxell didn't want to reveal that she had had nighttime visits while she was in the Ystad maternity ward. Who was the woman? How was she connected to Taxell and Blomberg? Where did the threads lead from there? What did the chain of events look like that led to his murder? He was afraid that he might be on a completely wrong track, leading the investigation way off course. Nothing caused him more torment, prevented him from sleeping, gave him an upset stomach. The thought that he could be heading at full speed towards the collapse of a criminal investigation. He had been through it all before, the moment when an investigation suddenly shattered. There would be nothing to do but start again from the beginning, and it would be his fault. It was 9:30 a.m. when he parked outside the Ystad police station. Eva stopped him in reception.
It's total chaos here, she said.
What happened?
Chief Holgersson wants to speak to you right away. It's about that man you and Svedberg found on the road last night.
I'll go and talk to her, Wallander said.
Do it now,
Ebba said. He went straight to her office. The door was open. Hansson was sitting inside looking pale. Lisa Holgersson was more upset than he had ever seen her. She motioned him to a chair.
I think you should hear what Hansson has to say.
Wallander took off his jacket and sat down. I had a long conversation with Ake Davidson this morning. How is he? Wallander said. It looks worse than it really is. It's still bad, but nowhere near as bad as the story he had to tell.
Afterwards he knew that Hansson hadn't been exaggerating. Wallander listened first in surprise, then with growing indignation. Hansson was clear and to the point. Wallander could hardly believe what he was hearing. It was something he never thought could happen. Now they'd have to live with it. Sweden was steadily changing. Usually these changes were subtle, nothing obvious at the time. But sometimes Wallander, when he observed these changes as a policeman, felt a shudder pass through the entire framework of society. Hansson's story about Ake Davidson was one such shudder, and it shook Wallander to the core. Ake Davidson was a civil servant in the social welfare office in Malmö. He was classified as partially disabled because of bad eyesight. After struggling for many years, he had finally got a restricted driver's license. Since the late 1970s, Davidson had a relationship with a woman in Ludinge. It had ended the previous evening. Usually, Davidson would sleep over in Ludinge, since he wasn't allowed to drive in the dark. But this time, he had no choice. He got lost, and finally stopped to ask directions. He was attacked by a night patrol of volunteers who had gathered in Ludinge. They accused him of being a burglar and refused to believe his explanation. His glasses vanished. Maybe they were crushed. He was beaten senseless and didn't wake up until the ambulance men lifted him onto the stretcher. There was more. Davidson is a peaceful man who suffers from high blood pressure. I spoke with some of his colleagues in Malmö, and they were deeply distressed. One of them told me something that Davidson hadn't mentioned. Wallander was listening intently. Davidson is a dedicated and active member of Amnesty International, Hansson said. Now that organization might begin to take an interest in Sweden, if this rise of the citizen militia and attacks on people isn't stopped. Wallander was speechless. He felt sick and dizzy. These thugs have a leader, Hansson went on. His name is Eskil Bengtsson, and he owns a lorry company in Ludinge. We've got to put a stop to this, Chief Holgersson said. Even though we're up to our necks in murder investigations, at least we have to plan what to do. It's quite simple, Wallander said, getting to his feet. We drive out and arrest Eskil Bengtsson, and we also bring in everyone who's mixed up in this militia. Ake Davidson will have to identify them, one by one. But his eyesight is terrible, Holgersson said. People who don't see well often have excellent hearing, Wallander replied. You said that the men were talking while they were beating him. I wonder if this will hold up, she said doubtfully. What kind of proof have we got? It holds up for me, Wallander said. Of course, you can always order me not to leave the station. She shook her head. Go ahead. The sooner the better. Wallander nodded to Hansson. They went out into the hall. I want 2 squad cars, Wallander said, poking Hansson on the shoulder with his finger for emphasis. They should drive there with lights flashing and sirens going, both when we leave Ystad and when we enter Ludinge. It wouldn't hurt to let the press know about this either. We can't do that, Hansson said, looking anxious. Of course we can't, Wallander said. We're leaving in 10 minutes.
We can talk about your Östersund work in the car." "I've got a kilo of papers left," Hansson said. "It's an incredible amount of research. Layer after layer. There's even a son who took over from his father as investigator." "In the car," Wallander interrupted him. "Not here." Wallander went out to reception. He said something to Ebba in a low voice. She nodded and promised to do what he had asked. 5 minutes later they were on their way. They left Ystad with lights flashing and sirens on. "What are we going to arrest Bengtsson for?" Hansson asked. "He's suspected of aggravated assault," Wallander replied. "Instigating violence. Davidsson must have been transported to the road, so we'll try kidnapping, too. And inciting a riot." "You're going to have Åkesson on your back for this." "I'm not so sure about that," Wallander said. "It feels as though we're on our way to arrest some pretty dangerous men," Hansson said. "You're right. We're after dangerous people. Right now, I have a hard time thinking of anything that is more dangerous for the rule of law in this country." They pulled up at Eskil Bengtsson's farmhouse, which lay on the road into the village. There were 2 trucks and a digger parked nearby. A dog was barking furiously. "Let's get him," Wallander said. Just as they reached the front door, it was opened by a stocky man with a potbelly. Wallander glanced at Hansson, who nodded. "Inspector Wallander of the Ystad Police," he introduced himself. "Get your jacket. You're coming with us." "Where the hell to?" The man's arrogance almost made Wallander lose control. Hansson noticed this and poked him in the arm. "You're coming to Ystad," Wallander said with icy calm. "And you damn well know why." "I haven't done anything," Bengtsson said. "Yes, you have," Wallander said. "In fact, you've done way too much. If you don't get your jacket, you'll have to come along without it." A small, thin woman appeared at the man's side. "What's going on?" she yelled in a high-pitched, piercing voice. "What did he do?" "You keep out of this," the man said, shoving her back inside the house. "That does it. Handcuff him," Wallander said. Hansson stared at him uncomprehendingly. "Why?" Wallander's patience was at an end. He turned to one of the officers and took his handcuffs. He told Bengtsson to stick out his hands and snapped the cuffs on him. It happened so fast that Bengtsson didn't think to resist. At the same time, there was a flash from a camera. A photographer who had just hopped out of his car had taken a picture. "How the hell does the press know we're here?" Hansson asked. "No idea," Wallander said. Ebba was reliable and fast. "Let's go." The woman came outside again. Suddenly, she jumped on Hansson and started hitting him with her fists. The photographer took more pictures. Wallander escorted Bengtsson to the car. "You're going to get shit for this," Bengtsson said. Wallander smiled. "Maybe, but nothing compared to what you're going to get. You want to start with the names right now? The men who were with you last night?" Bengtsson said nothing more. Wallander pushed him hard into the back seat. Hansson had finally managed to get away from the hysterical woman. "God damn it! She's the one who should be in the kennel." He was shaking. He had a deep scratch on one cheek. "We're leaving now," Wallander said. "Get in the other car and drive over to the hospital. I want to know if Davidsson heard any names, or whether he saw anyone who could have been Eskil Bengtsson." Hansson nodded and left. The photographer came over to Wallander. "We got an anonymous tip-off. What's going on?" "A number of individuals attacked and battered an innocent man last night. They seemed to be part of some sort of citizen militia. The man was guilty of nothing more than taking a wrong turn. They claimed he was a burglar. They almost beat him to death." "And the man in the car?" "He's suspected of having participated," Wallander said. "We know that he's behind this militia. We're not going to have vigilantes in Sweden, here in Skåne, or anywhere else in the country." The photographer wanted to ask another question, but Wallander raised his hand to stop him. "There'll be a press conference later. We're leaving now." Wallander told the officers that he wanted sirens on the way back, too. Several cars full of curiosity seekers had stopped outside the farmhouse. Wallander squeezed into the back seat, next to Eskil Bengtsson. "Shall we start with the names? It'll save a lot of time, both yours and mine." Bengtsson didn't answer. Wallander could smell the strong odor of his sweat. It took Wallander 3 hours to get Bengtsson to admit that he had taken part in the assault on Davidson. Then everything happened quickly. Bengtsson told him the names of the 3 other men who had been with him. Wallander had them all brought in at once. Åke Davidson's car, which had been left in an abandoned shed, was discovered. Just after 3 p.m., Wallander convinced Åkesson to keep the 4 men in custody. He went straight from his talk with Åkesson to the room where several reporters were waiting. Chief Holgersson had already informed them of the events of the previous night. For once, Wallander was actually looking forward to meeting the press. Although he knew that the chief had already given them the background, he recounted the sequence of events for them. 4 men have just been indicted by the prosecutor. We have absolutely no doubt that they are guilty of assault. But what's even more serious is that there are another 5 or 6 men involved in the group, a vigilante guard out in Ludinge. These are individuals who have decided to put themselves above the law. We can see what that leads to in this case. An innocent man with poor eyesight and high blood pressure is almost murdered when he gets lost. Is this the way we want it to be? That you might be risking your life when you make a wrong turn? Is that how things stand? That from now on we're all thieves, rapists, and killers in one another's eyes? I can't make it any plainer. Some of the people who are lured into joining these illegal and dangerous militias probably don't understand what they're getting involved with. They can be excused if they resign immediately. But those who joined and were fully conscious of what they were doing are indefensible. These 4 men that we arrested today unfortunately belong to the latter group. We can only hope they receive sentences that will serve as deterrents to others. Wallander put force into his words. The reporters immediately bombarded him with questions, but there weren't many in attendance, and they only wanted details clarified. Höglund and Hansson were standing at the back of the room. Wallander searched through the group for the man from the Anmarkaren, but he wasn't there. After less than half an hour, the press conference was over. "You handled it extremely well," Chief Holgersson said. "There was only one way to handle it," Wallander replied. Höglund and Hansson applauded when he came over to them. Wallander was not amused. He was hungry, and he needed some air. He looked at the clock. "Give me an hour. Let's meet at 5 p.m. Is Svedberg back yet?"
"He's on his way."
"Who's relieving him?"
"Augustsson."
"Who's that?"
"One of the policemen from Malmö."
Wallander had forgotten his name. He nodded. "We'll meet at 5 p.m. We've got a lot to do." He stopped in reception and thanked Ebba for her help. She smiled. Wallander walked to the center of town. It was windy. He sat down in the cafe by the bus station and had a couple of sandwiches and felt better. His head was empty. On his way back to the police station, he stopped and bought a hamburger. He tossed the napkin in the rubbish bin and started thinking about Katarina Taxell again. Eskil Bengtsson no longer existed for him. He knew they'd have another confrontation with the local citizen militia. What had happened to Åke Davidsson was only the beginning. They gathered in the conference room at the appointed time. Wallander began by telling the group everything that they had discovered about Katarina Taxell. He noticed that everyone in the room was listening with great attention. For the first time during the investigation, he felt as though they were getting close to something that might be a breakthrough. This was reinforced by what Hansson had to say. "The amount of investigative material on Krista
Habermann is huge," he said. "I haven't had much time, and it's possible I may have missed something important, but I did find one thing that might be of interest." He leafed through his notes until he found the right place. "At some point in the 1960s, Christa Habermann visited Skåne on 3 occasions. She had made contact with a birdwatcher who lived in Falsterbo. Many years later, long after she had disappeared, a police officer named Fredrik Nilsson traveled from Östersund to talk to this man in Falsterbo. He took the train the whole way. The man in Falsterbo is named Tandval. Erik Gustav Tandval. He confirmed without hesitation that he'd received visits from Christa Habermann. It seemed as though they had had a relationship. Detective Nielsen didn't find anything suspicious in this. The relationship between Habermann and Tandval ended long before she vanished. Tandval had nothing to do with her disappearance, so he was removed from the investigation and never reappears. Up to this point, Hansson had been reading from his notes. Now he looked up at everyone listening around the table. There was something familiar about the name. Tandval. An unusual name. I got the feeling I'd seen it before. It took me a while before I remembered where. It was in a list of men who had worked as car salesmen for Holger Eriksson. There was total silence in the room. The tension was high. Hansson had made an important connection. The car salesman's name wasn't Erik Tandval, he continued. His first name was Goethe Tandval, and right before this meeting I got a confirmation that he's Erik Tandval's son. I should probably also mention that Erik Tandval died several years ago. I haven't been able to locate the son yet. Hansson was done. No one said anything for a long time. So there's a possibility that Holger Eriksson met Christa Habermann, Wallander said slowly. A woman who has disappeared without a trace. A woman from Svenstavik, where there is a church that has received a bequest in accordance with Eriksson's will. Everyone knew what this meant. A connection was finally beginning to emerge. Chapter 29. Just before midnight, Wallander realized that they were too tired to do any more. The meeting had been going on since 5 p.m., and they had only taken short breaks to air out the conference room. Hansson had given them the opening they needed. A connection was established. The contours of a person who moved like a shadow among the 3 men who had been killed were beginning to appear. Even though they were still cautious about stating that there was a definite motive, they now had a strong feeling that they were skirting the edges of a series of events connected by revenge. Wallander had called them together to make a unified advance through difficult terrain. Hansson had given them a direction, but they still had no map to follow. At first, there was still a lingering feeling of doubt among the team. Could this really be right? That a mysterious disappearance so many years ago, revealed in kilos of investigative materials from police officers in Jämtland who were no longer alive, might help them unmask a killer who had set a trap made of sharpened bamboo stakes in a ditch in Skåne. It was when the door opened and Nyberg came in, several minutes after 6 p.m., that all doubt was dispelled. He didn't even bother to take his usual place at the far end of the table. For once, he was excited, something no one could remember ever having seen before. "There was a cigarette butt on the jetty," he said. "We were able to identify a fingerprint on it." Wallander gave him a surprised look. "Is that really possible? Fingerprints on a cigarette butt? We were lucky. You're right that it's not usually possible, but there's one exception. If the cigarette is rolled by hand, and this one was." First, Hansson had discovered a plausible
and even likely link between a long-vanished Polish woman and Holger Eriksson, and now Nyberg told them that a fingerprint on Rundfeldt's suitcase matched one at the site where Blomberg's body was found. Silence fell over the room. It almost felt like too much to handle in such a short time. An investigation that had been dragging along without direction was now starting to pick up speed in earnest. After presenting his news, Nyberg sat down. "A killer who smokes," Martinsson said. "That'll be easier to find today than it was 20 years ago." Wallander nodded thoughtfully. "We need to find other points of intersection between these murders. With 3 people dead, we need at least 9 combinations. Fingerprints, times, anything that will prove that there's a common denominator." He looked around the room. "We need to put together a proper sequence of events. We know that the person or persons behind these killings acts with appalling cruelty. We've discovered a deliberate element in the way the victims have been killed, but we haven't succeeded in reading the killer's language, the code we discussed earlier. We have a feeling that the murderer is talking to us, but what is he or she trying to say? We don't know. The question is whether there are more patterns to the whole thing that we haven't yet found." "You mean something like whether the killer strikes when there's a full moon?" Svedberg asked. "That sort of thing. The symbolic full moon. What does it look like in this case? Does it exist? I'd like someone to put together a timetable. Is there anything there that might give us another lead?" Martinsson undertook to put together what information they had. Wallander knew that, on his own initiative, Martinsson had obtained several computer programs developed by the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. He assumed that Martinsson saw an opportunity to make use of them. Then they started talking about whether there actually was a geographical center to the crimes. Högland put a map on the slide projector, and Wallander stationed himself at the edge of the image. "It starts in Lödinge," he said, pointing. "A person begins surveillance of Holger Eriksson's farm. We can assume that he travels by car and that he uses the tractor path on the hill behind Eriksson's tower. A year earlier, someone, maybe the same person, broke into his house without stealing anything, possibly to warn him, leave him a sign. We don't know, but it doesn't have to be the same person." Wallander pointed at Ystad. "Gösta Rundfeldt is looking forward to his trip to Nairobi. Everything is ready. His suitcase is packed, money changed, the tickets collected. He has even ordered a taxi for early on the morning of the day of his departure, but he never takes the trip. He disappears without a trace for 3 weeks. Wallander moves his finger again. Now to the woods, west of Marsvin's home. An orienteer training at night finds him tied to a tree, strangled, emaciated. He must have been held captive in some way during the time he was missing. So, 2 murders at different places with Ystad as a kind of midpoint. His finger moved northeast. We find a suitcase along the road to Hur, not far from a point where you can turn off towards Holger Eriksson's farm. The suitcase is lying at the side of the road as though it was placed there to be found. We can ask ourselves the question, why that particular spot? Because the road is convenient for the killer? We don't know. This question may be more important than we've realized up until now. Wallander moved his hand again to the southwest, to Kragaholm Lake. Here we find Eugen Blomberg. This means we have a defined area that isn't particularly large, only 30 or 40 kilometers between the outer points. It's no more than half an hour by car between each site. He sat down. Let's draw up some tentative and preliminary conclusions, he went on. What does this indicate?
Familiarity with the local area, Högland said. The site in the woods at Marsvin's home was well chosen. The suitcase was placed at a spot where there are no houses from which you could see a driver stop and leave something behind. How do you know that? Martinson asked. Because I checked. You can either be familiar with an area yourself, or else you can find out about it from someone else, Valander said, which seems likely in this case. They couldn't agree. Hansson thought that a stranger could easily have decided on each of the sites. Svedberg thought the opposite, that the place where they had found Rundfeldt indicated beyond a doubt that the killer was extremely familiar with the area. Valander had his doubts. Earlier, he had tended to think of a person who was an outsider. He was no longer so sure. They didn't come to any agreement on this, and they couldn't pinpoint an obvious center either. It was most likely to be near to where Rundfeldt's suitcase was found, but that didn't get them any further. During the evening, they kept returning to the suitcase. Why had it been put there, next to the road? And why had it been repacked? Probably by a woman. They also couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for why the underwear was missing. Hansson had suggested that Rundfeldt might be the type of person who didn't wear any. No one took that seriously. There had to be some other explanation. At 9 p.m., they took a break to get some air. Martinson disappeared into his office to call home. Svedberg put on his jacket to take a walk. Valander went to the bathroom and washed his face. He looked at himself in the mirror. Suddenly, he had a feeling that his appearance had changed since his father's death. What the difference was, he couldn't tell. He shook his head at his reflection. Soon he would have to make time to think about what had happened. His father had been dead for several weeks. He also thought about Baiba, the woman he cared so much about, but never called. He doubted that a policeman could combine his job with anything else. But Martinson had an excellent relationship with his family, and Högland had almost total responsibility for her 2 children. It was Valander who didn't seem able to combine the 2 things. He yawned at himself in the mirror. From the hall he could hear that they had started to reconvene. He decided that now they would have to talk about the woman who could be glimpsed in the background. They had to try to picture her and the role that she had actually played. This was the first thing he said when they closed the door. There's a woman involved somewhere in all of this. For the rest of this meeting, as long as we can keep at it, we have to go over the background. We talk about a motive of revenge, but we're not being very precise. Does that mean we're thinking incorrectly, that we're on the wrong track? That there might be a completely different explanation? They waited in silence for him to continue. Even though they all looked exhausted, he could see that they were still concentrating. He started by going back to Katarina Taxell in Lund. She gave birth here in Ystad. On 2 nights she had a visitor. I'm convinced that this woman did visit her, even though she denies it. So she's lying. Why? Who was the woman? Why won't Taxell reveal her identity? I think that we can assume that Eugen Blomberg is the father of Katarina Taxell's child. She's lying about this. I'm sure that she lied about everything during our meeting in Lund. I don't know why, but I think that we can probably assume that she holds a crucial key to this whole mess. Why don't we just bring her in? Hansson asked with some vehemence. On what grounds? Valander replied. She's a new mother. We have to treat her carefully. And I doubt that she would tell us more than she has already if we interrogate her at Lund police station. We'll have to try to go around her, smoke out the truth another way. Hansson nodded reluctantly. The third woman linked to Eugen Blomberg is his widow, Valander continued. She gave us a lot of important information. Probably the fact that she doesn't seem to mourn his death at all is most significant. He abused her for a long time, and quite severely, judging by her scars. She also confirms indirectly our theory about Katarina Taxell, since she says he has had extramarital affairs.
As he said these last words, he thought he sounded like an old-fashioned preacher. He wondered what term Högland would have used. Let's say that the details surrounding Blomberg form a pattern, which we'll come back to later. He switched to Grunfeld. He was moving backwards, towards the first killing. Gustav Grunfeld was known to be a brutal man. Both his son and daughter confirm this. Behind the orchid lover, a whole different person was concealed. He was a private detective, something that we don't have a good explanation for. Was he looking for excitement? Weren't orchids enough for him? He switched to Grunfeld's wife. I made a trip to a lake outside Elmholt without knowing for sure what I would find. I don't have any proof, but I can imagine that Grunfeld actually killed his wife. We'll never know what happened out there on the ice. The main players are dead. There were no witnesses, but I still have a hunch that someone outside the family knew about it. For lack of anything better, we have to consider the possibility that the death of his wife had something to do with Grunfeld's fate. Wallander paused for a moment and then continued. So, he's taking a trip to Africa. He doesn't go. Something prevents him. How he disappears, we don't know. On the other hand, we can pinpoint the date. But we have no explanation for the break-in at his shop. We don't know where he was held prisoner. The suitcase may, of course, provide a clue. For some reason, it was repacked by a woman. If so, by the same woman who smoked a hand-rolled cigarette on the jetty where Blomberg was thrown into the water. There could be two people, Högland objected. One who smoked the cigarette and left a fingerprint on the suitcase. Someone else could have repacked it. You're right, Wallander said. Let's say that at least one person was present. He glanced at Nyberg. We're looking, Nyberg said. We're going through Holger Eriksson's place. We've found lots of fingerprints, but so far none that match. The name tag, Wallander said. The one we found in Grunfeld's suitcase, did it have any fingerprints on it? Nyberg shook his head. It should have had, said Wallander in surprise. You use your fingers to put it on or take it off, don't you? No one had an explanation for this. So far we've talked about a number of women, one of whom keeps appearing, he continued. We also have spousal abuse and possibly an undetected murder. The question we have to ask ourselves is, who would have known about these things? Who would have had a reason to seek revenge? If the motive is revenge, that is. There might be another thing, Svedberg said, scratching the back of his neck. We have two old police investigations that were both archived, unsolved. One in Östersund and one in Elmholt. Wallander nodded. That leaves Eriksson, he went on. Another brutal man. After a lot of effort, or rather a lot of luck, we find a woman in his background, too. A Polish woman who's been missing for 30 years or so. He looked around the table before he concluded. In other words, there's a pattern. Brutal men and abused, missing, and maybe murdered women. And one step behind, a shadow that follows in the tracks of these events. A shadow that might be a woman who smokes. Hansson dropped his pencil on the table and shook his head. It doesn't seem possible. Let's imagine that there's a woman involved who seems to have enormous physical strength and a macabre imagination when it comes to methods of murder. Why would she have an interest in what happened to these women? Is she a friend of theirs? How did all these people cross paths? That's not just an important question, Wallander said. It could be crucial. How did these people come into contact with each other? Where should we start looking? Among men or among women? A car dealer, regional poet and bird watcher, an orchid lover, private detective and florist, and an allergy researcher. Blomberg, at any rate, doesn't seem to have had any special interests. Or should we start with the women? A mother who lies about the father of her newborn child. A woman who drowned in Stang Lake outside Elmholt 10 years ago. A woman from Poland who lived in Jämtland and was interested in birds, missing for 30 years. And finally, this woman who sneaks around in the Ystad maternity ward at night and knocks down midwives. Where are the points of connection? The silence lasted a long time. Everyone tried to find an answer. Wallander waited. This was a key moment. He was hoping that someone would come up with an unexpected conclusion. Rydberg had told him many times that the most important task of the leader of an investigation was to stimulate his colleagues to think the unexpected. Had he been successful? It was Höglund who at last broke the silence.
"There are some occupations that are dominated by women," she said. "Nursing is one of them." "Patients come from all different places," Martinsson continued. "If we assume that the woman we're looking for works in an emergency room, she would have seen lots of abused women pass through. None of them knew each other, but she knew them. Their names, their patient records."
Höglund and Martinsson had come up with something that might fit.
"We don't know whether she really is a nurse," Wallander said. "All we know is that she doesn't work in the maternity ward in Ystad." "She could work somewhere else in the hospital," Svedberg suggested.
Wallander nodded slowly. Could it really be so simple? A nurse at Ystad General Hospital.
"It should be relatively easy to find out," Hansson said. "Even though patient records are confidential, it should be possible to find out if Gustav Rundfeldt's wife was treated there. And why not Krista Habermann, for that matter?"
Wallander took a new tack. "Have Rundfeldt and Eriksson ever been charged with assault? That's easily checked."
"There are also other possibilities,"
Höglund said, as though she felt the need to question her own previous suggestions.
"There are other occupations in which women dominate. There are crisis groups for women. Even the female officers in Skåne have their own network."
"We have to investigate all these," Wallander said. "It will take a long time, and I think we have to accept that this investigation is heading in many directions at once, especially in terms of time." They spent the last 2 hours before midnight planning various strategies to be explored simultaneously, until at last they ran out of steam. Hansson put the final question into words, the one they had all been waiting for the whole evening.
"Is it going to happen again?"
"I don't know," Wallander said. "I have a sense of incompleteness about what's happened so far. Don't ask me why. That's all I can say. Something as unprofessional as a feeling. Intuition, maybe."
"I have the same feeling,"
Svedberg said. He said this with such force that everyone was surprised.
"Isn't it possible that we can expect a series of murders that go on indefinitely? If it's someone pointing a vengeful finger at men who have mistreated women, then it's never going to stop."
Wallander knew it was likely that Svedberg was right. He had been trying to avoid the thought himself all along. There is that risk, which in turn means that we have to catch the killer fast.
"Reinforcements,"
said Nyberg, who had barely uttered a word the past 2 hours.
"Otherwise it won't work."
"Yes," Wallander said. "I agree that we're going to need them, especially after what we've talked about tonight. We can't manage without extra help to do much more than we already are." Hamren raised his hand to signal that he wanted to say something. He was sitting next to the 2 detectives from Malmö near the far end of the long table.
"I'd like to underline that last comment. I've rarely, if ever, taken part in such efficient police work with so few personnel. Since I was here in the summer, too, I can say with certainty that it's the rule, not the exception. If you request reinforcements, no reasonable person is going to refuse you." The detectives from Malmö nodded in agreement. "I'll take it up with Chief Holgersson tomorrow," Wallander said. "I'm also thinking of trying to get a few more female officers. If nothing else, it might boost morale." The weary mood lifted for a moment. Wallander seized the opportunity and stood up. It was important to know when to end a meeting. Now was the time. They wouldn't make any more progress. They needed sleep. Wallander went to his office. He leafed through the steadily growing stack of phone messages. Instead of putting on his jacket, he sat down in his chair. Footsteps disappeared down the hall. Soon it was quiet. He twisted the lamp down to shine on the desk. The rest of the room was dark. It was 12:30. Without thinking, he grabbed the phone and dialed Baba in Riga. She had irregular sleeping habits, just as he did. Sometimes she went to bed early, but just as often she stayed up half the night. She answered almost at once. She was awake. As always, he tried to hear from her tone of voice whether she was glad he had called. He never felt sure ahead of time. This time he sensed that she was wary. He was instantly insecure. He wanted reassurance that everything was the way it should be. He asked her how she was, told her about the exhausting investigation. She asked a few questions. Then he didn't know how to continue. Silence began wandering back and forth between Ystad and Riga. "When are you coming over?" he asked at last. Her response surprised him, even though it shouldn't have. "Do you really want me to come?" "Why wouldn't I?" "You never call. And when you do call, you say you really don't have time to talk to me. So how are you going to have any time to spend with me if I come to Ystad?" "That's not how it is." "Then how is it?" Where his reaction came from, he had no idea. Not then or later. He tried to stop his own impulse, but he couldn't. He slammed the receiver down hard and stared at the phone. Then he got up and left the station. Even before he got to reception, he regretted it, but he knew Bibo well enough to know that she wouldn't answer if he called her back. He stepped out into the night air. A police car rolled past and vanished in the direction of the water tower. There was no wind. The night air was chilly, the sky clear. He didn't understand his own reaction. What would have happened if she had been there, right next to him? He thought about the murdered men. It was as if he suddenly saw something he hadn't seen before. Part of himself was hidden in all the brutality that surrounded him. He was a part of it. Only the degree was different. Nothing else. He shook his head. He knew he ought to call Biba early in the morning. It didn't have to be so terrible. She understood. Fatigue could make her irritable, too. It was 1 a.m. He should go home to bed, ask an officer to drive him home. But instead he started walking. Somewhere a car skidded, tires screeching, then silence. He walked down the hill towards the hospital. The investigative team had sat in the meeting for 7 hours. Nothing had really happened, and yet the evening had been eventful. Clarity arises in the spaces in between, Rydberg had said once when he was quite drunk. Wallander, who was at least as drunk, had understood. He had never forgotten it either. They were sitting on Rydberg's balcony, 5, maybe 6 years ago. Rydberg was not yet ill. It was an evening in June, right before midsummer. They were celebrating something. Wallander had forgotten what it was. Clarity arises in the spaces in between.
He had reached the hospital. He stopped. He hesitated, but only briefly. Then he walked round the side of the hospital and rang the night bell. When a voice answered, he said who he was and asked whether the midwife Ylva Brink was on duty. She was. She met him outside the glass doors of her ward. He could see by her face that she was nervous. He smiled, but her unease didn't diminish. Maybe his smile didn't look genuine. Or the light was bad. They went inside. She asked if he'd like some coffee. He shook his head. "I'll only stay for a moment. You must be busy."
"Yes," she replied, "but I can spare a few minutes. If it can't wait until tomorrow."
"It probably could, but I was passing on my way home." They went into the office. A nurse on her way in stopped when she saw Valander.
"It can wait,"
she said, and left. Valander leaned against the desk. Ylva Brink sat down. "You must have wondered," he began, "about the woman who knocked you down, who she was, why she was here, why she did what she did. You must have thought long and hard about it. You've given us a good description of her face. Maybe there's some detail you thought of afterwards."
"You're right. I've been thinking about it. But I've told you everything I can remember about her face."
He believed her. It doesn't have to be her face. She might have had a certain way of moving, or a scar on her hand. A human being is a combination of so many different details. We think we can trust our memory, and that all of the details are there just like that. Actually, it's just the opposite. Imagine an object that can almost float, that sinks through water extremely slowly. That's the way memory works. She shook her head.
"It happened so fast. I don't remember anything except what I've already told you, and I've really tried."
Valander nodded. He hadn't really expected anything else.
"What has she done?"
Ylva asked. "She knocked you down. We're looking for her. We think she might have some important information for us. That's all I can tell you." A clock on the wall read 1:27 a.m. He put out his hand to say goodbye, and they left the office. Suddenly she stopped him.
"There might be something else,"
she said hesitantly. "What is it?"
"I didn't think about it then. When I went towards her and she knocked me down, it wasn't until afterwards."
"What?"
"She was wearing a perfume that was special."
"In what way?" She gave him almost an imploring look.
"I don't know. How does one describe a scent?"
"That's one of the hardest things to do. But give it a try." He could see that she was making a real effort.
"No, I can't find the words. I just know that it was special. Maybe you could say that it was harsh."
"More like aftershave lotion?" She looked at him in surprise.
"Yes. How did you know that?"
"It was just a thought."
"Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, since I can't express myself clearly."
"Oh, no. This could turn out to be valuable. We never know ahead of time." They parted at the glass doors. Valander took the lift down and left the hospital. He walked fast. Now he had to get some sleep. He thought about what she had said. If there were any traces of perfume left on the name-tag holder, she would be asked to smell it early the next morning. He already knew that it would be the same. They were looking for a woman. Her perfume was special. But would they ever find her? Chapter 30. At 7:35 a.m., her shift ended. She was in a hurry, driven by a sudden restlessness. It was a cold, wet morning in Malmö. She hurried towards the car park. Normally, she would have driven straight home and gone to bed. Now she knew that she had to go to Lund. She tossed the bag in the back and got in. When she took the steering wheel, she could feel that her hands were sweating. She never had been able to trust Katarina Taxell. The woman was too weak. There had always been the risk that she would cave in. Taxell was the sort of person who bruised easily. So far, she had judged her control over Taxell to be sufficient. Now she was less sure. I have to get her out of there, she had thought all night long, at least until she begins to put some distance between herself and what happened. It shouldn't be difficult to persuade her to leave her flat for the time being. There was nothing unusual in a woman developing psychological problems in connection with the birth of a child. It was raining when she arrived in Lund. Her uneasiness persisted. She parked in a side street and started walking towards the square where Katarina Taxell's building was. Suddenly she stopped. She took a few wary steps back, as if a predator had abruptly appeared in front of her. She stood next to the wall of a building and observed the front door of Taxell's block of flats. There was a car parked outside with a man, or maybe two, sitting in it. She was instantly sure they were policemen. Katarina Taxell was being watched. The panic came out of nowhere. She couldn't see it, but she knew that her face was flaming red. She was having palpitations. The thoughts swirled in her head like confused, nocturnal animals in a room when a light is turned on. What had Katarina said? Why were they sitting outside her front door? Or was it only her imagination? She stood motionless and tried to think calmly. She could be certain that Katarina hadn't told them anything. Otherwise, they wouldn't be watching her. They would have taken her down to the station, so it wasn't too late, after all. But she probably didn't have much time. Not that she needed much. She knew what she had to do. She lit a cigarette that she had rolled during the night. According to her timetable, it was at least an hour too early. Now she broke with routine. This day was going to be special. There was no getting around it. She stood there for several minutes more and watched the car by the front door. Then she put out the cigarette and walked quickly away. When Wallander woke up just after 6 a.m. on Wednesday morning, he was still tired. His sleep deprivation was huge. The powerlessness was like a lead weight deep in his consciousness. He lay in bed with his eyes open. A human being is an animal who lives to endure, he thought. But right now it seems I can't handle it any more. He sat up on the edge of his bed. The floor was cold beneath his feet. He looked at his toenails. They needed cutting. His whole body needed an overhaul. A month earlier he had been in Rome, storing up new energy. It was all used up. He forced himself to stand up. He went into the bathroom. The cold water was like a slap in the face. Someday he'd have to quit doing this, using cold water to get himself going. He dried off, put on his dressing gown, and went to the kitchen. Always the same routine. The coffee, then the window, the thermometer. It was raining, and it was 4 degrees centigrade. Autumn, and the cold already had a firm grip. Someone at the police station had predicted a long winter. That was what he feared. When the coffee was ready, he sat at the kitchen table, after having picked up the morning paper from outside his door. On the front page was a photograph taken at Ludinge. He took a few sips of coffee. Already he had moved beyond the first and highest threshold of fatigue. His mornings were sometimes like an obstacle course. It was time for him to call Baiba. She answered on the second ring. It was the way he had imagined it during the night. Things were different now. "I'm exhausted," he excused himself. "I know," she replied, "but my question still stands." "Whether I want you to come?" "Yes." "There's nothing that I want more." She believed him. Maybe she could come in early November. She would start looking into the possibility that day. They didn't need to talk long. Neither of them liked the telephone. Afterwards, when Wallander returned to his cup of coffee, he thought that this time he'd have to have a serious talk with her about whether she would move to Sweden, about the new house. Maybe he'd even tell her about the dog. He sat there a long time without even opening the newspaper. He didn't get dressed until almost 7:30 a.m. He had to search for a long time before he found a clean shirt. It was his last. He had to sign up to use the laundry room today. As he was on his way out, the phone rang. It was the garage in Elmholt. He flinched when he heard the total bill for the repairs, but he said nothing. The mechanic promised that the car would be in Ystad later in the day. He had a brother who could drive it down and then take the train home. All he'd be charged for was the price of the train ticket. When Wallander reached the street, he saw it was raining harder than it had looked. He went back inside and called the police station. Ebba said she would send a squad car to pick him up. 5 minutes later, it pulled up outside. By 8 a.m., he was in his office. He had barely managed to take off his jacket when everything seemed to start to happen at once. Högland was standing in his door. She was pale. "Did you hear?" Wallander gave a start. "Again? Another man murdered?" "I just got in. What is it?" "Martinsson's daughter has been attacked." "Therese?" "Yes." "What happened?" "She was attacked outside her school. Martinsson's just left. If I understood Svedberg correctly, it had to do with Martinsson being a police officer." Wallander was thunderstruck. "Is she seriously hurt?" "She was pushed and punched in the head, and kicked too, apparently. She wasn't badly injured, but she certainly had a shock." "Who did it?" "Other students, older than her." Wallander sat down in his chair. "That's outrageous. But why?" "I don't know everything that happened. The students have been talking about the citizen militia, too, saying that the police aren't doing anything, that we've given up." "So they jump on Martinsson's daughter?" "Right." Wallander felt a lump in his throat. Therese was 13 years old, and Martinsson talked about her constantly. Why would they attack an innocent girl? "Did you see the paper?" "No. Why?" "You ought to. People are talking about Eskil Bengtsson and the others. The arrests are being described as scandalous. They're claiming that Akka Davidsson fought back. There's a big story about it with pictures and placards at the newsstands that say, 'Whose side are the police on, anyway?'" "I don't need to read that crap," Wallander said in disgust. "What's happening at the school?" "Hansson drove over there. Martinsson took his daughter home." "So it was some boys at the school who did this?" "As far as I know." "Go over there," Wallander decided quickly. "Find out everything you can. Talk to the boys. I think it's best if I stay out of it. I might fly off the handle." "Hansson's already there. They don't need anybody else." "I don't agree," Wallander said. "I'd really like you to go. I'm sure Hansson can handle it himself, but I still want you to find out, in your own way, what actually happened and why. If more of us show up, it will prove we're taking it seriously. I think I'll drive over to Martinsson's house. Everything else can wait till later. The worst thing you can do in this country, like everywhere else, is to kill a policeman. The next worst thing is to attack a policeman's child." "I heard that other students stood around, laughing." Wallander threw up his hands. He didn't want to hear any more. He got up from his chair and grabbed his jacket. "Eskil Bengtsson and the others are going to be released today," she said as they walked down the hall. "But Åkesson is going to prosecute." "What will they get?"
"People in the area are already talking about taking up a collection in case there are fines. We can always hope for jail terms, at least for some of them."
"How is Akka Davidsson?"
"He's back home in Malmö, on sick leave."
Wallander stopped and looked at her. What would have happened if they had killed him? Would they have been given fines then, too? He didn't wait for an answer. A police car drove Wallander to Martenson's house in a development on the eastern side of town. Wallander had only been there a few times before. The house was plain, but Martenson and his wife had put a lot of love into their garden. He rang the bell. Martenson's wife, Maria, opened the door. Wallander saw that she had been crying. Therese was their oldest child and only daughter. One of their 2 sons, Ricard, stood behind her. Wallander smiled and patted him on the head. "How's it going? I just heard about it and rushed right over."
"She's sitting on her bed, crying. She won't speak to anyone but her father."
Wallander went inside and took off his jacket and shoes. One of his socks had a hole in it. Maria asked if he wanted some coffee. He gratefully accepted. At the same moment, Martenson came down the stairs. Usually, he was a cheerful man. Now Wallander saw a gray mask of bitterness and fear, too. "I heard what happened. I came at once." They sat down in the living room. "How is she?" Wallander asked. Martenson just shook his head. Wallander thought he was going to burst into tears. It wouldn't be the first time.
"I'm quitting," Martenson said. "I'm going to talk to the chief today."
Wallander didn't know what to say. Martenson had good reason to be upset. He could easily imagine reacting the same way if it had been Linda who was attacked. Even so, he would have to play the devil's advocate. The last thing he wanted was for Martenson to quit. He also realized that Martenson would have to make up his own mind, but it was still too soon. He could see how shocked Martenson was. Maria came in with coffee. Martenson shook his head. He didn't want any.
"It's not worth it. When it starts to affect your family?"
"No," Wallander said. "It's not worth it." Martenson didn't say any more, nor did Wallander. Martenson got up and went back upstairs. Wallander knew there was nothing he could do just then. Martenson's wife followed him to the door. "Say hello to her from me," Wallander said.
"Are they going to come after us again?"
"No. I know that what I'm going to tell you may sound odd, as if I were trying to make light of this situation, but that's not my intention at all. It's just that we can't lose our sense of proportion and start drawing the wrong conclusions. These boys were probably only a couple of years older than Therese. They're not bad children. They probably didn't know what they were doing. This has happened because men like Eskil Bengtsson and those others out in Ludinga are starting to organize citizen militias and incite people against the police."
"I know. I've heard that people are talking about it in this area, too."
"I know it's hard to think clearly when your own child is the target of something like this, but we have to try and hold on to our common sense."
"All this violence? Where does it come from?"
"There aren't many people who are truly evil," Wallander replied. "At least I think they're few and far between. On the other hand, there are evil circumstances which trigger all this violence. It's those circumstances that we have to tackle."
"Won't it just get worse and worse?"
"Maybe," Wallander said hesitantly. "If that happens, then it's because the circumstances are changing, not because there are more evil people."
"This country has turned so cold-hearted."
"You're right." He shook hands with her and walked towards the waiting police car. "How's Therese doing?" asked the officer who had driven him. "She's upset, and her parents are too."
"Doesn't it make you furious?"
"Yes, it does." Wallander returned to the police station. Hansson and Höglund were still at the school where Therese had been attacked. Wallander discovered that Chief Holgersson was in Stockholm. For a moment it made him angry, but she had been informed about what happened, and she was coming back to Ystad that afternoon. Wallander got hold of Svedberg and Hamren. Nyberg was out at Eriksson's farm, searching for fingerprints. The detectives from Malmö had gone off in different directions. Wallander sat down with Svedberg and Hamren in the conference room. They were all upset about what had happened to Martinsson's daughter. They had a brief conversation and then went back to work. They had divided up all the assignments the night before. Wallander called Nyberg on his mobile phone. "How's it going?" he asked.
"It's tough," Nyberg said. "But we think we may have found an indistinct print on the bottom of the railing of Eriksson's tower that might not be his. We'll keep looking."
Wallander thought for a moment. "You mean the killer might have been up in the tower?"
"Why not?"
"You may be right. In that case, there might be cigarette butts, too."
"If there were any, we would have found them on our first pass. Now it's definitely too late."
Wallander changed the subject and told him about his visit to see Ylva Brink at the hospital.
"The name tag is in a plastic bag," Nyberg said. "If she has a good nose, maybe she will recognize the scent."
"I want that tried out as soon as possible. You can call her yourself. Svedberg has her number." Nyberg said that he'd arrange for it. Wallander found a letter from the registry office on his desk. It reported that no one had officially changed his name to or from Harold Berggren. Wallander put it aside. It was 10 a.m. and still raining. He thought about the meeting the night before. Again he felt uneasy. Were they really on the right track? Or were they going down a path that would lead them straight into a vacuum? He went to stand by the window. His eyes fell on the water tower. Katarina Taxell is our main lead. She has met the woman. Why else would someone be in a maternity ward in the middle of the night? He went back to his desk and called Birch in Lund. It took almost 10 minutes before they managed to locate him.
"Everything's quiet outside her building," Birch said. "No visits, except the woman we can positively identify, her mother. Katerina went out shopping for groceries once. That was when her mother was there watching her baby. There's a supermarket nearby. The only thing of interest was that she bought a lot of newspapers. She probably wanted to read about the murder. Do you think she knows we're in the vicinity?" "I don't think so. She seems tense, but she never looks around. I don't think she suspects we've got her under surveillance."
"It's important that she doesn't discover it."
"We keep changing officers."
Wallander leaned over his desk and opened his notebook. "How is the profile of her coming along?"
"Who is she?" "She's 33 years old," Birch said. "That makes an age difference of 18 years to Blomberg."
"It's her first child," Wallander said. "She started late. Women in a hurry might not be so particular about age differences."
"According to her, Blomberg isn't the child's father anyway."
"That's a lie," Wallander said, wondering how he really dared to be so certain. "What else have you got?"
"Katarina Taxell was born in Arlöv," Birch continued. "Her father was an engineer at the sugar refinery. He died when she was little. His car was hit by a train outside Landskrona. She has no siblings. She and her mother moved to Lund after the father died. The mother worked part-time at the city library. Katarina Taxell got good grades in school and went on to study geography and foreign languages at the university. A somewhat unusual combination. Then she went to teacher training college, and she's been a teacher ever since. At the same time, she has built up a small business selling hair products. She's said to be quite industrious. Of course, she's not in any of our records."
"Well, that was certainly fast work," Wallander said, impressed.
"I did what you said," Birch replied. "I put a lot of people on the case."
"Obviously, she doesn't know about it yet. She'd be looking over her shoulder if she knew we were profiling her."
"We'll have to see how long that lasts. The question is whether we shouldn't lean on her a little."
"I've been thinking the same thing," Wallander said.
"Should we bring her in?"
"No.
But I think I'll drive over to Lund. Then you and I can start by talking to her one more time."
"What about?"
"If you don't ask any meaningful questions, she'll get suspicious."
I'll think of something on the way there. Shall we say we'll meet outside her building at midday?" Wallander signed out a car and drove out of Ystad. He stopped at Storup Airport and had a sandwich. As usual, he was shocked at the price. While he ate, he tried to come up with some questions to ask Katarina Taxell. He couldn't show up and ask the same things as last time. He decided to start with Eugen Blomberg. He was the one who was murdered, after all. They needed all the information they could get on him. Taxell was only one of the people they were questioning, he would tell her. Just before midday, Wallander finally managed to find a parking place in the center of Lund. The rain had stopped, and he walked through the city. After a while, he saw Birch in the distance. "I heard the news about Martinsson and his daughter," he said. "It's awful." "What isn't awful these days?" Wallander said. "How's the girl handling it?" "Let's just hope she can forget all about it. But Martinsson told me that he's quitting the force. I have to try and prevent that." "If he really means it, deep down, nobody will be able to stop him." "I don't think he'll do it." "I took a rock on my head once," Birch said. "I got so angry I tore after the man who threw it. It turned out that I'd arrested his brother once, and so he thought he was completely justified in throwing a rock at me." "A policeman is always a policeman," Wallander said. "At least if you believe the rock throwers." Birch changed the subject. "What are you going to ask her about?" "Eugen Blomberg, how they met. I have to make her think I'm asking her the same questions I ask everyone else. Routine matters, more or less." "What do you hope to achieve?" "I don't know, but I still think it's necessary." They went into the building. Wallander suddenly had a premonition that something was wrong. He stopped on the stairs. Birch looked at him. "What is it?" "I don't know. Maybe nothing." They continued up to the third floor. Birch rang the bell. They waited. He rang again. The bell echoed inside the flat. They looked at each other. Wallander bent down and opened the letter slot. Everything was silent. Birch rang again. Long, repetitive rings. No one came to the door. "She's got to be home. No one reported that she went out." "Then she went up the chimney," Wallander said, "because she's not here." They ran down the stairs. Birch tore open the door to the police car. The man at the wheel sat reading a magazine. "Did she go out?" "She's inside." "Guess again." "Is there a back door?" Wallander asked. "Not that I know of." "That's no answer," Birch said angrily. "Either there's a back door or there isn't." They went back inside the building and down a flight of stairs. The door to the basement level was locked. "Is there a caretaker?" Wallander asked. "We don't have time for that," Birch said. He examined the hinges on the door. They were rusty. "We can try," Birch muttered to himself. He took a running start and threw himself against the door. It was ripped off its hinges. "You know what it means to break the regulations," Wallander said without irony. They went inside. The hall between a row of locked storage rooms led to a door at the end. Birch opened it. They were at the bottom of some stairs leading up to the street. "So she got out the back way, and nobody even took the trouble to see if there was one." "She might still be in the flat," Wallander said. Birch understood. "Suicide?" "I doubt it, but we have to go in, and we don't have time to wait for a locksmith." "I'm pretty good at picking locks," Birch said. "I'll just have to get some tools." When he came back, he was out of breath. In the meantime, Wallander had gone back to Katarina Taxell's door and was ringing the bell. An elderly man next door came out and asked what was going on. Wallander got angry. He took out his badge and held it right up to the man's face. "We'd appreciate it if you'd shut your door. Now, and keep it shut until we tell you." The man retreated. Wallander heard him putting on the safety chain. Birch picked the lock in less than 5 minutes. They went in. The flat was empty. Toxell had taken her baby with her. Birch shook his head. Somebody's going to answer for this. They went through the flat. Wallander got the feeling that she had left in a big hurry. He stopped in front of a baby buggy in the kitchen. "She must have been picked up by car," he said. "There's a petrol station across the street. Maybe someone there saw a woman with a baby leave the building." Birch left to find out. Wallander went through the flat one more time. He tried to imagine what had happened. Why does a woman leave her flat with a newborn baby? Taking the back way meant that she wanted to leave in secret. It also meant that she knew the building was being watched. She, or someone else, Wallander thought. Someone might have seen the surveillance from outside and then called her to arrange her escape. He sat down on a chair in the kitchen. There was one more question he needed to consider. Were Katerina Toxell and her baby in danger? Or had their flight from the flat been voluntary? Someone would have noticed if she had put up a struggle, he thought. So she must have left of her own volition. There was only one reason for that. She didn't want to answer questions from the police. He stood up and went over to the window. Birch was talking with one of the attendants at the petrol station. Then the phone rang. Wallander gave a start. He went into the living room. It rang again. He picked up the receiver. "Katerina?" asked a woman's voice. "She's not here. Who's calling?" "Who are you?" asked the woman. "I'm Katerina's mother." "My name is Kurt Wallander. I'm a police officer. Nothing has happened. But Katerina isn't here, and her baby is gone, too." "That's impossible." "It seems strange, but she isn't here. Maybe you have some idea where she might have gone?" "She wouldn't have left without telling me." Wallander made a quick decision. "It would be good if you could come over here. I understand you don't live far away." "It'll take me less than 10 minutes. What's happened?" He could hear the fear in her voice. "I'm sure there's an explanation. We can talk about it when you get here." He heard Birch coming in the door as he hung up. "We're in luck," Birch said. "I talked to a man who works at the petrol station, a man who keeps his eyes opened." He had made some notes on a piece of paper spotted with oil. "A red Golf stopped here this morning, sometime between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. A woman came out the back door of the building. She was carrying a baby. They got into the car." Wallander felt the tension rising. Did he notice who was driving? The driver didn't get out of the car. So he doesn't know whether it was a man or woman? I asked him. He gave an interesting answer. He said the car drove off as if a man was behind the wheel. Wallander was surprised. How did he figure that out? Because the car started with a roar and tore off. Women seldom drive that way. Did he notice anything else? No. But maybe he can remember more with a little help. As I said, he seemed very observant. Wallander told him that Toxell's mother was on her way over. Then they stood in silence. What do you think has happened here? Birch asked. I don't know. Do you think she's in danger? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. They went into the living room. There was a baby's sock on the floor. Wallander looked around the room. Birch followed his gaze. There's a solution somewhere here, Wallander said. There's something in this flat that will lead us to the woman we're looking for. When we find her, we'll also find Katerina Toxell. There's something here that will tell us which way to turn. We're going to find it if we have to tear up the floorboards. Birch said nothing. They heard the door lock click. So, she had her own key. Katerina Toxell's mother walked into the room. Chapter 31. Wallander stayed in Lund for the rest of the day. With every hour that passed, he grew more certain that they would find who had murdered the three men through Katerina Toxell. They were looking for a woman who was beyond all doubt deeply involved in some way, but they didn't know whether she was acting alone or what her motive was. The talk with Katerina Taxell's mother had got them nowhere. She started rushing hysterically around the flat looking for her missing daughter and grandchild. Finally, she became so agitated that they had to get a doctor to see her. Wallander was convinced by then that she didn't know where her daughter had gone. The few women friends she had who her mother thought might have come to get her were contacted at once. Each seemed puzzled. But Wallander didn't trust what he heard over the phone. At his request, Birch followed closely in his tracks and called on each person Wallander had spoken to. Wallander went downstairs and across the street to the petrol station. He had asked the attendant, Jonas Hodder, to repeat his account of what he had seen. It was like meeting the perfect witness. Hodder seemed to look at the world around him as if his observations might at any time be transformed into crucial testimony. The red Golf had stopped outside the building at the same time as a lorry carrying newspapers had left the petrol station. They got hold of the driver, who was positive that he had left the petrol station at 9:30 a.m. sharp. Hodder had noticed lots of details, including a big sticker on the rear window of the car, but it was too far away for him to see what it was. He insisted that the car had roared off, that it was driven in what he considered a masculine way. The only thing he hadn't seen was the driver. It was raining, and the windscreen wipers were going. He couldn't have seen anything even if he had tried. On the other hand, he was convinced that Taxell was wearing a light green coat, that she had had a big sports bag, and that the child was wrapped in a blue blanket. She came out the door just as the car drew up. The back door was opened from the inside, and she put the child in and then put her bag in the boot. Then she opened the back door on the other side and climbed into the car. The driver gunned the engine before Taxell had even closed her door. Hodder couldn't catch the license plate number, although Wallander had a feeling that he had tried. He had never seen a car stop at the back door before. Wallander returned to the building with a feeling that he'd had something confirmed, although he wasn't sure what it was. It seemed to have been a hurried escape, but how long had it been planned? And why? In the meantime, Birch had talked to the officers who had taken turns keeping the building under surveillance. Wallander specifically asked them to say whether they had seen a woman near the building who had come and gone, or showed up more than once. But unlike Jonas Hodder, the officers had made few observations. They had concentrated on the front door. Wallander insisted that they identify every person they noticed. Since 14 families lived in the building, the whole afternoon had been filled with policemen checking up on the residents. This was how Birch found someone who might have seen something important. It was a man who lived 2 floors above Katerina Taxell. He was a retired musician, and according to Birch, he described his life as standing for hours at the window, staring out at the rain, and hearing in my mind music I will never play again. That morning, he had seen a woman on the other side of the square, a woman on foot who had suddenly stopped, took several steps back, and then stood motionless and studied the building before turning around and disappearing. When Birch brought this news, Wallander immediately thought that this could be the woman they were looking for. Someone had come and noticed the car parked right outside the door. Someone had come to visit Katerina Taxell, in the same way that she had had a visitor in the hospital. Wallander became energetic and determined. He asked Birch to contact Taxell's friends again and ask if any of them had been on their way to visit her that morning. The answer was unequivocal. No one had. Birch had tried to coax a description of the woman out of the musician, but the only thing that he could say with certainty was that it was a woman. It had been around 8 a.m. This wasn't confirmed, though, because the 3 clocks in his flat all showed different times. Wallander's energy on that day was inexhaustible. He sent Birch out on various tasks. Birch didn't seem at all put out that Wallander was giving him orders as if to a subordinate. Meanwhile, Wallander began a methodical search of Toxell's flat. The first thing he asked Birch was whether he could have his forensic technicians secure fingerprints. He kept in constant contact with Istad. On 4 separate occasions he talked to Nieberg. Ylva Brink had smelled the name tag holder, which still had a faint trace of perfume. It might have been the same scent she noticed on that night in the maternity ward, but she wasn't positive. Twice during the day he talked to Martinsson at home. Therese was still scared and depressed, of course, and Martinsson was determined to quit the force. But Wallander managed to get him to promise to wait at least until the next day before he wrote his letter of resignation. Wallander gave him a detailed account of what had happened. He was sure that Martinsson was listening, although he made few comments. But Wallander knew that he had to keep Martinsson involved with the investigation. He didn't want to risk having him make a decision he would later regret. He talked to Chief Holgersson several times. Hansson and Högland had taken firm action at the school where Therese was attacked. They interviewed the 3 boys who were involved, one after the other. They had been in contact with the parents and the teachers. According to Högland, Hansson had done an excellent job when all the students had been assembled and told about what happened. The students were upset, and she didn't think it would happen again. Eskil Bengtsson and the other men had been released, but Åkesson was going to prosecute. Maybe what had happened to Martinsson's daughter would make some people reconsider, Högland said. But Wallander had his doubts. They would have to use a great deal of energy in the future to combat the private militias. The most important news of the day came from Hamren, who had taken over some of Hansson's assignments. He had managed to locate Goethe Tandval and called Wallander at once. "He has an antique shop in Simrishamn," Hamren said. "He also travels around and buys antiques, which he exports to Norway and other places." "Is that legal?" "I don't think it is strictly illegal," Hamren replied. "The prices are probably higher there. Then, of course, it depends on what kind of antiques they are." "I want you to pay him a visit," Wallander said. "Go to Simrishamn. The thing we need to know is whether a relationship really existed between Holger Eriksson and Krista Habermann, and Tandval might have other information for us." Hamren called back 3 hours later. He was in his car outside Simrishamn. He had met Tandval. Wallander waited tensely. "Tandval is an extremely precise individual," Hamren said. "He seems to have a complicated sort of memory. Some things he couldn't remember at all, but on other matters he was crystal clear." "Krista Habermann?" He remembered her. "I got a feeling that she must have been rather beautiful." He was positive that Eriksson had met her on a couple of occasions. He remembered them watching returning geese one morning on the pier at Falsterbo. Or maybe it was cranes. On that point he was unclear. "Is he a bird watcher too?" "He was dragged along by his father." "So now we know the most important thing," Wallander said. "It does look as if it all fits. Krista Habermann, Holger Eriksson." Wallander felt a sudden wave of disgust. It came to him with horrifying clarity, what he was now starting to believe. "I want you to return to Ystad. Go through all the material on Habermann's actual disappearance. When and where was she last seen? I want you to put together a summary of that part of the investigation." "It sounds as though you have something in mind," Hamren said. "She disappeared. She was never found. What does that indicate?" "That she's dead." "More than that. Don't forget that we're skirting the edges of an investigation in which both men and women are subjected to the most brutal violence imaginable." "Do you believe that she was murdered?" "Hansson gave me a summary of the investigation. The possibility of murder has been there from the start, but since there was nothing to suggest that this had happened, it wasn't allowed to outweigh other possible explanations for her disappearance. That's correct police procedure. No hasty conclusions." "You think that Eriksson killed her?" Wallander could hear that this idea was occurring to Hamren for the first time. "I am not certain of it," said Wallander, "but it's a possibility that we can't ignore." Wallander left Katerina Toxell's flat. He had to have something to eat. He found a pizzeria close by. He ate too fast and immediately got a stomachache. Since there was nothing to indicate that the series of killings was over, they were working against time, and they didn't know how much time they had. He reminded himself that Martinsson had promised to put together a timetable of everything that had happened so far. He was supposed to have done that on the day that Therese was attacked. On his way back to Toxell's flat, Wallander decided it couldn't wait. He stopped in a bus shelter and called Istad. He was in luck. Höglen was there. She had already talked to Hamren and knew that they had positive confirmation that Krista Haberman and Holger Eriksson had met. Wallander asked her to make the timetable of events. "I have no idea whether it's important," he said, "but we know too little about how this woman moves around. Maybe the geographical center will become clear if we make a timetable."
"Now you're saying she,"
Höglen said. "Yes, I am. But we don't know if she's alone. We also don't know what role she plays."
"What do you think has happened to Katerina Toxell?"
"She's run away, in a hurry, when she discovered that the building was being watched. She's run away because she has something to hide."
"Is it possible that she killed Blomberg?"
"Toxell is a link in the chain. She doesn't represent a beginning or an end. I can't imagine her killing anyone. She presumably belongs to the group of women who have been victims of abuse."
"Was she abused, too? I didn't know that."
Höglen sounded genuinely surprised. "She might not have been beaten up or cut with a knife," Wallander said, "but I suspect that she's been victimized in some other way."
"Psychologically?"
"Something like that."
"By Blomberg?"
"Yes."
"But she still had his child? If what you think about the father is true?"
"I described to you the way she held her baby. But of course there are still a lot of holes," Wallander admitted. "Police work is a question of piecing together tentative solutions. We have to make the gaps speak, and the pieces tell us about things that have hidden meanings. We have to try to see through the events, turn them on their heads in order to set them on their feet."
"Nobody at the police academy ever talked about this. Weren't you invited to give a lecture there?"
"Never. I can't give lectures."
"That's exactly what you can do. You just refuse to admit it. And besides, I think you'd actually enjoy doing it."
"That's neither here nor there."
Afterwards, he thought about what she had said. Did he really want to speak to trainee police officers? In the past, he was convinced that his reluctance was genuine. Now he wasn't so sure. He left the bus shelter and hurried on through the rain. It was starting to get windy. Back at Toxell's flat, he continued to search methodically. In a box in the back of a cupboard, he found a large number of diaries. She had started the first one when she was 12. Wallander noticed with surprise that it had a beautiful orchid on the cover. She had kept on writing the diaries through her teenage years and into adulthood. The last diary he found was from 1993, but there were no entries after September. He kept searching without finding another. But he was certain that it existed. He enlisted the help of Birch, who had finished interviewing the other residents in the building. Birch found the keys to Toxell's basement storage room. It took him an hour to go through it. There weren't any diaries there either. Wallander was convinced that she had taken it with her. They were in the bag that Hodder had seen her put in the boot of the car. Finally, only her desk was left. He had quickly gone through the drawers earlier. Now he would do it more thoroughly. He sat down on an old chair with the heads of dragons carved into the armrests. The desk was a small secretary in which the top folded down to make a desk surface. On top of the desk there were framed photographs of Katerina Toxell as a child. Katerina sitting on a lawn with white garden furniture and blurry figures in the background. Katerina sitting next to a big dog.
looking straight at the camera with a bow in her hair. Katerina with her mother and her father, the engineer at the sugar refinery. He had a mustache and seemed to exude self-confidence. Katerina looked more like her father than her mother. Wallander took down the photograph and looked on the back. There was no date. The picture had been taken in a studio in Lund. There was a graduation photograph of Katerina with her white cap, flowers around her neck. She was thin and had grown pale. Now Katerina was living in a different world. The last picture was an old photograph, the contours faded. It was of a barren landscape by the sea. An old couple gazed stiffly at the camera. In the distance was a three-master, anchored, sails furled. Wallander thought the picture could be from Öland, taken sometime at the end of the last century. Perhaps the couple were Katerina's great-grandparents. There was nothing written on the back of that one either. He put the photographs back. There was no sign of Blomberg. That might be understandable, but no other man either. Did that mean anything? Everything means something, he thought. The question was, what? One by one he pulled out the small drawers. Letters, documents, bills, old report cards. Her highest marks were in geography. She had done poorly in physics and maths. In the next drawer he found pictures taken in a photographic booth. 3 girls crowded together making faces. Another picture, this time of the pedestrian street in Copenhagen. The same 3 girls were sitting on a bench, laughing. Katerina was on the far right. There was another drawer full of letters, some from as far back as 1972. A stamp with a picture of the man-of-war Vasa. If the secretary contains Toxell's innermost secrets, thought Wallander, then she doesn't have many. An impersonal life. No passions, no summer adventures on Greek islands, but high marks in geography. He continued going through the drawers, but nothing caught his attention. He moved on to the 3 larger drawers below. Still no diaries. Wallander didn't feel like digging through layer after layer of impersonal mementos. He couldn't see the woman behind them. Had she even been able to see herself? He pushed back the chair and closed the last drawer. Nothing. He didn't know much more than he had before. He frowned. Something didn't add up. If her decision to leave was sudden, and he was convinced that it had been, then she wouldn't have had time to take along everything that might give away her secrets. She had the diaries within easy reach. But there is almost always a messy side to a person's life. Here there was nothing. He stood up and cautiously moved the desk away from the wall. Nothing was fastened to the back. He sat down in the chair again, thinking hard. There was something he had noticed, something that only now came back to him. He tried to coax the image out. Not the photographs. Not the letters, either. What was it, then? The report cards? The rental contract? The bills from her credit card company? None of those. What was left? There's nothing else but the furniture, he thought. Then it came to him. It was something about the small drawers. He pulled one of them out again, then the next, and compared them. Then he took them all the way out and looked inside. There was nothing there either. He put the drawers back in and pulled out the one on the top left, and then the second. That's when he discovered it. The drawers were not equally deep. He pulled out the smaller one and turned it around. There was another opening. It was a double drawer. It had a secret compartment in the back. There was only one thing inside. He took it out and put it on the desk. It was a timetable for Swedish railways from the spring of 1991, the trains between Malmö and Stockholm. He took out the other drawers one by one. He found another secret compartment. It was empty. He leaned back in his chair and thought about the timetable. Why was it important? It was even harder to understand why it had been put into a secret compartment, but it couldn't have ended up there by mistake. Birch came into the room. "Take a look at this," Valander said, pointing at the timetable. This was in Katerina Taxell's secret hiding place. "A timetable?" Valander nodded. "I don't get it." He leafed through it, page by page. Birch had pulled up a chair and sat down next to him. Valander turned the pages. Nothing was written on it. No page had been pressed down and fell open by itself. It was only when he came to the next to last page that he stopped. Birch saw it too. A departure time from Nässjö was underlined. Nässjö to Malmö. Departure at 1600. Arrival in Lund at 1842, Malmö at 1857, Nässjö 1600. Someone had underlined the whole row. Valander looked at Birch. "Does that tell you anything?" "Not a thing." Valander put down the timetable. "Does Katerina Taxell have something to do with Nässjö?" Birch asked. "Not as far as I know. But it's possible that she does. Our biggest problem right now is that everything seems to be possible. We can't tell what is important and what isn't." Valander had acquired several plastic bags from the forensic technicians who had gone through the flat earlier in the day, searching for fingerprints that didn't belong to Katerina Taxell or her mother. He put the timetable in one of them. "I'm taking this along, if you have no objections." Birch shrugged. "You can't even use it to tell when the trains go," he said. "It expired 3 years ago." "I rarely take the train," Valander said. "It can be relaxing," Birch said. "I prefer taking the train to flying. You get time to yourself." Valander thought about his most recent train trip from Elmhult. Birch was right. During the journey he had managed to fall asleep for a while. "I think it's time for me to go back to Ystad." "We're not going to put out an APB for Katerina Taxell and her baby?" "Not yet." They left the flat. Birch locked up. The wind was coming in gusts, and it was cold. They said goodbye at Valander's car. "What should we do about her surveillance?" Birch asked. Valander thought for a moment. "Keep it up for the time being. Only don't forget the back this time." "What do you think might happen?" "I don't know. But someone who has run away might decide to return." He drove out of the city. Autumn pressed in all around the car. He switched on the heater, but he was still cold. "What are we going to do now?" he asked himself. "Katerina Taxell is missing. After a long day in Lund, I'm going back to Ystad with an old Swedish Railways timetable in a plastic bag." But he knew that they had taken an important step forward that day. Eriksson did know Krista Haberman. They knew that there was a connection between the 3 men who had been murdered. Involuntarily, he accelerated. He wanted to find out what Hamren had discovered. When he reached the exit for Storup Airport, he called Ystad. He got hold of Svedberg. The first thing he asked about was Therese. "She's getting a lot of support from the school," Svedberg said, "especially from the other students. But it's going to take time." "And Martinsson?" "He's depressed. He's talking about quitting." "I know. You're the only one who can talk him out of it." "I will." He asked if anything important had happened. Svedberg had just arrived at the station himself after sitting in on a meeting with Åkesson about obtaining the investigative material on the drowning of Rundfeldt's wife in Elmhult. Valander asked him to call a meeting of the investigative team for 10 p.m. "Have you seen Hamren?" was his last question. "He's sitting with Hansson going over the material on Krista Haberman. That was apparently something you said was urgent. If they could finish by 10 p.m., I'd be grateful." "Are they supposed to find Krista Haberman by then?" Svedberg asked. Not exactly, but not far from it either. Wallander put the phone down on the seat next to him. He thought about Katerina Toxell's secret drawer, which contained an old timetable. He didn't understand it. Not at all. At 10 p.m. they were all assembled. Only Martinsson was missing. They began by talking about what had happened that morning. Everyone knew by then that Martinsson had decided to resign from the force. I'll talk to him, Wallander said. I'll find out if he's really made up his mind. If he has, then of course no one is going to stop him. Wallander gave a brief summary of what had happened in Lund. They considered various explanations as to why Toxell had run away. They also asked themselves if it might be possible to track down the red car. How many red Golfs were there in Skåne? A woman with a newborn baby can't disappear without a trace, Wallander said at last. It'd be best for us to be patient. He looked at Hansson and Hamren. The disappearance of Krista Habermann, he said. Hansson nodded to Hamren. You wanted to know the details surrounding the disappearance itself, he said. The last time she was seen was in Svenstavik on Tuesday, 22 October 1967. She went for a walk through town. It wasn't unusual for her to be out walking. A lumberjack coming from the station on his bike saw her. It was about 5 p.m. and it was already dark. There are several witnesses who said they'd seen a strange car in town that evening. That's all. They sat in silence. Did anyone mention the make of the car? Wallander asked at last. Hamren searched through the papers. He shook his head and left the room. When he came back, he had another stack of papers in his hand. Finally, he found what he was looking for. One of the witnesses claimed it was a dark blue Chevrolet. He was positive about it. There was a taxi in Svenstavik that was the same make, only it was light blue. Wallander nodded. Svenstavik and Ludinge are a long way from each other, he said softly. But I seem to remember that Holger Eriksson was selling Chevrolets back then. Is it possible that Eriksson made the long drive to Svenstavik, and that Krista Habermann went back with him? He turned to Svedberg. Did Eriksson own his farm then? Svedberg nodded. Wallander looked around the room. Eriksson was impaled in a punji pit. If the murderer takes the lives of his or her victims in a way that mirrors crimes that were committed earlier, then I think we can imagine our way to a very unpleasant conclusion. He wished he was mistaken, but he doubted that he was. I think we have to start searching Eriksson's fields. Krista Habermann might be buried there somewhere. Chapter 32. They went out to the farm in the early dawn. Wallander took Nyberg, Hamren, and Hansson along with him. They all drove separately. Wallander in his own car, which was finally back from Elmhult. They parked at the entrance to the empty house, which stood like a deserted ship out there in the fog. On that particular morning, Thursday, 20 October, the fog was thick. It had come in from the sea and now lay motionless over the landscape. They had agreed to meet at 6:30 a.m., but they were all late because visibility was practically nil. Wallander was the last to arrive. When he got out of his car, it occurred to him that it looked like a hunting club had gathered. The only thing missing was their guns. He was dreading the task that awaited them. Somewhere on Eriksson's property, a murdered woman might lie buried. Whatever they found, if they found anything at all, would be skeletal remains. Nothing else. 27 years was a long time. Shivering, they greeted each other. Hansson had brought a surveyor's map of the farm and the adjacent fields. Wallander wondered fleetingly what the Cultural Association of Lund would think if they really did find the remains of a body. It would probably increase the number of visitors to the farm, he thought gloomily. There were few tourist attractions that could compete with the scene of a crime. They spread the map out on the bonnet of Nyberg's car and gathered around it. In 1967, the fields were laid out differently, Hansson said, pointing. Eriksson didn't buy all the fields to the south until the mid-1970s. This reduced the relevant area of land by a third, but what remained was still large. They would never be able to dig up the whole area. The fog is making things harder for us, Wallander said. I thought we could try to get an overview of the terrain. It seems to me that it should be possible to eliminate certain areas. I assume that a person would choose the spot carefully for burying someone he killed.
You'd probably pick the spot where you thought it least likely anyone would look, Nyberg said. A study was done on it. In the U.S., of course. But it sounds reasonable.
It's a big area, Hansson said. That's why we have to make it smaller, Wallander said. Nyberg is right. He wouldn't bury her just anywhere. I imagine, for instance, that you wouldn't want a body lying in the ground right outside your front door, unless you're completely insane, and there's nothing to indicate that Eriksson was.
Besides, there are cobblestones there, Hansson said. I think we can eliminate the courtyard.
They went up to the farmhouse. Wallander wondered whether they should return to Ystad and come back when the fog was gone. Since there was no wind, it could last all day. In the end, he decided that they should spend a while trying to gain an overview. They walked over to the large garden that lay behind the house. The soft ground was covered with fallen, rotten apples. A magpie fluttered up from a tree. They stopped and looked around. Not here, either, Wallander thought. A man who murders someone in the city and has only his garden might bury the body there, but not a man who lives out in the country. He told the others what he was thinking. No one had any objections. They started walking out to the fields. The fog was still thick. Hares popped up against all the whiteness and then vanished. They headed towards the northern border of the property.
A dog wouldn't be able to find anything, I guess? Amren asked. Not after 27 years, Nyberg replied.
The mud was sticking to their gumboots. They tried to balance their way along the narrow ridges of mown grass that formed the boundary of Eriksson's property. A rusty hoe stood mired in the earth. It wasn't just their task that bothered Wallander. The fog and the damp gray earth also oppressed him. He was fond of the landscape of Skåne, where he had been born and raised, but he could do without the autumn, at least on days like this. They reached a pond that lay in a hollow. Hansson pointed on the map to where they were. They looked at the pond. It was about 100 meters wide.
This is full of water all year round, Nyberg said. At the middle, it's probably between 2 and 3 meters deep.
It's a possibility, of course, Wallander said. He could have sunk the body with weights. Or a sack, Hansson said. Wallander nodded. There was the mirror image again, but he wasn't sure. A body can float to the surface. Would Eriksson choose to sink a corpse in a pond when he has thousands of square meters of land to dig a grave in?
Who actually worked all this land? Hansson asked. Surely not Eriksson. He didn't have it leased out, but this land is well tended.
Hansson had grown up on a farm outside of Ystad and knew what he was talking about. That's an important question, Wallander said. We have to find out.
It might also give us the answer to another question, Amren said. Whether any changes have occurred on the land. If you dig in one place, a mound appears somewhere else. I'm not thinking about a grave, but a ditch, for example, or something else. We're talking about something that happened almost 30 years ago, Nyberg said. Who would remember that far back?
It happens, Wallander said. But of course we'll have to look into it. So, who worked Holger Eriksson's land?
There could well have been more than one person, Hansson said.
Then we'll talk to all of them, Wallander replied. If we can find them. If they're still alive. They moved on. Wallander remembered that he had seen several old aerial photographs of the farm inside the house. He asked Hansson to call the Cultural Association in Lund and get someone to bring the keys out. It's unlikely anyone would be there this early in the morning. Call Höglen, Wallander said. Ask her to contact the lawyer who was the executor of Eriksson's will. He might still have a set of keys. Lawyers might be morning people, Hansson said doubtfully as he dialed the number. I want to see those aerial shots, Wallander said, as soon as possible. They kept walking while Hansson talked to Höglen. The field now sloped downwards. The fog was still just as thick. In the distance, they heard a tractor engine dying away. Hansson's phone rang. Höglen had spoken to the lawyer. He had turned in his keys. She was trying to get hold of someone in Lund who could help. She would get back to them. It took them almost 20 minutes to reach the next boundary marker. Hansson pointed to the map. They were now at the southwest corner. The property stretched another 500 meters, but Eriksson hadn't bought this section until 1976. They walked east, now approaching the ditch and the hill with the bird tower. Wallander felt his uneasiness growing. He thought he could sense the same silent reaction from the others. It was turning into an image of his life, he thought. My life as a policeman during the last part of the 20th century in Sweden. An early morning, dawn, autumn, fog, a damp chill, 4 men slogging around in the mud. They approach a ditch where a man was trapped, impaled on bamboo stakes. At the same time, they're searching for the burial site of a Polish woman who disappeared 27 years ago. I'm going to end up trudging around in this mud until I collapse. Out there in the fog, people are huddled around their kitchen tables, organizing vigilante militias. Anyone who takes a wrong turn in the fog runs the risk of being beaten to death. He was carrying on a conversation with Rydberg as he walked along. He saw Rydberg sitting on his balcony towards the end of his illness. The balcony hovered before Wallander's eyes like an airship in the fog. Rydberg didn't speak, but listened to Wallander with a wry smile, his face already heavily marked by illness. They reached the punji pit. A torn remnant of crime scene tape was caught under one of the collapsed planks. We didn't clean up very well, Wallander thought. The bamboo stakes were gone. He wondered where they were. In the basement of the police station? At the forensic laboratory in Linköping. The tower was on their right, barely visible in the fog. Wallander took a few steps to the side and nearly slipped in the mud. Nyberg stood staring into the ditch. Amren and Hansson were discussing a detail on the map in low voices. Someone keeps an eye on Holger Eriksson and his farm, thought Wallander, an idea developing slowly in his mind. This person knows what happened to Krista Habermann, a woman missing for 27 years, declared dead. A woman who is buried here, somewhere. Eriksson's time is being measured out. A grave with sharpened stakes is prepared. Another grave in the mud. He went over to Hamren and Hansson. He told them what he'd just been thinking. Nyberg had disappeared in the fog. Let's assume that the killer knew where Krista Habermann was buried. On several occasions, we've talked about the murderer having a language, that he or she is trying to tell us something. We've only had partial success in breaking the code. Eriksson was killed with what can only be described as deliberate brutality. His body was intended to be found. It's also possible that this place was chosen for another reason, as a challenge to us to keep searching right here. And if we do, we'll also find Krista Habermann. Nyberg reappeared out of the fog. Wallander repeated what he'd said. They made their way over the ditch and up to the tower. The woods below were shrouded in fog. "Too many roots," Nyberg said. "I don't think it's that grove of trees." They turned around and continued eastwards until they were back where they had started. It was close to 8 a.m., and the fog was just as thick. Högland called to say that the keys were on the way. Everyone was cold and wet. Wallander didn't want to keep them there unnecessarily. Hansson would devote the next few hours trying to find out who had worked the land. "An unexpected change 27 years ago," Wallander emphasized. "That's what we want to know about. But don't mention that we think there's a body buried here. Then there'll be an invasion." Hansson nodded. He understood. "We'll go over this again sometime when there's no fog," Wallander continued. "But I think it's useful to have been out here already." They all left. Wallander remained behind. He got into his car and turned on the heater. It didn't seem to be working. The repairs had cost an incredible amount of money, but apparently didn't cover the heating system. He wondered when he'd have the time and money to trade it in for another car. When was this one going to fall apart again? He waited, thinking about the women. Krista Habermann, Eva Rundfeldt, and Katarina Taxell, plus the fourth one, who didn't have a name. What was the common point of contact? He had a feeling it was so close that he was looking at it without seeing it. He went back over his thoughts. Abused, maybe murdered women. A vast stretch of time arched like a vault over the whole thing. As he sat in his car, he realized that there was one other possible conclusion. They hadn't seen everything. The events they were trying to understand were part of something bigger. It was important for them to find the connection between the women, but they also had to consider the possibility that the connection was coincidental. Someone was making choices, but what were the choices based on? Circumstances? Coincidences? Available opportunities? Eriksson lived alone on a farm, didn't socialize, watched birds at night. He was someone it was possible to get near. Rundfeldt was leaving on an orchid safari for 2 weeks. That provided an opportunity. He also lived alone. Eugen Blomberg took walks by himself in the evening. Wallander shook his head at his own thoughts. He couldn't make any progress. Was he thinking in the right direction or not? He didn't know. It was cold in the car. He got out to move around. The keys should be arriving soon. He walked across the courtyard, remembering the first time he had come here, the flock of rooks in the ditch. He looked at his hands. His tan was gone. Even the memory of the sun in the garden of the Villa Borghese was gone. And so was his father. He let his gaze wander over the courtyard. The house was well cared for. Once, a man named Holger Eriksson sat here and composed poems about birds. One day he got into a dark blue Chevrolet and drove all the way to Jämtland. Was he driven by passion? Or something else? Krista Habermann was a beautiful woman. Did she go with him willingly? She must have. They drive back to Skåne. Then she disappears. Eriksson lives alone. He digs a grave. She's gone. The investigation never catches up with him. Until now, when Hansson finds a connection. Wallander was standing and looking at the deserted kennel. At first, he wasn't aware of what he was thinking. The image of Krista Habermann slowly slipped away. He frowned. Why wasn't there a dog? No one had asked that question before. He hadn't either. When had the dog disappeared? Did that have any significance at all? These were questions he wanted to have answered. A car braked outside the house. A moment later, a boy who couldn't be more than 20 came into the courtyard. He walked over to Valander.
Are you the policeman that needs the key?
Yes, I am. The boy regarded him doubtfully.
How can I be sure? You could be anybody.
Valander felt annoyed, but he realized that the boy's doubts were justified. He had mud all over his trousers. He took out his identification. The boy nodded and gave him the set of keys. I'll see to it that they get back to Lund, Valander said. The boy nodded. Valander heard the car roar off as he looked through the keys for the one to the front door. He thought fleetingly about what Jonas Hatter had said about the red Golf outside Katarina Taxell's building. Don't women gun their engines? Mona drives faster than I do. Biba always stamps on the accelerator. But maybe they don't gun their engines. He opened the door and went inside. It smelled musty. He sat down on a bench and pulled off his muddy gumboots. When he went into the main room, he noticed, to his surprise, that the poem about the woodpecker was still on the desk. The night of 21 September. Tomorrow it would be a month since then. Were they really any closer to a solution? They had 2 more murders to solve, and the mystery of a woman who had disappeared, who might be buried out in Eriksson's fields. He stood motionless in the silence. The fog outside the windows was still dense. He felt uneasy. The objects in the room were watching him. He walked over to the wall where the 2 aerial photographs hung in their frames. He searched his pockets for his glasses, put them on, and leaned forwards. One of the photographs was black and white, the other a faded color shot. The black and white picture was taken in 1949, 2 years before Holger Eriksson had bought the farm. The color photograph was from 1965. Valander opened a curtain to let in more light and saw a lone deer grazing among the trees in the garden. He stood quite still. The deer raised its head and looked at him. Then it calmly went on grazing. Valander stayed where he was. He had a feeling that he would never forget that deer. How long he stood there and watched it, he didn't know. Finally, a sound that he himself didn't notice caught the deer's attention. It vanished. Valander kept on looking out the window for a time, and then went back to the 2 photographs. The plane carrying the camera had come in from due south. All the details were clear. In 1965, Eriksson hadn't yet built his tower, but the hill was there, and so was the ditch. He couldn't make out a bridge. He followed the contours of the fields. The picture was taken early in the spring. The fields had been plowed, but nothing was growing yet. The pond was quite clear in the photograph. A grove of trees stood next to a narrow tractor path separating 2 of the fields. He frowned. He couldn't remember those trees. This morning he wouldn't have seen them because of the fog, but he didn't remember them from his previous visits. The trees looked tall. He studied the house, which was in the center of the picture. An outbuilding that might have been used as a pigsty had been torn down. The approach road was wider, but otherwise everything was much the same. He took off his glasses and sat down in a leather armchair. Silence surrounded him. A Chevrolet goes to Svenstavik. A woman comes back to Skåne. Then she vanishes, and 27 years later the man who may have gone to Svenstavik to get her is murdered. Now they were looking for no less than 3 different women. Krista Haberman, Katarina Taxell, and one without a name. One who drives a red Golf, smokes hand-rolled cigarettes, and might wear false nails. He wondered whether 2 of the women could in fact be one and the same, whether Krista Haberman in spite of everything, was still alive. If so, she would be 65 years old by now, and the woman who knocked down Ylva Brink was a lot younger. It didn't add up. Nothing did. He looked at his watch. It was 8:45 a.m. He stood up and left the house. The fog was still just as thick. He thought about the deserted kennel. Then he locked up and drove away. At 10 a.m., Wallander called the investigative team together for a meeting. Martinsson was still away, but he had promised to come in that afternoon after he had been at Teresa's school. Höglund said that he had called her late the night before. She thought he sounded drunk, which was out of the ordinary. Wallander felt vaguely jealous. Why had Martinsson called her and not him? It was the two of them who had worked together all these years. "He still seems determined to quit," she said. "But I got the feeling that he also wished I would talk him out of it." "I'll talk to him," Wallander said. They closed the door to the conference room. Per Åkesson and Chief Holgersson were the last ones to arrive. Wallander had a feeling that they had just completed their own meeting. Lisa Holgersson took the floor as soon as the room was quiet. "The whole country is talking about the citizen militia. From now on, Lüdinge is firmly on the map. We've had a request for Kurt to participate in a discussion program on TV tonight, to be broadcast from Göteborg." "Not on your life," Wallander replied, horrified. "What would I say?" "I've turned them down on your behalf already," she replied with a smile. "But I'm thinking of asking for a favor in return later on." Wallander realized that she was referring to the lectures at the police academy. "There is a huge debate taking place," she went on. "We can only hope that something good comes out of it, now that the issues are actually being discussed." "It might also force the senior members of the police administration in this country to be a little more self-critical," Hansson said. "We're not entirely without blame for the way things have developed." "What are you suggesting?" Wallander asked, curious. Hansson rarely participated in discussions about the police force. "I'm thinking about the scandals in which the police have been involved," Hansson said. "Maybe they've always existed, but not as often as they do now." "That's something we should neither exaggerate nor ignore," Per Åkesson said. "The big problem is the gradual shift in what the police and the courts see as a crime. What would have brought a conviction yesterday is suddenly considered a trifle today, and the police often don't even bother to investigate. I think that's offensive to the national sense of justice, which has always been strong in this country." "They're probably related," Wallander said. "But I have strong doubts that a discussion of the citizen militia will have any effect on this, even though I'd like to believe otherwise. I'm thinking of prosecuting these men with as serious charges as I can," Åkesson said. "The assault was vicious. That's something I can emphasize. There were 4 men involved, and I think I can convict at least 3 of them. I should also tell you that the chief prosecutor wants to be kept informed. I consider that quite surprising, but it indicates that at least this is being taken seriously at a high level." "Åke Davidsson sounds intelligent and articulate in an interview in Arbetet," said Svedberg. "He's not going to have any permanent injuries, by the way." "Then there's Therese and her father," Wallander said, "and the boys at the school." "Is it true that Martinsson is thinking of resigning?" Åkesson asked. "That was his first reaction," Wallander replied, "which seems both reasonable and natural. But I'm not sure he's really going to go through with it." "He's a good policeman," Hansson said. "Doesn't he know that?" "Yes," Wallander said. "The question is whether that's enough. Other things can come up when something like this happens, especially with our workload." "I know," Chief Holgersson said, "and that's not going to get any better." Wallander remembered that he still hadn't done what he had promised Nyberg, talk to Holgersson about his workload. He made a note of it. "We'll have to take up this discussion later," he said. "I just wanted to inform you," Holgersson said. "That's all. Except that Björk called to wish you luck. He was sorry to hear about what happened to Martinsson's daughter. He resigned in time, Svedberg said. What did we give him as a going-away present? A fishing rod? If he was still working here, he wouldn't have time to use it. He probably has a lot on his hands now, too, Holgersson said. Björk was a good chief, Wallander said. Now let's move on. They started with Höglin's timetable. Next to his notepad, Wallander had placed the plastic bag containing the Swedish Railways timetable that he had found in Katarina Taxell's desk. Höglund had done a thorough job. The times of the various events were mapped out and listed in relation to each other. Wallander knew that this was an assignment he wouldn't have done as well. In all probability, he would have been sloppy. All policemen are different, he thought. It's only when we can work with something that brings out our strengths that we're of any real use. I don't really see a pattern emerging, Höglund said as she neared the end of her presentation. The pathologists in Lund have established the time of Eriksson's death as late on the evening of 21 September. Rundfeldt also died at night. The times of death correspond, but one can't draw any conclusions from this. There's no correspondence in terms of the days of the week. If we add the 2 visits to the Ystad maternity ward and the murder of Blomberg, there might be a fragment of a pattern. She broke off and looked around the table. Neither Wallander nor anyone else seemed to understand what she meant. It's almost pure mathematics, but it seems as if our killer acts according to a pattern that is so irregular that it's interesting. On 21 September, Eriksson dies. On the night of 30 September, Katarina Taxell is visited at the Ystad maternity ward. On 11 October, Gustav Rundfeldt dies. On the night of 13 October, the woman is back at the maternity ward and knocks down Svedberg's cousin. Finally, on 17 October, Eugen Blomberg is found dead. To this, we can also add the day that Rundfeldt probably disappeared. There is no regularity whatsoever, which might be surprising since everything else seems to be minutely planned and prepared. This is a killer who takes the time to sew weights into a sack that are carefully balanced to the victim's weight. So we could say that perhaps the irregularity is caused by something out of the killer's control, and then we have to ask, what? Wallander wasn't quite following her. One more time, slowly. She repeated what she had said. This time Wallander understood what she meant. Maybe we can just say that it doesn't have to be a coincidence, she concluded. I won't try to stretch it further than that. Wallander started to see the picture more clearly. Let's assume that there is a pattern. Then, what's your interpretation? What factors affect the killer's timetable? There could be various explanations. The killer doesn't live in Skåne but makes regular visits here. Or perhaps he or she has a job that follows a certain rhythm. So you think these dates could be days off? If we could follow them for another month, would it be clearer? That's possible. The killer has a job that follows a rotating schedule. The days off don't always occur on Saturdays and Sundays. That might turn out to be important, Wallander said hesitantly, but I find it difficult to believe it. Otherwise, I couldn't manage to read much from the Times, she said. Wallander held up the plastic bag. Now that we're talking about timetables, I found this in a secret compartment in Katarina Taxell's desk, as if this were her most important possession that she hid from the world, a timetable for Swedish Railways intercity trains for the spring of 1991, with a departure time underlined, Nässjö, 1600. It goes every day. He pushed the plastic bag over to Nyberg. Fingerprints, he said. Then he moved on to Krista Haberman and told them about the morning visit in the fog. There was no mistaking the somber mood in the room. So I think we have to start digging, he concluded. When the fog lifts and Hansson has had a chance to find out who worked the land and whether any changes took place after 1967. For a long time there was complete silence as everyone evaluated what Wallander had just said. It was Åkesson who spoke. "This sounds both incredible and at the same time highly plausible. I assume that we have to take this possibility seriously." "It would be good if this didn't get out," Chief Holgersson said. "There's nothing people like better than having old, unsolved missing person cases come up again." They had made a decision. Wallander decided to end the meeting as quickly as possible, because everyone had a lot of work to do. "Katarina Taxell has disappeared," he said. "Left her home in a red Golf with an unknown driver. Her departure was hasty. Her mother wants us to put out an APB on her, which we can hardly refuse since she's the next of kin. But I think we should wait, at least a few more days." "Why?" Åkesson asked. "I have a suspicion that she'll make contact," Wallander said. "Not with us, of course, but with her mother, who she knows will be worried. She'll call to reassure her. Unfortunately, she probably won't say where she is or who she's with." Wallander now turned to face Åkesson. "I want someone to stay with Taxell's mother and record the conversation. Sooner or later, it'll come." "If it hasn't happened already," Hansson said, getting to his feet. "Give me Birch's phone number." He got it from Högland and quickly left the room. "There's nothing more for now," Wallander said. "Let's say we'll meet again at 5 p.m. if nothing else happens before then." When Wallander got to his own office, the phone was ringing. It was Martinsson, wanting to know if Wallander could meet him at his house at 2 p.m. Wallander promised to be there. He left the station and ate lunch at the Hotel Continental. He knew that he couldn't afford it, but he was hungry and didn't have much time. He sat alone at a window table, nodding to people passing by, surprised and hurt that no one stopped to offer condolences at the death of his father. It was in the papers. News of a death travels fast, and Ystad was a small town. He ate halibut and drank a light beer. The waitress was young and blushed every time he looked at her. He wondered sympathetically how she was going to stand her job. At 2 p.m. he rang Martinsson's bell, and they went and sat in the kitchen. Martinsson was home alone. Wallander asked about Therese. She had gone back to school. Martinsson looked pale and dejected. Wallander had never seen him so depressed. "What should I do?" Martinsson asked. "What does your wife say? What does Therese say?" "That I should keep working, of course. They're not the ones who want me to quit. I'm the one." Wallander waited, but Martinsson didn't say anything. "Remember a few years back," Wallander began, "when I shot a man in the fog near Kasseberge and killed him, and then ran over another one on the Öland Bridge? I was gone almost a year. All of you thought that I had quit. Then there was that case with the 2 lawyers named Torstensson, and suddenly everything changed. I was about to sign my letter of resignation, but instead I went back on duty." Martinsson nodded. He remembered. "Now, after the fact, I'm glad that I did what I did. The only advice I can give you is that you shouldn't do anything rash. Wait to make up your mind. Work one day at a time. Decide later. I'm not asking you to forget. I'm asking you to be patient. Everyone misses you. You're a good policeman. Everyone notices when you're not there." Martinsson threw out his arms. "I'm not that important. Sure, I know a few things, but you can't tell me that I'm in any way irreplaceable." "You are irreplaceable," Wallander said. "That's just what I'm trying to tell you." Wallander had expected the conversation to take a long time. Martinsson sat in silence for a few minutes. Then he got up and left the kitchen. When he came back, he had his jacket on. "Shall we go?" he asked. "Yes," said Wallander. "We've got a lot of work to do." In the car on the way to the station, Wallander gave him a brief summary of the events of the past few days. Martinsson listened in silence. When they entered reception, Eva stopped them. Since she didn't take the time to welcome Martinson back, Wallander knew at once that something had happened.
Ann-Britt is trying to get hold of you two. It's important.
What's happened?
Someone named Katarina Taxell called her mother.
Wallander looked at Martinson. So he had been right. But it had happened faster than he had expected. Chapter 33. They weren't too late. Birch had managed to be there in time. In just over an hour, the tape of the conversation was in Ystad. They gathered in Wallander's office, where Svedberg had set up a tape recorder, and listened tensely to the brief conversation. The first thing that occurred to Wallander was that Katarina Taxell didn't want to talk any longer than necessary. They listened to it once, then a second time. Svedberg handed Wallander a pair of earphones so that he could listen to the two voices more closely.
Mama, it's me.
Dear God, where on earth are you? What happened?
Nothing happened. We're fine.
Where on earth are you?
With a good friend.
Who?
A good friend. I just wanted to call and tell you everything's fine.
What happened? Why did you disappear?
I'll explain some other time.
Who are you staying with?
You don't know her.
Don't hang up. What's your phone number?
I'm going now. I just wanted to call so you wouldn't worry.
Her mother tried to say something else, but Katarina hung up. They listened to the tape at least 20 times. Svedberg wrote down what was said on a piece of paper. It's the 11th line that interests us, Wallander said. You don't know her. What does she mean by that?
Just what she says,
Höglund said. That's not what I'm getting at, Wallander answered. You don't know her. That could mean two things. Either that her mother has never met her, or that her mother doesn't understand what she means to Katarina.
The first one is the most plausible,
Höglund said. While they talked, Nyberg put on the earphones and listened again. The sounds seeping out told them that he had the volume turned up high.
There's something audible in the background, Nyberg said. A banging noise.
Wallander put on the earphones. Nyberg was right. There was a steady pounding in the background. The others took turns listening. No one could say for sure what it was.
Where is she?
Asked Wallander. She's arrived somewhere. She's staying with the woman who came to pick her up, and somewhere in the background something is banging.
Could it be near a construction site?
Martinson suggested. It was the first thing he had said since returning to work. That's a possibility, Wallander said. They listened again. It was definitely a banging sound. Send the tape to Linköping, he said. If we can identify the sound, it might help us.
How many construction sites are there?
In Skåne alone, Hamren said. It could be something else, Wallander said. Something that might give us an idea where she is. Nyberg left. They stayed in Wallander's office, leaning against the walls and desk. 3 things are important from now on, Wallander said. For the time being, we'll have to put aside certain aspects of the investigation. We have to keep mapping out Katarina Taxell's life. Who is she? Who are her friends? That's the first thing. The second thing is, who is she staying with? He paused before he went on. We'll wait until Hansson comes back from Nödinge, but I think our third task will be to start digging at Eriksson's place. The meeting broke up. Wallander had to go to Lund, and he was thinking of taking Höglund with him. It was already late afternoon. Do you have a babysitter? He asked, when they were alone in his office.
Yes, she said. My neighbor needs the money, thank God.
How can you afford it on a police salary? Wallander asked.
I can't. But my husband makes a good living. That's what saves us. We're one of the lucky families today.
Wallander called Birch and told him that they were on their way. He let Höglund take her car. He no longer trusted his own car in spite of the expensive repairs. The landscape slowly vanished into the twilight. A cold wind blew across the fields. We'll start at Taxell's mother's house. Later we'll go back to her flat.
What do you think you might find? You've already gone over the flat, and you're usually thorough.
Maybe nothing new, but maybe a connection between 2 details that I didn't see before. She drove fast. Do you usually rev the engine when you start the car? Valander asked suddenly. She gave him a quick look. Sometimes. Why do you ask? Because I wonder if it was a woman driving the red Golf that picked up Toxell and the baby. Don't we know that for sure? No, Valander said firmly. We hardly know anything for sure. He looked out the window. They were passing Marsvin's home. There's something else we don't know with certainty, he said after a while, though I'm becoming more and more convinced of it. What's that? She's alone. There's no man anywhere near her. There's no one at all. We're not looking for a woman who might give us a possible lead. There's nothing behind her. There's just her. No one else. So she's the one who committed the murders, dug the punji pit, strangled Rundfeld after holding him captive, tossed Blomberg in the lake, alive in a sack? Valander replied by asking another question. Do you remember early on when we talked about the killer's language, that he or she wanted to tell us something about the deliberateness of the modus operandi? She remembered. It strikes me now that from the start we saw things correctly, but we were thinking wrong. Because a woman was behaving like a man? Maybe not exactly the behavior, but she committed deeds that made us think of brutal men. So we were supposed to think about the victims? It was they who were brutal? Exactly. Them, and not the killer. We read the wrong message into what we saw. But here's where it gets difficult. To believe that a woman can be capable of this. I'm not talking about physical strength. I'm just as strong as my husband, for example. He has trouble beating me at arm wrestling. Valander looked at her in surprise. She noticed and laughed. People amuse themselves in different ways. Valander nodded. I remember having a finger-pulling match with my mother when I was little. I think I was the winner. Maybe she let you win. They turned off towards Storup. I don't know what motivation this woman has for her actions, Valander said. But if we find her, I think we'll be dealing with someone the likes of whom we've never encountered before. A female monster? Maybe. But that's not certain either. The phone interrupted their conversation. Valander answered. It was Birch. He gave them directions to Katerina Toxell's mother's house. What's her first name? Valander asked. Hedwig. Hedwig Toxell. They would be there in about half an hour. The twilight wrapped around them. Birch was on the steps to receive them. Hedwig Toxell lived at the end of a row of terrace houses on the outskirts of Lund. Valander guessed that the houses had been built in the early 1960s. Flat roofs, square boxes facing onto small courtyards. He recalled having read that the roofs sometimes caved in during heavy snowfalls. They almost started talking before I got the machine set up, Birch said. We haven't exactly been overwhelmed with good luck, Valander replied. What's your impression of Hedwig Toxell? She's worried about her daughter and grandson, but she seems more composed than before. Do you think she'll help us, or is she protecting her daughter? I think she wants to know where she is. He let them into the living room. Without being able to define it, Valander had a feeling that the room was somehow similar to Katerina Toxell's flat. Hedwig Toxell came in and greeted them. As usual, Birch stayed in the background. Valander studied her. She was pale. Her eyes shifted restlessly. Valander was expecting this. Her voice on the tape had been nervous and tense, close to breaking point. He had brought Högland along because she had a great ability to reassure nervous people. Mrs. Toxell didn't seem to be on her guard. He had a feeling that she was glad not to be alone. They sat down. Valander had prepared his first questions. Mrs. Toxell, we need your help. Can you answer some questions about Katerina for us? How could she know anything about those horrible murders? She just had a baby, you know. We don't think she's in any way involved, Valander said in a friendly voice, but we have to look for information from many different sources. What's she supposed to know? That's what I'm hoping to find out.
Can't you try to find her instead? I don't understand what's happened."
"I'm sure she's in no danger," Valander said, but he wasn't entirely successful in hiding his doubt.
"She's never done a thing like this before."
"So you have no idea where she is, Mrs. Toxell?"
"My name is Hedwig."
"You have no idea where she is?"
"No. I can't quite believe what is happening."
"Does Katerina have a lot of friends?"
"No, she doesn't. But the ones she has are close friends. I don't know where she'd be other than with one of them."
"Maybe there's someone she didn't see very often, or someone she has met recently."
"Who would that be?"
"Or maybe someone she met earlier, someone she had started seeing again recently."
"I would have known about it. We have a good relationship, much better than most mothers and daughters."
"I'm not implying that you had any secrets from each other," Valander said patiently. "But it's rare that someone knows everything about another person. Do you know, for instance, who the father of her child is?" Valander hadn't meant to throw the question in her face like that. She flinched.
"I've tried to get her to talk about it, but she refuses."
"So you don't know who he is? You can't even guess?"
"I didn't even know she was seeing anyone."
"You knew that she had a relationship with Eugen Blomberg?"
"I knew about it. I didn't like him."
"Why not? Was it because he was already married?"
"I didn't know that until I saw the obituary in the paper. It was a shock."
"Why didn't you like him?"
"I don't know. He was unpleasant."
"Did you know that he had abused Katerina?" Her horror was genuine. For a moment Valander felt sorry for her. Her world was threatening to collapse. She was being forced to admit that there was a lot she didn't know about her daughter, that the intimacy she thought they shared was hardly more than a shell.
"Did he hit her?"
"Worse than that. He abused her in many different ways." She stared at him in disbelief, but saw that he was telling the truth. She couldn't defend herself. "It's possible that Eugen Blomberg is the father of her child, even though they weren't seeing each other." She shook her head slowly and said nothing. Valander looked at Högland. She nodded. He took this to mean that he should go on. Birch stood motionless in the background. "Her friends," Valander said. "We need to talk to them."
"I've already told you who they are, and you've already talked to them."
She rattled off 3 names. Birch nodded in the background. "There are no others?"
"No."
"Does she belong to any clubs?"
"No."
"Has she taken any holidays abroad?"
"We usually go somewhere once a year, in February. To Madeira, Morocco, Tunisia."
"Does she have any hobbies?"
"She reads a lot. She likes to listen to music. Her hair products business takes up most of her time. She works hard."
"Nothing else?"
"Sometimes she plays badminton."
"Who with? One of the 3 girlfriends?"
"With a teacher. I think her name is Karlman, but I've never met her."
Valander didn't know if this was important. At least it was a new name. "Do they work at the same school?"
"Not anymore. They did in the past, a few years ago."
"You don't remember her first name?"
"I've never met her."
"Where did they usually play?"
"At Victoria Stadium. It's within walking distance of her flat."
Birch discreetly went into the hall. Valander knew that he would trace the woman named Karlman. It took him less than 5 minutes. He came back and signaled to Valander, who stood up and went out to the hall. In the meantime, Högland tried to clarify what Mrs. Toxell really knew about her daughter's relationship with Eugen Blomberg.
"That was easy,"
Birch said.
"Annika Karlman. She's the one who reserves and pays for the court. I have her address. It's not far from here."
"Let's go there," Valander said. He went back into the room. "Your daughter's friend's name is Annika Karlman," he said. "She lives on Bankgaten."
"I've never heard her first name before,"
Mrs. Toxell said. "We'll leave you 2 alone for a while," Valander went on. "We need to talk to her right away." It took less than 10 minutes to get there. It was 6:30 p.m. Annika Karlman lived in a turn-of-the-century block of flats. Birch picked up the security phone. A man's voice answered, and Birch identified himself. The door opened. A door on the second floor stood open. A man stood there waiting for them. He introduced himself. "I'm Annika's husband. What's happened?" "Nothing," Birch said. "We just need to ask a few questions." He invited them in. The flat was big and lavishly furnished. Somewhere in another room they could hear music and children's voices. A moment later, Annika Karlman came in. She was tall and was dressed in gym gear. "These police officers want to talk to you." "We need to ask some questions about Katerina Taxel," Wallander said. They sat down in a room lined with books. Wallander wondered whether Annika Karlman's husband was also a teacher. He got right to the point. "How well do you know Katerina Taxel?"
"We played badminton together, but we didn't socialize."
"But you do know that she just had a baby."
"We haven't played badminton for 5 months for precisely that reason."
"Were you going to start up again?"
"We'd agreed she would give me a call."
Wallander mentioned the names of Katerina's 3 girlfriends.
I don't know them. We just played badminton."
"When did you start playing?"
"About 5 years ago. We were teachers at the same school."
"Is it really possible to play badminton regularly with someone for 5 years without getting to know her?"
"Perfectly possible, yes."
Wallander pondered how to continue. Annika Karlman gave clear, concise answers, and yet he could feel that they were moving away from something. "You never saw her together with anyone else?"
"Man or woman?"
"Let's start with the man."
"No."
"Not even when you were working together?"
"She kept to herself. There was one teacher who seemed interested in her. She acted very cold towards him. You might almost say hostile. But she was good with the students. She was smart. A stubborn and smart teacher."
"Did you ever see her with a woman?"
Wallander had given up hope in the value of that question before he even asked it, but he had resigned himself too soon. "Yes, as a matter of fact," she replied. "About 3 years ago."
"Who was it?"
"I don't know her name, but I know what she does. It was a very peculiar situation."
"What does she do?"
"What she's doing now I don't know, but back in those days she was a waitress in a dining car on a train."
Wallander frowned. "You ran into Katerina Taxel on a train?"
"I just happened to catch sight of her in town with another woman. I was walking on the other side of the street. We didn't even say hello to each other. A few days later I took the train to Stockholm. I went into the dining car somewhere after Alvesta. When I was paying the bill, I recognized the woman working there. I had seen her with Katerina."
"You say you don't know what her name is?"
"No."
"But you mentioned this to Katerina later on?"
"Actually, I didn't. I forgot all about it. Is it important?"
Wallander suddenly thought about the timetable he had found in Taxel's desk. "Maybe. What day was it? Which train?"
"Oh, would I remember that?" she said in surprise. "It was 3 years ago."
"Do you happen to have an old calendar? We'd like you to try and remember." Her husband, who had been sitting quietly and listening, stood up. "I'll get the calendar," he said. "Was it 1991 or 92? She thought for a moment.
1991. In February or March.
Several minutes passed as they waited tensely. The music from somewhere in the flat had been replaced by sounds from a TV. The husband came back and handed her an old black calendar. She leafed through a few months, then she found the right place.
"I went to Stockholm on 19 February, 1991, on a train that left at 7:12 a.m. 3 days later I came back. I'd been to see my sister."
"You didn't see this woman on your return trip?"
"I haven't seen her since."
"But you're positive that it was the same woman as the one you'd seen on the street here in Lund with Katerina?"
"Yes."
Wallander regarded her thoughtfully. There's nothing else you think might be important for us?" She shook her head.
"I realize how little I know about Katerina. But she's a good badminton player."
"How would you describe her as a person?"
"That's hard. Maybe that describes her right there, a hard-to-describe person. She's temperamental. She can be depressed. But that time I saw her on the street with the waitress, she was happy and laughing."
"There's nothing else you think might be important?" Wallander saw that she was making an effort to be helpful.
"I think she misses her father,"
she said after a moment. "Why do you think that?"
"It's just a feeling I got. Something to do with the way she acted towards men who were old enough to be her father."
"How did she act?"
"She'd stop behaving naturally, as if unsure of herself."
Wallander thought about Katerina's father, who had died when she was still young. He also wondered if what Annika Karlman had said could explain her relationship with Eugen Blomberg. He looked at her again. "Anything else?"
"No."
Wallander nodded to Birch and stood up. "We won't bother you any more."
"I'm curious, of course. Why are the police asking questions if nothing has happened?"
"A lot has happened," Wallander said, "but not to Katerina. I'm afraid that's all the answer I can give you." They left the flat. "We have to find this waitress," Wallander said.
"Swedish Railways must have lists of employees," Birch said.
"But I wonder if we're going to find out anything more tonight. It was 3 years ago, after all." "We have to try," Wallander said. "Of course, I can't ask you to do it. We can handle it from Ystad."
"You have enough to do,"
Birch replied. "I'll take care of it." Wallander could tell that Birch was sincere. It was no sacrifice. They drove back to Hedwig Taxell's house. Birch dropped Wallander off and continued on to the police station to start looking for the waitress. Wallander wondered whether it was an impossible task. Just as he rang the bell, his phone rang. It was Martinsson. Wallander could hear from his voice that he was managing to pull himself out of his depression. It was going better than Wallander had dared hope.
"How are things?"
Martinsson asked. "Are you still in Lund?" "We're trying to trace a waitress who works for Swedish Railways," Wallander replied. Martinsson was wise enough not to ask any further questions.
"A lot's been going on here," he said. "Svedberg managed to get hold of the person who printed Eriksson's poetry books. He was a very old man, but his mind was sharp, and he didn't mind telling us what he thought of Eriksson. Apparently, he had trouble getting paid for his work."
"Did he tell us anything new?"
"Eriksson seems to have made regular trips to Poland since the war. He took advantage of the poverty there to buy women. When he came home, he would boast about his conquests. That old printer really told us what he thought of him."
Wallander remembered what Sven Tyren had told him during one of their first conversations. Now it had been confirmed. So, Krista Haberman wasn't the only Polish woman in Eriksson's life.
Svedberg wondered whether it would be worth contacting the Polish police, Martinsson said.
"Maybe," Wallander replied. "But for the time being, I think we'll wait on that."
"There's more," Martinsson said. "I'll let you talk to Hansson now."
Hansson came on the phone.
"I think I have a clear picture of who worked Eriksson's land. It all seems to be distinguished by one thing."
"What?"
"An unsolved crime. If I can believe my source, Eriksson had an incredible ability to make enemies. You'd think that his life's great passion was to make new enemies."
"The fields?" Wallander said impatiently. He could hear how Hansson's voice changed when he replied. He sounded more serious.
"The ditch," Hansson said, "where we found Eriksson hanging on the stakes."
"What about it?"
"It was dug some years back. It wasn't there to start with. Nobody really understood why Eriksson needed to put it in. It wasn't necessary for drainage. The mud was shoveled out and made the hill taller where the tower is."
"A ditch isn't what I had in mind," Wallander said. "It doesn't seem believable that it could have anything to do with a grave."
"That was my first thought, too," Hansson said. "But then I heard something that made me change my mind.
Wallander held his breath. "The ditch was dug in 1967. The farmer I talked to was sure about that. It was dug in the late autumn of 1967. So that means the ditch was dug about the same time that Krista Haberman disappeared. My farmer was even more specific. He was certain that the ditch was dug at the end of October. He remembered because of a wedding in Ludinga on the last day of October that year. The times match exactly. Krista Haberman goes on a car ride from Svenstavik. He kills her, buries her, a ditch appears, a ditch that wasn't really necessary." "Good," Wallander said. "This means something." "If she's there, then I know where we should start searching," Hansson said. "The farmer claimed that they started digging the ditch just southeast of the hill. Eriksson had rented a digger. The first few days he did the digging himself, then he let others finish." "Then that's where we'll start digging," Wallander said, noticing his feeling of unease growing. "We'll start tomorrow," he went on. "I want you to make all the preparations." "It's going to be impossible to keep this secret," Hansson said. "We have to try, at least," Wallander said. "I want you to talk to Chief Holgersson about it, and Per Åkesson, and the others." "There's one thing that puzzles me," Hansson said hesitantly. "If we do find her, what does it really prove? That Holger Eriksson killed her? We can assume so, even if we can never prove a dead man's guilt, but what will it really mean for the murder investigation we're doing right now?" It was a reasonable question. "Most of all, it'll tell us that we're on the right track, that the motive connecting these murders is revenge." "And you still think it's a woman behind this?" "Yes," replied Wallander. "Now more than ever." When the conversation was over, Wallander remained standing outside in the autumn night. The sky was cloudless. A faint breeze blew on his face. They were slowly approaching something, the center he had spent exactly 1 month searching for. He still didn't know what they would find there. The woman he tried to visualize kept slipping away, yet at the same time he sensed that in some way he might be able to understand her. Cautiously, she opened the door to where they were sleeping. The child lay in the bassinet she had bought that day. Katarina Taxell was curled up in a fetal position on the edge of the bed. She stood still and looked at them. It was as if she were looking at herself, or maybe it was her sister lying in the crib. Suddenly she couldn't see. She was completely surrounded by blood. It's not just a child who was born in blood. Life itself had its source in the blood that ran out when the skin was cut, blood that remembered the arteries it had once flowed through. She could see it clearly, her mother screaming, and the man standing over her as she lay on a table with her legs spread. Even though it was 40 years ago, time came rushing towards her from the past. All her life she had tried to escape, but she couldn't. The memories always caught up with her. But she knew that she no longer needed to fear these memories. Now that her mother was dead, and she was free to do what she wanted, what she had to do to keep the memories at bay. The feeling of dizziness passed as quickly as it had come. Cautiously she approached the bed and looked at the sleeping child. It wasn't her sister. This child already had a face. Her sister hadn't lived long enough to have anything. This was Katarina's newborn baby, not her mother's. Katarina's child, who would never have to be tormented, haunted by memories. She felt quite calm again. The images were gone. What she was doing was right. She was preventing people from being tormented as she had been. She had forced those men who had committed violent acts that had gone unpunished to take the harshest of all roads. Or so she imagined. A man whose life was taken by a woman would never be able to understand what had happened to him. It was quiet. That was the most important thing. It was the right thing for her to go and get the woman and child. Speak calmly. Listen. and tell her that everything that had happened was for the best. Eugen Blomberg had drowned. What it said in the papers about a sack was rumor and exaggeration. Eugen Blomberg was gone. Whether he had stumbled or tripped and then drowned, nobody was to blame. Fate had decided, and fate was just. That's what she had repeated over and over again, and it seemed as if Katerina was now starting to accept it. Yesterday she had had to tell the women that they would have to miss their meeting this week. She didn't like interrupting her timetable. It created disorder and made it hard for her to sleep. But it was necessary. It wasn't possible to plan everything. As long as Katerina and her child stayed with her, she would live at the house in Balzeu. She had brought along only the essentials from her flat in Ystad, her uniforms, and the small box in which she kept her slips of paper and the book of names. Now that Katerina and her child were asleep, she didn't have to wait any longer. She dumped the slips of paper onto the top of the baking oven, shuffled them, and then began picking them up. The 9th slip she unfolded had the black cross on it. She opened the ledger and slowly scanned the list, stopped at number 9 and read the name, Tora Grunden. She stood motionless and stared straight ahead. His picture slowly materialized, first as a vague shadow, a few barely visible contours, then a face, an identity. Now she remembered him, who he was, and what he had done. It was more than 10 years ago. She was working at the hospital in Malmö. One evening, right before Christmas, she was working in the casualty ward. The woman in the ambulance was dead on arrival. She had died in a car accident. Her husband had come with her. He was upset, and yet composed, and she was immediately suspicious. She had seen it so many times. Since the woman was dead, there was nothing they could do, but she had taken one of the policemen aside and asked him what happened. It was a tragic accident. Her husband had backed out of the garage without noticing that she was standing behind the car. He had run over her, and her head was crushed under one of the back wheels of the car. It was an accident that shouldn't have happened. In a moment, when she wasn't being observed, she had pulled the sheet away and looked at the dead woman. She wasn't a doctor, but she was convinced that the woman had been run over more than once. Later, she started investigating. The woman who now lay dead on the stretcher had been admitted to the hospital several times before. Once, she had fallen from a ladder. Another time, she hit her head hard on a cement floor when she tripped in the basement. She wrote an anonymous letter to the police. She talked to the doctors who examined the body, but nothing happened. The man was given a fine, or maybe a suspended sentence for gross negligence. Nothing else happened. Now everything would be made right again. Everything except the life of the dead woman. She couldn't bring her back. She started planning how it would take place, but something bothered her. The men who were watching Katerina's house, they had come to stop her. They were trying to get to her through Katerina. Maybe they had started to suspect that a woman was behind all that had happened. She was counting on that. First, they would think it was a man. Then they would begin to have doubts. Finally, they would see that they had been looking in the wrong direction. They would never find her. Never. She looked at the baking oven and thought about Tora Grunden. He lived in Hässleholm and worked in Malmö. Then it came to her how it would happen. It was almost embarrassingly easy. She could do it on the job, during working hours, with pay. Chapter 34. They started digging early on the morning of Friday, 21 October. The light was still quite dim. Wallander and Hansson had marked off the first quadrant with crime scene tape. The officers, dressed in overalls and gumboots, knew what they were looking for. Their apprehension seemed in tune with the cool morning air. Wallander felt as though he were in a cemetery. Somewhere in the earth they might come upon the remains of a body. He had put Hansson in charge of the digging. Wallander was going to work with Birch to track down the waitress who had once made Katharina Taxell laugh on a street in Lund. For half an hour he stayed out in the mud where the men had started digging. Then he walked up the path to the farm where his car was waiting. He called Birch and caught him at home. Birch had managed to discover that they might be able to find the name of the waitress they were looking for in Malmö. Birch was having coffee when Wallander called. They agreed to meet outside the station in Malmö. This is the fourth woman involved in the investigation. There was Krista Haberman, then Eva Rundfeldt, and then Katharina Taxell. The waitress was the fourth woman. Was there another woman? A fifth one? Was she the one they were looking for? Or had they reached their goal if they succeeded in finding the waitress? Was she the one who made the nighttime visits to Istad's maternity ward? Without being able to explain why, he doubted that the waitress was the woman they were really searching for. Maybe she could give them a lead, but he couldn't hope for much more than that. He drove through the gray autumn countryside in his old car, wondering absent-mindedly how the winter would be. When had they had snow for Christmas in the past few years? It was so long ago he couldn't remember. He reached Malmö station and found a park next to the main entrance. He thought of getting a cup of coffee before Birch arrived, but time was tight. He found Birch on the other side of the canal on his way across the bridge. He must have parked up by the square. They shook hands. Birch was wearing a knitted cap that was much too small. He was unshaven and looked as though he hadn't had enough sleep. "Have you started digging?" "At 7 a.m., Wallander replied. Birch nodded gloomily. He pointed at the station. "We're supposed to meet a man named Karl Henrik Bergstrand," he said. "Normally he doesn't get in this early. He promised to be here today to meet us." They went into the administrative offices of Swedish Railways. Bergstrand was already there. He was in his early 30s. Wallander assumed that he represented the new, youthful image of the company. They introduced themselves. "Your request is unusual," Bergstrand said, and laughed. "But we'll see if we can help you." He invited them into his spacious office. Wallander found his self-confidence extraordinary. When Wallander had been 30, he was still insecure about almost everything. Bergstrand sat down behind his big desk. Wallander looked at the furniture in the room. Maybe that explained why their tickets were so expensive. "We're looking for a dining car attendant," Birch began. "A woman." "An overwhelming majority of the people working in train service are women," Bergstrand replied. "It would have been significantly easier to find a man." "We don't know her name," Birch said. "All we know is what she looks like." Bergstrand gave him a surprised look. "Do you really have to try to find someone you know so little about?" "We do," Wallander interjected. "We know which train she worked on," said Birch. He gave Bergstrand the information they had from Annika Karlman. Bergstrand shook his head. "This was 3 years ago," he said. "We know that," said Wallander. "But I assume that you have personnel records?" "That's really not something I can answer," Bergstrand said. "Swedish Railways is divided into many enterprises. The restaurants are a subsidiary. They have their own personnel administration. They're the ones who can answer your questions." Wallander was starting to get both impatient and annoyed. "Let's get one thing clear," he interrupted. "We're not looking for this waitress just for the fun of it. We want to find her because she may have important information relating to a complicated murder investigation, so we don't care who answers our questions.
but we're anxious to get it done as fast as possible. I assume you can get hold of someone who can help us. We'll sit here and wait."
"Is it about the murders in the Eastard area?" Bergstrand asked with interest.
"Exactly, and this waitress might know something that's important."
"Is she a suspect?"
"No, she's not a suspect. No shadow will be cast on either the train or the sandwiches."
Bergstrand got up and left the room. "He seemed a little arrogant,"
Birch said.
"It was good, what you said to him."
"It'd be even better if he could give us an answer." While they waited, Wallander called Hansson and Ludinger. They were digging towards the middle of the first quadrant. They hadn't found anything. "Unfortunately, it's already leaked out," Hansson said. "We've had a number of people hanging around up at the farm." "Keep them at a distance," Wallander told him. "I guess that's all we can do." "Nyberg wants to talk to you. It's about that tape recording of Katerina Taxell and her mother."
"Were they able to identify the noise in the background?"
"I think not, but it's better if you talk to him yourself."
"They couldn't say anything at all?"
"They thought someone near the phone was pounding on the floor or the wall, but what good does that do us?"
Wallander had started to hope too soon.
"It couldn't very well be Taxell's newborn baby," Hansson said. "Apparently, we have access to an expert who might be able to work out whether the phone call came from far away or close by, but it's a complicated process. Nyberg said it would take at least a couple of days."
"We'll have to settle for that," Wallander said.
Bergstrand came back into the office, and Wallander quickly ended his conversation. "It'll take a while," Bergstrand said. "We have to get hold of a personnel list that's 3 years old, and the company has undergone a lot of changes since then. But I've explained that it's important. They're getting right onto it."
"We'll wait," Wallander said.
Bergstrand didn't seem overly enthusiastic about having 2 police officers sitting in his office, but he didn't say anything.
"Coffee's one of your specialties, isn't it?" Birch asked. "Can we get some?"
Bergstrand left the room.
"I don't think he's used to getting the coffee himself," Birch said gleefully.
Wallander didn't reply. Bergstrand returned with a tray. Then he excused himself, saying that he had an urgent meeting. They stayed where they were. Wallander drank the coffee and felt his impatience growing. He thought about Hansson and wondered whether he should leave Birch to wait for the waitress to be identified. He decided to stay half an hour, no more.
"I've been trying to get abreast of everything that's happened," Birch said after a while.
"I admit I've never been involved in anything like this before.
Could the killer really be a woman?"
"We can't ignore what we know," Wallander replied. At the same time, the feeling that kept plaguing him returned. The fear that he was steering the whole investigation into terrain that consisted of nothing but pitfalls. At any moment, the trap door could open under their feet.
"We haven't had many female serial killers in this country."
"If any," Wallander said. "Besides, we don't know if she's committed the murders. Our clues will either lead us to her alone or to someone who is working behind her."
"And you think she regularly serves coffee on trains between Stockholm and Malmö?"
Birch's doubt was unmistakable. "No," Wallander replied. "I don't think she serves coffee. The waitress is probably just the 4th step along the way." Birch stopped asking questions. Wallander looked at the clock and wondered if he should call Hansson again. The half-hour was almost up. Bergstrand was still busy with his meeting. Birch was reading a brochure. Another 30 minutes passed. Wallander's patience was running out. Bergstrand came back. "It looks like we're going to solve it," he said brightly. "But it'll take a little while longer." "How long?" Wallander didn't hide his irritation. It probably wasn't justified, but he couldn't help it. "Maybe half an hour. They're driving the files over here. That takes time." They continued to wait. Birch put down his brochure and dozed off. Wallander went over to the window and looked out at Malmö. To the right he caught a glimpse of the hydrofoil terminal. He thought about the times he had stood there,
waiting for Biba. How many? Twice. It felt more than that. He called Hanson. Nothing. The digging was going to take time. Hanson also said it had started to rain. Wallander gloomily realized the extent of this depressing work. The whole thing is going to hell, he thought suddenly. I've steered the whole investigation right into perdition. Birch started snoring. Wallander kept on checking his watch. Bergstrand came back. Birch woke up with a start. Bergstrand had a piece of paper in his hand.
Margareta Niestedt, he said. That's probably the person you're looking for. She was the only one handling the serving that day for the departure in question.
Wallander jumped up from his chair. Where is she now?
I don't actually know. She stopped working for us about a year ago.
Damn, Wallander said.
But we have her address, Bergstrand went on. She might not have moved just because she stopped working for us.
Wallander grabbed the piece of paper. It was an address in Malmö. Carl Gustafs Road, Wallander said. Where's that?
Near Pildam Park, replied Bergstrand.
Wallander saw that there was a phone number, but he decided not to call it. He would go there himself. Thanks for your help, he said to Bergstrand. Can I count on this information being correct? Was she the only one on duty that day?
Swedish Railways is known for its reliability, said Bergstrand. That means that we take care to keep track of our employees, both in the administration and in the subsidiaries.
Wallander didn't understand the connection, but he didn't have time to ask. Then let's go, he said to Birch. They left the station. Birch went in Wallander's car. It took them less than 10 minutes to find the address. It was a 5-story block of flats. Margareta Niestedt lived on the 5th floor. They took the lift. Wallander rang the bell before Birch was even out of the lift, waited, and then rang again. No answer. He swore to himself. Then he made a quick decision. He rang the bell next door. The door opened almost at once. An elderly man gave Wallander a stern look. His shirt was unbuttoned over his paunch, and he was holding a betting form. He took out his identification. We're looking for Margareta Niestedt, he said.
What has she done? The man asked. She's a very friendly young woman. Her husband, too.
We just need some information, Wallander said. She's not home. No one came to the door. Do you happen to know where we could find her?
She works on the hydrofoil, replied the man. She's a waitress.
Wallander looked at Birch. Thanks for your help. Good luck with the horses. 10 minutes later, they braked in front of the hydrofoil terminal.
I don't think we can park here,
Birch said. To hell with it, said Wallander. He felt as if he was running, and that everything would fall apart if he stopped. It took them only a few minutes to find out that Margareta Niestedt was working that morning on Springaren. It had just left Copenhagen and was expected to dock in half an hour. Wallander used the time to move his car. Birch sat on a bench in the departure hall and read a tattered newspaper. The terminal manager came over and said they could wait in the staff room. He wondered whether they wanted him to contact the boat. How much time does she have? Wallander asked.
She's really supposed to go back to Copenhagen on the next trip.
That won't be possible. The man was helpful. He promised to see to it that Margareta Niestedt could stay ashore. Wallander assured him that she wasn't suspected of any crime. He went out onto the dock as the boat pulled in. The passengers struggled against the wind. Wallander was surprised that so many people were traveling across the Sound on a weekday. He waited impatiently. The last passenger was a man on crutches, and then a woman wearing a uniform came out onto the deck. The manager pointed her out to Wallander. She was blonde, with her hair cropped very short, and she was younger than Wallander had expected. She stopped in front of him and crossed her arms. She was cold.
Are you the one who wants to talk to me?
Margareta Niestedt?
That's me.
Let's go inside. We don't have to stand out here freezing.
I don't have much time.
More than you think. You're not going back on the next trip. She stopped.
Why not? Who decided that?
I have to talk to you, but you have nothing to worry about." He suddenly had a feeling that she was scared. For a brief moment he started to think he was mistaken, that she was the one they were looking for, that he already had the fifth woman at his side, without having met the fourth. Then he realized, just as quickly, that he was wrong. Margareta Nystedt was young and slender. She wasn't strong enough. And something about her whole presence told him she wasn't the murderer. They went into the terminal building where Birch was waiting, went into the staff room and sat down. The room was empty. Birch introduced himself. She shook hands with him. Her hand was fragile, like a bird's foot, Belander thought to himself. He studied her face. She was about 27 or 28. Her dress was short, and she had nice legs. She was wearing harsh makeup. He got the impression that she had painted over something on her face that she didn't like. She was nervous. "I'm sorry we had to contact you like this," Belander said. "But sometimes there are things that can't wait." "Like my boat, for instance," she replied. Her voice had a strangely hard sound to it. Belander hadn't expected that. "It's not a problem. I've talked to your supervisor about it." "What have I done?" Belander looked at her thoughtfully. She had no idea why he and Birch were there. There was no doubt about that. The trapdoor of his doubt creaked and groaned under his feet. She repeated her question. What had she done? Belander glanced at Birch, who was surreptitiously looking at her legs. "Katerina Taxell," Belander said. "Do you know her?" "I know who she is. Whether I know her is a different story." "How did you meet her? What have you had to do with her?" Suddenly she gave a start. "Has something happened to her?" "No. Answer my questions." "Answer mine. I only have one. Why are you asking me about her?" Belander saw that he had been too impatient. He had moved too fast. Her aggression was understandable. "Nothing has happened to Katerina, and she's not suspected of committing any crime, nor are you. But we need to get some information about her. That's all I can tell you. After you've answered my questions, I'll leave, and you can go back to work." She gave him a searching look. She was starting to believe him. "About 3 years ago, you spent time with her. Back then, you were working as a waitress on the railway dining cars." She seemed surprised that he knew about her past. Belander had the impression that she was on her guard, which in turn made him sharpen his attention. "Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Why would I deny it?" "And you knew Katerina Taxell?" "Yes." "How did you meet her?" "We worked together." Belander gave her a surprised look before he continued. "Isn't she a teacher?" "She was taking a break. That's when she worked on the train." Belander looked at Birch, who shook his head. He hadn't heard about this either. "When was this?" "In the spring of 1991. I can't be any more specific than that." "And you worked together?" "Not always, but often." "And you also spent time together when you were off?" "Sometimes. But we weren't close friends. We had fun, that's all." "When did you last see her?" "We drifted apart when she stopped waitressing. It wasn't a close friendship." Belander saw that she was telling the truth. Her wariness was gone. "Did Katerina have a steady boyfriend during that time?" "I actually don't know." "If you worked together and also spent time together, wouldn't you have known that?" "I don't remember her ever mentioning anyone." "And you never saw her with any men?" "Never." "Did she have any girlfriends she spent time with?" Margareta Nystedt thought for a moment. Then she gave Belander 3 names, the same names Belander already had. "No one else?" "Not as far as I know." "Have you ever heard the name Eugen Blomberg before?" She thought about it. "Wasn't he the man who was murdered?" "That's right. Can you remember Katerina ever talking about him?" She suddenly gave him a serious look. "Was she the one who did it?" Wallander pounced on her question. Do you think she could have killed anyone?
No. Katerina was a very gentle person.
You went back and forth between Malmö and Stockholm. I'm sure you had a lot of work to do, but you must have talked to each other. Are you positive she never mentioned any other girlfriend? It's important.
No, I can't remember anyone.
At that moment, Wallander noticed her hesitate for a split second. She saw that he had noticed.
Maybe.
What?
It must have been just before she quit. I'd been sick for a week with the flu. When I came back, she was different.
Wallander was on tenterhooks now. Birch had also noticed that something was up. Different in what way?
I don't know how to explain it. Her mood seemed to swing between gloom and exhilaration. She had changed.
Try to describe the change. This could be crucial.
Usually, when we didn't have anything to do, we would sit in the little kitchen in the restaurant car. We talked and looked through magazines, but when I came back, we didn't do that anymore.
What happened instead?
She left.
Wallander waited for her to go on, but she didn't. She left the dining car? She couldn't very well have left the train. What did she say she was going to do?
She didn't say anything.
But you must have asked her. She was different. She didn't sit and talk anymore.
Maybe I asked. I don't remember, but she didn't say anything. She just left.
Did this always happen?
No. Just before she quit, she was different. She seemed completely closed off.
Do you think she was meeting someone on the train? A passenger who was on board each time? It sounds strange.
I don't know.
Wallander had no more questions. He looked at Birch, who had nothing more to add either. The hydrofoil was just about to leave the harbor. You can have a break now, Wallander said. I want you to contact me if you think of anything else. He wrote his name and phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to her. She stood up and left.
Who would meet Katerina on a train?
Birch asked.
A passenger who travels back and forth between Malmö and Stockholm? Besides, they can't be serving all the time on the same train. That doesn't sound logical.
Wallander was only half listening to what Birch said. An idea had occurred to him that he didn't want to lose. It couldn't be a passenger, so it had to be someone else who was on the train for the same reason she was. Wallander looked at Birch. Who works on a train?
I assume there's an engine driver.
Who else?
Conductors. One or more.
Wallander nodded. He thought about what Högland had discovered, the faint glimmer of a pattern. A person who had irregular but recurring days off, like people who work on trains. And then there was the timetable in the secret compartment. He stood up. I think we'll go back and see Bergstrand.
Are you looking for more waitresses?
Wallander didn't reply. He was already on his way out of the terminal building. Bergstrand did not look at all happy to see Wallander and Birch again. Wallander moved fast, practically shoving him through the door to his office. During the same time period, the spring of 1991, there was a woman named Katerina Taxell working for you. I want you to get out all the documents on conductors and engine drivers who worked the shifts when Katerina Taxell was working. I'm especially interested in a week during the spring of 1991 when Margareta Nystedt called in sick. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You can't be serious, Bergstrand said. It's an impossible job to piece together all that information. It'll take months.
Let's say you have a couple of hours, Wallander replied in a friendly voice. If necessary, I'll ask the National Police Commissioner to call up his colleague, the General Manager of Swedish Railways, and I'll ask him to complain about the lack of cooperation by an employee in Malmö named Carl Henrik Bergstrand. Bergstrand smiled grimly.
So, let's do the impossible. But it's going to take hours.
If you work as fast as you can, then you can have as long as you need, Wallander replied.
"You can spend the night in one of our dormitory rooms at the station," said Bergstrand, "or at the Hotel Prise, with which we have an agreement." "No, thanks. When you have the information I've asked for, send it to me by fax at the police station in Ystad." "So you think there is someone else who worked for Swedish Railways back then?" Birch asked. "There has to be. There's no other reasonable explanation." Birch put on his knitted cap. "That means we wait. You in Lund and me in Ystad. Keep monitoring Hedwig Taxell's phone. Katarina might call again." They parted outside the station building. Wallander got into his car and drove through the city. He wondered whether he had reached the innermost Chinese box. What would he find inside? He turned into a petrol station right before the last roundabout on the road to Ystad. He filled up the car and went inside to pay. When he came out, he heard his phone ringing. He yanked open the door and grabbed the phone. It was Hansson. "Where are you?" Hansson asked. "On my way to Ystad." "I think you'd better come out here." Wallander gave a start. He almost dropped the phone. "Did you find her?" "I think so." Wallander drove straight to Luddinge. The wind had picked up and shifted direction until it was blowing from the north. Chapter 35. They had found a thigh bone. That was all. It took several more hours before they found any more skeletal remains. There was a cold, blustery wind blowing that day, a wind that cut right through their clothes and magnified the dreariness and horror of the situation. The femur lay on a plastic sheet. They had dug up an area no larger than 20 square meters, and were surprisingly close to the surface when a spade had struck the bone. A doctor came and examined it. Naturally, he couldn't say anything except that it was human. But Wallander didn't need any additional confirmation. In his mind, there was no doubt that it was part of Krista Habermann's remains. They had to keep digging. Maybe they would find the rest of her skeleton, and maybe then they could determine how she had been killed. Wallander felt tired and melancholy on that endless afternoon. It didn't help that he had been right. It was as though he was looking straight into a terrible story that he would rather not deal with. The whole time he was waiting tensely for what Karl-Henrik Bergstrand could tell them. He spent 2 long hours out in the mud with Hansson and the other policemen doing the excavation, then returned to the station after explaining to Hansson what had happened in Malmö. When he got to the police station, he gathered all the colleagues he could find and repeated his account of what had happened. Now, all they had to do was wait for the paper to start coming out of the fax machine. While they were sitting in the conference room, Hansson called to say they had also found a shin bone. The discomfort around the table was palpable. They were sitting there, waiting for a skull to appear in the mud. It was a long afternoon. The first autumn storm was building over Skåne. Leaves whirled across the car park outside the station. They stayed in the conference room, even though there was nothing for them to discuss as a group. All of them had many other assignments waiting on their desks, but Wallander thought that what they needed most right now was to gather their strength. If the information coming from Malmö gave them the breakthrough that he was hoping for, then they would have to do a lot in a very short space of time. That's why they were slumped in their chairs around the conference table, resting. Birch called and told him that Hedvig Taxell had never heard of Margareta Nystedt. She also said that she couldn't understand how she had managed to forget that her daughter had worked as a waitress on the trains for a while. Birch thought she was telling the truth. Martonsson kept leaving the room to call home, allowing Wallander to check with Högland. She thought that everything was already going much better for Therese. Martonsson had said no more about wanting to resign. Even that discussion had to be put on hold for the time being. Investigating serious crimes meant putting the rest of one's life on hold. At 4 p.m., Hansson called to say they had found a middle finger. Soon after that, he called again. The skull had been uncovered. Wallander asked him if he wanted to be relieved, but he said he might as well stay.
An icy ripple of revulsion passed through the conference room when Wallander announced this latest news. Svedberg quickly put down the half-eaten sandwich he had in his hand. Wallander had been through this before. A skeleton meant little without the skull. Only then was it possible to imagine the person who had once existed. In this mood of weary anticipation, the members of the team sat around the table like little isolated islands. Conversations were started from time to time. Someone would ask a question, an answer was given, something was clarified, and then silence would fall again. Svedberg brought up Svenstavik. Eriksson must have been a strange man. First he entices a Polish woman to come with him down to Skåne. God knows what he promised her. Marriage, wealth, the chance to be a car dealer's princess. Then he kills her, almost at once. But when he feels his own death approaching, he buys a letter of indulgence by bequeathing money to the church up there in Jämtland. "I've read his poems," Martinsson said. "You can't deny that he occasionally shows some sensitivity." "For animals," Högland said. "For birds, but not for human beings." Wallander remembered the abandoned kennel. He wondered how long it had been empty. Hamren grabbed the phone and got hold of Sven Tyren, and they got the answer. Eriksson's last dog was found dead in the kennel one morning a few weeks before Eriksson was murdered. Tyren had been told this by his wife, who in turn had heard it from the postwoman. What the dog died of he didn't know, but it was pretty old. Wallander guessed that someone must have killed the dog so it wouldn't bark, and that person was the one they were looking for. They had come up with one more explanation, but they still lacked an overall framework. Nothing had been fully clarified yet. At 4:30 p.m., Wallander called Malmö. Bergstrand came to the phone. They would be able to fax over the names and other information Wallander had requested shortly. The waiting continued. A reporter called and asked what they were digging for at Eriksson's farm. Wallander told him that the enquiry was progressing, but that he wasn't able to provide details at this stage. He was as friendly as possible. Chief Holgersson sat with them for most of the time. She also drove out to Ludinge with Åkesson. Unlike their former chief, Björk, she didn't say much. The two of them were quite different. Björk would have taken the opportunity to complain about the latest memo from the National Police Board, managing to connect it with the investigation that was underway. Lisa Holgersson was different. Wallander decided that they were both good in their own ways. Hamren was doing a crossword. Svedberg was searching for any remaining hairs on his scalp, and Högland was sitting with her eyes closed. Now and then Wallander got up and took a walk down the hall. He was very tired. He wondered why Katarina Taxell hadn't made contact. Should they start to search for her? He was afraid they would scare off the woman who had come to get her. He heard the phone ringing in the conference room and hurried back to stand in the door. Svedberg had picked it up. Wallander mouthed the question, "Malmö?" Svedberg shook his head. It was Hansson again. "A rib this time," Svedberg said when he had hung up. "Does he have to call here every time they find a bone?" Wallander sat down at the table. The phone rang again. Svedberg picked it up. He listened briefly and then handed it to Wallander. "You'll have it by fax in a few minutes," Bergstrand said. "I think we've found all the information you wanted." "Then you've done a good job," Wallander said. "If there is any additional information, I'll call you back." "I'm sure you will," Bergstrand said. "I get the impression you aren't the type to give up." They all gathered around the fax machine. After a few minutes, pages started to be transmitted. Wallander saw instantly that there were many more names than he had imagined. When the transmission was completed, he made copies for everyone. Back in the conference room, they studied them in silence. Wallander counted 32 names, 17 of them women. He didn't recognize any of them. The lists of hours of service and the various combinations seemed endless. He searched for a long time before he found the week when Margareta Niestedt's name wasn't included. 11 women conductors had been on duty on the days that Katarina Taxell was working as a waitress. For a moment, Wallander felt his powerlessness return. Then he forced it aside and tapped his pen on the table. There are a lot of people listed here. We have to concentrate on the 11 female conductors. Does anyone recognize any of the names? They bent their heads over the pages. No one could remember any of the names from other parts of the investigation. Wallander missed Hansson's presence. He was the one with the best memory. He asked one of the detectives from Malmö to make a copy and see to it that someone drove it out to him. Then let's get started, he said when the detective left the room. 11 women. We have to look at every one of them. Let's hope that somewhere we'll find a point of connection with this investigation. We'll divide them up, and we'll start now. It's going to be a long night. They divided up the names. Wallander knew the hunt was on. The waiting was finally over. Many hours later, when it was almost 11 p.m., Wallander started to despair again. They had got no further than eliminating 2 of the names from the list. One of the women had died in a car accident long before they found Eriksson's body, and the other had already transferred to an administrative job in Malmö. Bergstrand had discovered the mistake and called Wallander at once. They were searching for points of intersection, but found none. Höglund came into Wallander's office. "What should I do with this one?" she asked, shaking a paper she had in her hand. "What about her?" "Annalie Olsson, 39 years old, married with 4 children. She lives in Ängelholm with her husband, who is a vicar. She's deeply religious. She works on trains, takes care of her family, and spends the little free time she has on handicrafts and various efforts for the mission. What should I do with her? Call her in for an interview? Ask her if she killed 3 men in the past month? If she knows where Katarina Taxell and her newborn baby are?" "Put her aside," Wallander said. "That's a step in the right direction, too." Hansson had come back from Lödinge when the rain and wind made it impossible to keep working. He told Wallander that from tomorrow he'd need more people on the job. Then he set to work on the 8 remaining women. Wallander tried in vain to send him home, at least to change out of his wet clothes, but he refused, and Wallander could see that he wanted to shake off the unpleasant experience of standing out in the mud digging for Krista Habermann's remains as soon as possible. Just after 11 p.m., Wallander was on the phone trying to track down a relative of a female conductor named Vedin. She had moved 5 times in the past year. She had gone through a messy divorce and was on the sick list often. He was just dialing information when Martinsson appeared at the door. Wallander could see by Martinsson's face that something had happened, and he hung up quickly. "I think I found her," he said softly. "Yvonne Ander." "Why do you think she's the one?" "She actually lives here in Ystad. She has an address on Liragarten." "What else?" "She seems strange in many ways, elusive like this whole investigation, but she has a background that should interest us. She has worked both as an assistant nurse and an ambulance medic." Wallander looked at him for a moment in silence. Then he got up quickly. "Get the others. Now, right away." In a few minutes they were gathered in the conference room. "Martinsson may have found her," Wallander said. "And she lives here, in Ystad." Martinsson went over everything he had managed to find out about Yvonne Ander. "She's 47 years old. She was born in Stockholm and came to Skåne 15 years ago. The first few years she lived in Malmö before moving here to Ystad. She's worked for Swedish Railways for the past 10 years, but before that, when she was younger, she studied to be an assistant nurse and worked for many years in healthcare. She has also worked as an ambulance medic, and for long periods she doesn't seem to have worked at all." "What was she doing then?" Wallander asked. "There are big gaps." "Is she married?" "She's single." "Divorced?" "There are no children in the picture. I don't think she's ever been married.
but the times that she was working on the trains matched Katerina Taxell's.
Martonson had been reading from his notebook. Now he dropped it on the table.
There's one more thing. She's active in the Swedish Railways Recreational Association in Malmö. I think a lot of people are. But what surprised me was that she was interested in weight training.
It got very quiet in the room.
So she's presumably strong,
Martonson continued.
And isn't it a woman with great physical strength that we're looking for?
Wallander made a quick decision. We'll put all the other names aside for the time being and work on Yvonne Ander. Take it from the beginning, one more time, slowly. Martonson repeated his summary. They came up with new questions. Many of the answers were missing. Wallander looked at his watch. It was just before midnight. I think we should talk to her tonight.
If she's not working,
Höglund said.
She works on the night train occasionally. The other conductors work days or nights, never both.
Either she's home or she's not, Wallander said.
What are we actually going to talk to her about?
The question came from Ham Ren. It was legitimate.
I think it's possible that Katerina Taxell might be there, Wallander said. If nothing else, we can use that as an excuse. Her mother is worried. We can start with that. We have no evidence against her. We don't have a thing. But I want to get some fingerprints.
So we're not sending a whole team,
Svedberg said. Wallander nodded at Höglund. I thought the two of us should visit her. We can have another car follow as backup in case something happens.
Like what?
Martonson asked. I don't know.
Isn't that a little irresponsible?
Svedberg said.
We do suspect she's involved in murder.
We'll be armed, Wallander said. They were interrupted by a man from the dispatch center knocking on the door.
There's a message from a doctor in Lund. He did a preliminary examination of the skeletal remains you found. He thinks they're from a woman, and they've been in the ground a long time.
So we know that, Wallander said. If nothing else, we're on our way to solving a 27-year-old case.
The officer left the room.
I don't anticipate any trouble, Wallander said.
How are we going to explain it if Taxell isn't there? After all, we're thinking of knocking on her door in the middle of the night.
We'll ask for Katerina, Wallander said. We're looking for her, that's all.
What happens if she's not home?
Wallander didn't have to think it over.
Then we go in, and the officers acting as backup will watch in case she's on her way home. In the meantime, I'd like to ask the rest of you to wait here. I know it's late, but it can't be helped.
No one had any objections. They left the police station just after midnight. The wind was now at gale force. Wallander and Höglund took her car. Martonson and Svedberg were in the backup car. Lyrgaten was right in the middle of Ystad. They parked a block away. The streets were almost deserted. They met only one other car, one of the police night patrols. Wallander wondered if the planned new cycle commando unit would be able to handle patrol duty when it was blowing as hard as it was now. Yvonne Ander lived in a flat in a restored wood and brick building. Hers was the middle of 3 flats, with her door facing the street. Apart from a light on in a window to the far left, the whole building was in darkness.
Either she's asleep or she's not home, Wallander said. But we have to assume she's there.
The wind was blowing hard.
Is she the one?
Höglund asked. Wallander was freezing cold and out of sorts. Was it because they were now hunting a woman?
Yes, he replied. I think she is.
They crossed the street. To their left was Martonson and Svedberg's car, the headlights turned off. Höglund rang the bell. Wallander pressed his ear to the door and could hear the bell ringing inside. They waited tensely. He nodded to her to ring again. Still nothing. Then a third time, with the same result.
Do you think she's asleep?
Höglund asked.
No, Wallander said. I don't think she's home.
He tried the door. It was locked. He took a step into the street and waved at the car. Martinson came walking up. He was the best at opening locked doors without using force. He had a torch and a bundle of tools with him. Wallander held the light while Martinson worked. It took him more than 10 minutes. Finally, he got the lock to open. He took the torch and went back to the car. Wallander looked around. There was no one about. He and Högland went inside. They stood, listening to the silence. There was no window in the hall. Wallander turned on a lamp. To the left was a living room with a low ceiling. To the right, a kitchen. Straight ahead, a narrow staircase led to an upper floor. It creaked under their feet. There were 3 bedrooms, all empty. There was no one in the flat. He tried to take stock of the situation. Could they count on the woman who lived there coming back during the night? He thought it highly unlikely, especially since she had Toxell and her baby with her. Would she move them around at night? Wallander walked up to a glass door in one of the bedrooms and discovered a balcony outside. Big flower pots filled almost the entire space, but there were no flowers in them, just soil. The balcony and the empty flower pots filled him with sudden dismay. He left the room quickly. They returned to the hall. "Get Martinson, and ask Svedberg to drive back to the station. They have to keep looking. I think Yvonne Ander has another residence besides this flat. Maybe a house."
"Shouldn't we have some surveillance on the street?"
"She won't come back tonight. But you're right, we should have. Ask Svedberg to take care of it."
Högland was just about to leave when he held her back.
Then he looked around. He went into the kitchen and lit the lamp over the bench. There were 2 dirty cups there. He wrapped them in a handkerchief and handed them to her. "Prince, get Svedberg to give them to Nyberg. This could be crucial." He went back upstairs, hearing Högland shut the front door behind her. He stood still in the dark, then did something that surprised even him. He went in the bathroom, picked up a towel, and sniffed it. He smelled the faint scent of a special perfume. But the smell reminded him of something else. He tried to capture the mental image, the memory of a scent. He sniffed the towel again, but he couldn't pin it down, even though he knew he was close. He had smelled that scent somewhere else. He couldn't remember where or when, but it had been quite recently. He jumped when he heard the door open. Martinson and Högland appeared on the stairs. "Now we have to start looking," said Wallander. "We're searching not only for something to connect her to the murders, but for something that indicates where she has another residence." "Why should she have?" Martinson asked. They were whispering, as if the person they were looking for was close by and might hear them. "Katarina Toxell," Wallander said. "Her baby. And we've believed all along that Rundfeldt was held captive for 3 weeks. I'm sure that it wasn't here, in the middle of Ystad." Martinson and Högland started work upstairs. Wallander closed the curtains in the living room and turned on some lamps. Then he stood in the middle of the room and turned, slowly. The woman who lived here had beautiful furniture, and she smoked. He saw an ashtray on a little table next to a leather sofa. There were no cigarette butts in it, but there were faint traces of ashes. Paintings and photographs hung on the walls, still lifes, vases of flowers, not very well done. Down in the lower right corner of one was a signature. Anna Ander, 1958. A relative. Ander was an unusual surname. It figured in the history of Swedish crime, although he couldn't recall how. He looked at one of the framed photographs. A Scanian farm. The picture was taken from above, at an angle. Wallander guessed that the photographer had been standing on a roof or a tall ladder. He walked around the room, trying to feel her presence. He wondered why it was so difficult. Everything gave an impression of abandonment, he thought. A prim, pedantic abandonment. She isn't here very often. She spends her time somewhere else. He went over to her little desk next to the wall. Through the gap in the curtain he glimpsed a small yard. The window was draughty. He pulled out the chair, sat down, and tried the biggest drawer. It was unlocked. A car passed by. Wallander saw the headlights catch a window and disappear. Then only the wind remained. In the drawer were bundles of letters. He found his glasses and took out the top bundle. The sender was A. Ander, and the letter was sent from an address in Spain. He took out the letter and quickly scanned it. It was clear at once that Anna Ander was her mother. She was describing a trip. On the last page, she wrote that she was on her way to Africa. The letter was dated April 1993. He put back the letter on the top of the bundle. The floorboards upstairs were creaking. He stuck one hand inside the drawer. Nothing. He started to go through the other drawers. Even paper can feel abandoned, he thought. He found nothing to make him take notice. It was too empty to be natural. Now he was convinced that she lived somewhere else. He kept going through the drawers. The floor upstairs creaked. It was 1:30 a.m. She was driving through the night, feeling very tired. She had been listening to Katerina for hours. She often wondered about the weakness of these women. They let themselves be tortured, abused, murdered. Then, if they survived, they sat night after night moaning about it. She didn't understand them. As she drove through the night, she actually felt contempt for them. They didn't fight back. It was 1 a.m. Normally, she would have been asleep by now. She had to go to work early the next day. She had planned to sleep at Volsieu, but in the end she dared to leave Katerina alone with her baby. She had convinced her to stay where she was just for a few more days, maybe a week. Tomorrow night they would call her mother again. Katerina would call, and she would sit next to her. She didn't think Katerina would say anything she wasn't supposed to, but she wanted to be there anyway. It was 1:10 a.m. when she drove into Ystad. She sensed the danger as soon as she turned down Liergaten and saw the parked car with its headlights off. She couldn't turn around. She had to keep going. There were 2 men in the car, and she thought she could see a light in her flat, too. Furious, she accelerated. The car leaped ahead, and she braked just as suddenly when she had turned the corner. So they had found her. The ones who were watching Katerina's house were in her flat. She felt dizzy, but she wasn't afraid. There was nothing there that could lead them to Volsieu. Nothing that told them who she was. Nothing but her name. She sat motionless. The wind tore at the car. She had turned off the engine and the headlights. She would have to return to Volsieu. Now she knew why she had come here, to see if the men who were following her had got into her flat. But she was still way ahead of them. They would never catch up with her. She would keep unfolding her slips of paper as long as there was a single name left in the ledger. She started the car and decided to drive past her building one more time. The car was still parked there. She stopped 20 meters behind it without shutting off the engine. Even though it was some distance, and the angle was difficult, she could see that the curtains in her house were drawn. Whoever was inside had turned on the light. They were searching, but they wouldn't find anything. She forced herself to drive off slowly, without gunning the engine as she usually did. When she got back to Volsieu, Katerina and her baby were asleep. Nothing would change. Everything would continue according to plan. Wallander had returned to the bundle of letters when he heard quick steps on the stairs. He got up from his chair. It was Martensson, with Höglund right behind. "I think you'd better take a look at this," Martensson said. He was pale, his voice shaky. He placed a worn notebook with a black cover on the desk. It was open. Wallander leaned over and put on his glasses. There was a column of names. Each had a number in the margin. He frowned. Go forward a few pages, Martenson said. Wallander did as he said. The column of names was repeated. There were arrows, deletions, and changes, and it looked as if it was a draft of something. A couple more pages, Martenson said. Wallander could hear he was shaken. The column of names appeared again. This time there were fewer changes and deletions. Then he saw it. He recognized the first name, Gustav Rundfeldt. Then he found the others, Holger Eriksson and Eugen Blomberg. At the end of the rows there were dates written in, the dates of their deaths. Wallander looked up at Martenson and Högland. Both of them were pale. There was no longer any doubt. They had come to the right place. There are more than 40 names here, Wallander said. You think she intends to kill them all? At least we know who might be next, Högland said. She pointed to a name. Tore Grunden. Next to his name was a red exclamation mark, but there was no date in the margin. In the back there's a loose sheet of paper, Högland said. Wallander carefully took it out. There were meticulously written notes on it. The handwriting reminded him of Mona's. The letters were rounded, the lines even and regular, without deletions and changes. But what was written there was hard to interpret. There were numbers, the word Hässleholm, and something that could be from a timetable. 7:50, Saturday, 22 October. Tomorrow's date. What the hell does this mean? Wallander asked. Is Tore Grunden getting off the train in Hässleholm at 7:50? Maybe he's getting on a train, Högland said. Wallander understood. He didn't hesitate. Call Birch in Lund. He's got the phone number of a man named Karl Henrik Bergstrand in Malmö. Get the answer to this question. Is Ivan Ander working on the train that stops in or leaves from Hässleholm at 7:50 a.m. tomorrow? Martenson pulled out his phone. Wallander stared at the open notebook. Where is she? Högland asked. Right now. We know where she'll probably be tomorrow morning. Wallander looked at her. In the background he saw the paintings and photographs. Suddenly he knew. He should have realized it at once. He went over to the wall and unhooked the framed picture of the farm, turned it over. Hans Garden in Völsjö, 1965, someone had written in ink. That's where she lives. And that's where she probably is right now. What should we do? She asked. We'll go out there and bring her in. Martenson had got hold of Birch. They waited. The conversation was brief. He'll chase down Bergstrand for us, Martenson said. Wallander stood with the notebook in his hand. Let's go, then. We'll pick up the others on the way. Do we know where Hansgarden is? She asked. We can find it in the database, Martenson said. It won't take me 10 minutes. Now they were in a real hurry. They were back at the station just after 2 a.m. They gathered their weary colleagues. It took longer than Martenson thought to find Hansgarden. He didn't find it until almost 3 a.m. It was on the outskirts of Malmö. Should we be armed? Svedberg asked. Yes, but don't forget that Katarina Taxell and her baby are there, too. Nyberg came into the conference room. His hair was standing on end and his eyes were bloodshot. We found what we were looking for on one of the cups, he said. The fingerprint matches the ones on the suitcase and the cigarette butt. Because it's not a thumbprint, I can't say whether it's the same one we found on the tower. That print seems to have been made later, as if she had been there a second time, but it's probably a match. Who is she? Ivan Ander, Wallander said. And now we're going to bring her in. If only Bergstrand had called. Do we really have to wait for him? Martenson said. Half an hour, at the most, Wallander said. They waited. Martenson left the room to check that the flat on Liergarten was still under surveillance. Bergstrand called after 20 minutes.
Yvonne Ander is working on the northbound train from Malmö tomorrow morning. So we know that much, Wallander said simply. It was 3:45 a.m. when they left Ystad. The storm had reached its peak. The final thing Wallander did was make 2 calls, first to Lisa Holgersson, then to Per Åkesson. They agreed that they would arrest her as soon as humanly possible. Chapter 36. At just after 5 a.m., they were gathered at Hansgarten in a hard, gusting gale. They were all freezing. They had surrounded the house in a shadow-like maneuver. It had been decided that Wallander and Höglund should go in. The others had taken up positions where they each had close contact with at least one colleague. They had left the cars out of sight of the farmhouse and approached the last stretch on foot. Wallander spotted the red Golf parked in front of the house. On the ride up to Valsö, he had worried that she might have already left. But her car was there. She was still home. The house was dark and quiet. Wallander couldn't see a dog. It all went very fast. They took up their positions. Wallander asked Höglund to announce over their radios that they would wait a few more minutes before going in. Wait for what? She didn't understand why. Wallander couldn't explain it either. Maybe it was because he had to prepare himself. Or did he need to create a space for himself for a few minutes so that he could think through everything that had happened? He stood there, bitterly cold, everything seeming totally unreal. They had been pursuing a strange, elusive shadow for a month. Now they were close to their goal, at the point where the pounce would conclude the hunt. It was as if he had to free himself from the feeling of unreality that surrounded everything that had happened, especially in relation to the woman in the house, whom they had to arrest. For all this he needed breathing space. That's why he said they would wait. He stood with Höglund in a windbreak next to a dilapidated barn. The front door was about 25 meters away. Time passed. Soon it would be dawn. They couldn't wait any longer. Wallander had approved the use of guns, but he wanted everything to proceed slowly, especially since Katarina Taxell and her baby were inside. Nothing must go wrong. The most important thing was for them to stay calm. "Now we go," he said finally. "Pass it on." She spoke softly into the radio and received a series of acknowledgments from the others. She took out her revolver. Wallander shook his head. "Keep it in your pocket. But remember which one." The house was still quiet. No movement. They approached, Wallander in the lead, Höglund behind him to the right. The wind was blowing hard. Wallander took another quick look at his watch. It was 5:19 a.m. Yvonne Anders should be up by now if she was going to make it to work. They stopped outside the door. Wallander took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and took a step backwards. He had his hand on the revolver in his pocket. Nothing happened. He took a step forwards and knocked again. He tried the latch. The door was locked. He knocked again. Suddenly he felt uneasy. He pounded on the door. Still no reaction. Something was wrong. "We'll have to break in," he said. "Tell the others. Who has the crowbar? Why didn't we bring it along?" Höglund spoke with a firm voice into the radio. She turned her back to the wind. Wallander kept an eye on the windows next to the door. Svedberg came running with the crowbar. Wallander asked him to return to his position at once. Then he stuck in the crowbar and started prying, putting all his strength into it. The door sprang open at the lock. There was a light on in the hall. He drew his revolver, and Höglund quickly followed his lead. Wallander crouched and went in. She stood to one side behind him and covered him with her revolver. Everything was quiet. "Police!" Wallander yelled. "We're looking for Yvonne Ander!" Nothing happened. He yelled again. Cautiously, he moved towards the room straight ahead of him. Höglund followed at his flank. The sense of unreality returned. He stepped quickly into a large open room, sweeping over it with his revolver. It was completely empty. He let his arm drop. Höglund was on the other side of the door. A huge,
baking oven stood against one wall. Suddenly a door opened across the room. Wallander gave a start and raised his revolver again, and Höglen went down on one knee. Katerina Taxell came through the door dressed in a nightgown. She looked terrified. Wallander lowered his revolver, and Höglen did too. At that moment Wallander knew that Yvonne Ander wasn't in the house.
"What's happening?"
Taxell asked. Wallander went quickly up to her. "Where's Yvonne Ander?"
"She's not here."
"Where is she?"
"I assume she's on her way to work."
Wallander was now in a big hurry. "Who came and picked her up?"
"She always drives herself."
"But her car is still parked outside the house."
"She has 2 cars."
So simple, thought Wallander. Not just the red Golf. "Are you feeling all right? And your baby?"
"Why shouldn't I feel all right?"
Wallander took a quick look around the room. Then he asked Höglen to call in the others. They didn't have much time. "Get Nyberg here. The house has to be gone over from the rafters to the cellar." The freezing police officers gathered in the big white room. "She's gone," Wallander said. "She's on her way to Hässleholm. At least there's no reason to believe otherwise. She's supposed to start her shift there. A passenger named Tore Grunden will be getting on too. He's the next one on her hit list."
"Is she really going to kill him on the train?"
Martinsson asked, incredulous. "We don't know, but we don't want any more murders. We have to catch her." "We'll have to warn our colleagues in Hässleholm," Hansson said. "We'll do that on the way," Wallander said. "I think Hansson and Martinsson should come with me. The rest of you start in the house. And talk to Katerina Taxell." He nodded at her. She was standing next to the wall. The light was gray. She almost blended in with the wall, dissolved, faded. Could a person become so pale that she was no longer visible? They took off. Hansson drove. Martinsson was just about to call Hässleholm when Wallander told him to wait. "I think it's best we do this ourselves. If there's chaos, we don't know what will happen. She could be dangerous. I understand that now. Dangerous for us, too." "Of course she is," Hansson said in surprise. "She's killed 3 people, impaled them on stakes, strangled them, drowned them. If a person like that isn't dangerous, then I don't know who is."
"We don't even know what Grunden looks like," Martinsson said. "Are we going to page him at the station? And she'll probably be in uniform."
"Maybe," Wallander said. "We'll see when we get there. Put on the lights. We've got no time to lose." Hansson drove fast. Time was tight. With about 20 minutes to go, Wallander realized that they wouldn't make it. One of their tires blew. Hansson swore and braked. When they saw that the left rear tire had to be changed, Martinsson wanted to call Hässleholm. If nothing else, they could send a car for them, but Wallander said no. He had made up his mind. They would make it. They changed the tire at lightning speed while the wind tore at their clothes. Then they were on the road again. Hansson drove very fast. Time was running out, and Wallander tried to decide what they should do. He couldn't believe that Yvonne Ander would kill Tore Grunden in plain sight of the passengers. It didn't fit with her previous modus operandi. For the time being, they'd have to forget about Grunden. They would look for her, a woman in uniform, and they would grab her as discreetly as possible. They reached Hässleholm, and Hansson started to head in the wrong direction, even though he claimed to know the way. Now Wallander was agitated too, and by the time they reached the station they were almost yelling at each other. They jumped out of the car, its lights flashing, and ran towards the platform. "We look as though we're about to rob the ticket office," Wallander thought. They had exactly 3 minutes left. The train was announced, but Wallander couldn't hear if it was just arriving or was already there. He told Martinsson and Hansson that now they had to calm down. They should walk out onto the platform a little apart from each other. When they found her, they should grab her from both sides. They couldn't be sure how she would react. They should be prepared, not with revolvers, but with their hands. Yvonne Ander didn't use weapons. They should be prepared, but they had to take her without firing a shot. The wind was still blowing hard. The train hadn't arrived. The passengers were huddled in whatever shelter from the wind they could find. The station was crowded. They went out onto the platform, Wallander first, Hansson right behind him, and Martensson out by the track. Wallander spotted a male conductor, standing, smoking a cigarette. He felt the tension making him sweat. He couldn't see Yvonne Ander. No women in uniform. Quickly he scanned the crowd for a man who might be Tora Grunden, but it was hopeless. The man had no face. He was just a name in a macabre notebook. He exchanged glances with Hansson and Martensson. He looked back towards the entrance to see if she was coming from that direction. At the same time, the train came into the station. He knew that something was going very wrong. He couldn't believe that she intended to kill Grunden on the platform, but he couldn't be entirely sure. He had seen the most calculating individuals suddenly lose control and act impulsively when they felt threatened. The passengers started picking up their belongings. Wallander no longer had any choice. He had to talk to the conductor and ask whether Yvonne Ander was already on the train. The train came to a halt, its brakes shrieking. Wallander had to push his way through the passengers who were hurrying to board the train and get out of the wind. Suddenly, he noticed a lone man standing further down the platform. He was just picking up his bag. Next to him stood a woman, wearing a long overcoat that was being whipped by the wind. A train was coming in from the other direction. Wallander was never sure whether he consciously understood the situation, but he reacted as though everything was perfectly clear. He shoved aside the passengers in his way. Hansson and Martensson came behind him without knowing exactly where they were going. Wallander saw the woman grab the man from behind. She almost lifted him off the ground. Wallander sensed more than understood that she intended to throw him in front of the train coming in on the other track. Since he couldn't reach them in time, he screamed at her. Despite the roar of the engines, she heard him. One instant of hesitation was enough. She looked at Wallander. Martensson and Hansson appeared at his side. They sprinted towards the woman who had let go of the man. The long coat had blown up, and Wallander caught a glimpse of her uniform underneath. Suddenly, she raised her hand and did something that made both Hansson and Martensson stop in their tracks. She ripped off her hair. It was caught at once by the wind and flew down the platform. Under the wig, her hair was short. They started running again. Grunden didn't seem to understand what had happened to him. "Yvonne Ander!" Wallander shouted. "Police!" Martensson was now almost upon her. Wallander saw him stretch out his arms to grab her. She jabbed with her right fist, hard and accurate. The blow struck Martensson on the left cheek. He dropped to the platform without a sound. Behind Wallander, someone was shouting. A passenger had seen what was going on. Hansson went to draw his revolver, but it was already too late. She grabbed his jacket and kneed him hard in the groin. For a moment she leaned over him as he buckled forwards. Then she started running down the platform. She tore off the overcoat. It fluttered and then blew away on a gust of wind. Wallander stopped beside Martensson and Hansson. Martensson was out cold. Hansson was moaning and white in the face. When Wallander looked up, she was gone. He took off down the platform, running as fast as he could, and caught sight of her just before she vanished across the tracks. He knew the chances of catching up with her were small, and he didn't know how badly Martensson was hurt. He turned back and saw that Tora Grunden was gone. Several railway workers came running up. No one realized in the confusion what had happened. Afterwards, Wallander would recall the next few hours as an eternal chaos. He had to try to handle a lot of things at once. On the platform, no one understood what he was talking about. Passengers were swarming around him. Slowly, Hansson began to recover, but Martensson was still unconscious. Wallander raged at the ambulance that took so long to arrive, and not until some bewildered Hässleholm police appeared on the platform did he start to make some sense of the situation. Martensson's breathing was steady. By the time the ambulance attendants carried him off, Hansson had managed to get to his feet again, and he went with them to the hospital. Wallander explained to the police officers that they had been trying to arrest a female conductor, but that she had escaped. By that time, the train had left. Wallander wondered whether Grunden had boarded it. Did he have any idea how close to death he had come? Wallander realized that no one understood what he was talking about. Only his identification made them accept that he was a policeman and not a lunatic. Now, he had to find where Yvonne Ander had gone. He called Högland and told her what had happened. She would see to it that they were prepared if she came back to Volsjö. The flat in Ystad was already under surveillance, but Wallander didn't think that she would go there. They were hot on her heels, and they wouldn't give up until they caught her. Where could she go? He couldn't ignore the possibility that she would simply take flight, but it didn't seem likely. She planned everything. Wallander told Högland to ask Katarina Taxell one question. Did Yvonne Ander have another hideout? I think she always has an escape route, Wallander said. She may have mentioned an address, a location. What about Taxell's flat in Lund? Wallander saw that she might be right. Call up Birch, ask him to check. She has keys to it, Högland said. Katarina told me so. Wallander was escorted to the hospital by a police car. Hansson lay on a stretcher. His scrotum was swollen, and he would be kept in for observation. Martinsson was still unconscious. A doctor diagnosed a severe concussion. The man who hit him must have been extremely strong, the doctor said. You're right, said Wallander, except that the man was a woman. He left the hospital. Where had she gone? Something was nagging at Wallander's subconscious, something that could give him the answer to where she was, or at least where she might be headed. Then he remembered what it was. He stood quite still outside the hospital. Nyberg had been absolutely clear on something. The fingerprints in the tower must have been put there later. Yvonne Ander might be similar to him. In tense situations, she sought out solitude, a place where she could take stock, come to a decision. All her actions gave the impression of detailed planning and precise timetables. Now, her ordered life had come crashing down around her. He decided it was worth a try. The site was sealed off, of course, but Hansson had told him that the work wouldn't be resumed until they got the extra help they needed. Wallander knew that she could reach the spot by the same route she had used before. Wallander said goodbye to the police who had helped him and promised to give them a full report on the investigation later that day. No real damage had been done. The officers who had been admitted to the hospital would soon be on their feet again. Wallander got into his car and called Högland again. He didn't tell her what it was about, just that he wanted her to meet him at the turnoff to Eriksson's farm. It was after 10 a.m. when Wallander arrived in Luddinge. Högland was standing by her car waiting for him. They drove the last stretch up to the farmhouse in Wallander's car. He stopped 100 meters from the house. I might be wrong, he said, but there's a chance she might come back here to the bird tower. She's been here before. He reminded her of what Nyberg said about the fingerprints. What would she be doing here? She asked. I don't know. But she's on the run. She needs to make some kind of decision, and we know that she's been here before. They got out of the car. The wind was biting. We found the hospital uniform and a plastic bag with underpants in it. We can assume that Rundfeldt was held captive at Volsjö. They were approaching the house. What do we do if she's up in the tower? We take her. I'll go around the other side of the hill. If she comes here, that's where she'll park her car. You walk down the path. This time we'll have our guns drawn. I don't think she'll come, Högland said. Wallander didn't reply. He knew there was a good chance she was right. They found some shelter in the courtyard. The crime scene tape around the ditch where they had been digging for Krista Habermann's remains had been torn away in the wind. The tower was empty. It stood out sharply in the autumn light. Let's wait a while anyway, Wallander said. If she comes, it'll be soon.
"There's an APB out for her," she said. "If we don't find her, she'll be hunted all over the country."
They stood silent for a moment. The wind tore at their clothes.
"What is it that drives her?" she asked.
She's probably the only one who can answer that question. But shouldn't we assume that she was abused, too?
Högland didn't reply.
"I believe she's a lonely person," Valander said. "And she thinks the purpose of her life is a calling to kill on behalf of others."
"Once I thought we were out after a mercenary," she said. "And now we're waiting for a female conductor to appear in a tower built for watching birds."
"That mercenary angle might not have been so far-fetched," Valander said thoughtfully. "She's a woman, and she doesn't get paid for killing as far as we know. But there's something that reminds me of what we initially believed that we were dealing with."
Katarina Toxell said that she got to know her through a group of women who met at Valsju. But their first encounter was on a train. You were right about that. Apparently she asked about a bruise Toxell had on her temple. It was Eugen Blomberg who had abused her. I never found out exactly how it all happened, but she confirmed that Yvonne Ander had previously worked in a hospital, and also as an ambulance medic. She saw plenty of abused women. Later she got in contact with them and invited them to Valsju. You might call it an extremely informal support group. She found out the names of the men who had abused the women. Katarina acknowledged that it was Yvonne Ander who visited her at the hospital. On the second visit, she gave Ander the father's name, Eugen Blomberg.
That signed his death warrant. I also think she's been preparing this for a long time. Something happened that triggered it all, and neither you nor I can know what that was.
Does she know it herself?
We have to suppose that she does, if she isn't completely insane.
They waited.
The wind came and went in strong gusts. A police car drove up to the entrance of the courtyard. Valander asked them not to come back until further notice. He gave no explanation, but he was unequivocal. They kept on waiting. Neither of them had anything to say. At 10:45 a.m., Valander cautiously put a hand on her shoulder.
"There she is," he whispered. Högland looked. A person had appeared up by the hill. It had to be Yvonne Ander. She stood there and looked around. Then she began to climb the stairs to the tower.
"It'll take me 20 minutes to go around to the back of the tower," Valander said. "Then you start to walk down the path. I'll be behind her if she tries to escape."
"What happens if she attacks me? Then I'll have to shoot."
"I'll make sure that doesn't happen. I'll be there." He ran to the car and drove as fast as he could to the tractor path that led up the back of the hill. He didn't dare drive all the way, so he got out and ran. It took longer than he had calculated. A car was parked at the top of the tractor path. Also a Golf, but a black one. The phone rang in Valander's jacket pocket. He stopped. It might be Högland. He answered and kept walking along the tractor path. It was Svedberg.
"Where are you? What the hell is going on?"
"We're at Eriksson's farm. I can't go into it right now. It would be good if you could come out here with someone. Amren, perhaps. I can't talk right now."
"I called because I have a message," Svedberg said. "Hansson called from Hässleholm. Both he and Martinsson are feeling better. Martinsson is conscious again anyway, but Hansson wondered if you had picked up his revolver."
Valander froze. "His revolver?"
He said it was lost."
"I don't have it."
"It couldn't still be lying on the platform, could it?"
At that instant, Valander could see the events played out clearly before him. Ander grabs hold of Hansson's jacket and knees him hard in the groin. Then she quickly bends over him, and that's when she takes the revolver. "Shit!" Valander yelled. Before Svedberg could answer, he had hung up and stuffed the phone back in his pocket. He had put Högland in mortal danger. The woman in the tower was armed. Wallander ran. His heart pounded like a hammer in his chest. He saw by his watch that she must already be on her way down the path. He stopped and dialed her phone number. No connection. He started running again. His only chance was to get there first. Högland didn't know that Ander was armed. His terror made him run faster. He had reached the back of the hill. She must be almost to the ditch now. Walk slowly, he tried to tell her in his mind. Trip and fall. Slip, anything. Don't hurry. Walk slowly. He had pulled out his gun and was stumbling up the slope behind the bird tower. When he reached the top, he saw Högland at the ditch. She had a revolver in her hand. The woman in the tower hadn't seen her. He shouted, "Ann-Britt! She's got a gun! Get out of there!" He aimed his revolver at the woman standing with her back to him up there in the tower. In the same instant, a shot rang out. He saw Högland jerk and fall backwards into the mud. Wallander felt as if someone had thrust a sword right through him. He stared at the motionless body in the mud and sensed that the woman in the tower had turned around. Then he dived to the side and fired towards the top of the tower. The third shot hit home. Ander lurched and dropped Hansson's gun. Wallander rushed down into the mud. He stumbled into the ditch and scrambled up the other side. When he saw Högland on her back in the mud, he thought she was dead. She had been killed by Hansson's revolver, and it was all his fault. For a split second, he saw no way out but to shoot himself, right where he stood, a few meters from her. Then he saw her moving, feebly. He fell to his knees by her side. The whole front of her jacket was bloody. She was deathly pale and stared at him with fear in her eyes. "It'll be all right," he said. "It will be all right." "She was armed," she mumbled. "Why didn't we know that?" Wallander could feel the tears running down his face. He called for an ambulance. Later, he would remember that while he waited, he had steadily murmured a confused prayer to a God he didn't really believe in. In a haze, he was aware that Svedberg and Hamren had arrived. Ann-Britt was carried away on a stretcher. Wallander was sitting in the mud. They couldn't get him to stand up. A photographer who had raced after the ambulance when it drove off from Ystad took a picture of Wallander as he sat there. Dirty, forlorn, hopeless. The photographer managed to take that one picture before Svedberg, in a rage, chased him off. Under pressure from Chief Holgersson, the photograph was never published. Meanwhile, Svedberg and Hamren brought Ander down from the tower. Wallander had hit her high on the thigh. She was bleeding profusely, but her life was not in danger. She, too, was taken away in an ambulance. Svedberg and Hamren finally managed to get Wallander up from the mud and helped him up to the farmhouse. The first report came in from the Ystad hospital. Ann-Britt Högland had been shot in the abdomen. The wound was severe, and her condition was critical. Wallander rode with Svedberg to get his car. Svedberg was unsure about letting Wallander drive alone to Ystad, but Wallander assured him that he would be okay. He drove straight to the hospital, and then sat in the hall waiting for news of Ann-Britt's condition. He still hadn't had time to get cleaned up. He didn't leave the hospital until many hours later, when the doctors assured him that her condition had stabilized. All of a sudden, he was gone. No one had noticed him leave. Svedberg began to worry, but he thought he knew Wallander well enough. He just wanted to be alone. Wallander left the hospital right before midnight. The wind was still blowing hard, and it would freeze overnight. He got into his car and drove to the cemetery, where his father lay buried. He found his way to the grave and stood there, completely empty inside, still caked with mud. Around 1 a.m. he got home and called Baiba. They talked for a long time. Then he finally undressed and took a hot bath. Afterwards he dressed and returned to the hospital. Just after 3 a.m. he went into the room where Yvonne Ander lay, under guard. She was asleep when he entered the room cautiously. He stood for a long time looking at her face. Then he left without saying a word. After an hour, he was back. At dawn, Lisa Holgersson came to the hospital and said they had reached Högland's husband in Dubai. He would arrive at Kastrup airport later that day. No one knew if Wallander was listening to anything anyone said to him. He sat motionless on a chair, or stood at a window staring into the gale. When a nurse wanted to give him a cup of coffee, he burst into tears and locked himself in the bathroom. But most of the time he sat unmoving on his chair and looked at his hands. At about the same time Högland's husband landed at Kastrup, a doctor gave them the news they had all been waiting for. She was going to make it, and probably wouldn't have any permanent injury. She was lucky. All the same, her recovery would take time, and the convalescence would be long. Wallander stood as he listened to the doctor, as if he were receiving a sentence in court. Afterwards he walked out of the hospital and disappeared somewhere in the wind. On Monday, 24 October, Yvonne Ander was indicted for murder. She was still in the hospital. So far, she hadn't spoken a single word, not even to the lawyer appointed to act for her. Wallander had tried to question her that afternoon. She just stared at him. As he was about to leave, he turned in the door and told her that Ann-Britt Högland was going to recover. He thought he saw a reaction from her, that she looked relieved, maybe glad. Martonsson was still off work with his concussion. Hansson went back on duty, even though he had a hard time walking and sitting for several weeks. Their primary focus during this period was to complete the laborious task of establishing exactly what had happened. One thing they hadn't managed to find conclusive evidence for was whether it was the remains of Krista Haberman that they had dug up in Eriksson's field. There was nothing to disprove it, but no hard evidence either. And yet they were certain. A crack in the skull told them how Eriksson had killed her more than 25 years earlier. Everything else began to be cleared up, although slowly. There was another question mark. Had Rundfeldt killed his wife? The only one who might give them the answer was Ander, and she still wasn't talking. They explored Ander's life in detail and uncovered a story that only partially told them who she was and why she might have acted as she did. One afternoon, as they were sitting in a long meeting, Wallander abruptly concluded it by saying something he had been thinking for a long time. Yvonne Ander is the first person I've ever met who is both intelligent and insane. He didn't explain any further. No one doubted that he believed it. Every day during this period, Wallander went to visit Ann-Britt at the hospital. He couldn't get over what he was convinced was his responsibility. Nothing anyone said made any difference. He regarded the blame for what had happened as his alone. It was something he would have to live with. Yvonne Ander kept silent. One evening, Wallander sat in his office, late, reading through the extensive collection of letters she had exchanged with her mother. The next day, he visited her in jail. That day, she finally started to talk. It was 3 November, 1994, and frost lay over the countryside around Ystad. Skåne, 4 and 5 December, 1994. Epilogue. On the afternoon of 4 December, Kurt Wallander spoke with Yvonne Ander for the last time. He didn't know then that it would be the last, although they didn't make an appointment to meet again. They had come to an end. There was nothing more to add, nothing to ask about, no reply to give. And after that, the long and complex investigation began to slip out of his consciousness for the first time. Although more than a month had passed since they captured her, the case had continued to dominate his life. In all his years as a detective, he had never had such an intense need to understand. Criminal acts were always just the surface, and sometimes, once the surface of a crime had been cracked, chasms opened that no one could have imagined. This was the case with Yvonne Ander. Wallander punched through the surface and immediately looked down into a bottomless pit. He had decided to climb down into it. He didn't know where it would lead, for her or for him. The first step had been to get her to break her silence. He was successful when he read again the letters that she had exchanged all her adult life with her mother, and kept so carefully. Wallander sensed that it was here he could start to break through her aloofness. And he was right. That was 3 November, more than a month earlier. He was still shattered by the fact that Anne Britt had been shot. He knew by then that she would survive and even regain full health, but the guilt weighed so heavily that it threatened to suffocate him. His best support during that period was Linda. She came to Ystad, even though she didn't really have time, and took care of him, forcing him to accept that circumstances were to blame, not him. With her help, he managed to crawl through the first terrible weeks of November. Aside from the sheer effort of functioning normally, he spent all of his time on Yvonne Ander. She was the one who had shot and nearly killed Anne Britt. In the beginning, he often felt like hitting her. Later, it became more important to try and understand her. He managed to break through her silence and get her to start talking. He knotted the rope around himself and started down into the pit. What was it he found down there? For a long time he was unsure whether she was insane or not, whether all she said about herself were confused dreams and sick, deformed fantasies. He didn't trust his own judgment during this time, and he could hardly disguise his wariness of her. But somehow he sensed that she was telling him the truth. Yvonne Ander was that rare type of person who couldn't lie. In the last bundle of letters from her mother was one from a police officer in Africa named François Bertrand. At first he couldn't decipher its contents. It was with a number of unfinished letters from her mother. They were all from the same North African country, written the year before. Françoise Bertrand had sent her letter to Yvonne Ander in August 1993. Finally he understood. Yvonne Ander's mother, Anna, had been murdered by mistake, and the police had covered the whole thing up. Politics were clearly behind the killing, although Wallander felt incapable of fully understanding what was involved. But Françoise Bertrand had in all confidence written the letter, outlining what had really happened. Without any help from Ander at this point, he discussed with Chief Holgersson what had happened to the mother. The chief listened, and then contacted the national police. The matter was thus removed from Wallander's responsibility. But he read through all the letters one more time. Wallander conducted his meetings with Yvonne Ander in jail. She slowly came to understand that he was a man who wasn't hunting her. He was different from the others, the men who populated the world. He was introverted, seemed to sleep very little, and was also tormented by worry. For the first time in her life, Ander discovered that she could trust a man. She told him this at one of their last meetings. She never asked him straight out, but she still believed she knew the answer. He had probably never struck a woman. If he had, it happened only once. No more. Never again. On 3 November, Anne Britt underwent the last of the 3 operations. Everything went well, and her convalescence could finally begin. During this entire month, Wallander set up a routine. After his talks with Ander, he would drive straight to the hospital. He seldom stayed long, but Anne Britt became the discussion partner he needed in order to help him understand how to penetrate the depths he had begun to plumb. His first question to Ander was about the events in Africa. Who was Françoise Bertrand? What had actually happened? A pale light was falling through the window into the room. They sat facing each other at a table. In the distance, a radio could be heard. The first sentences she uttered, he didn't catch. It was like a powerful roar when her silence finally broke. He just listened to her voice. Then he started to listen to what she was saying. He seldom took notes during their meetings, and he didn't use a tape recorder.
"Somewhere there's a man who killed my mother. Who's looking for him?"
"Not me," he had replied. "But if you tell me what happened, and if a Swedish citizen has been killed overseas, we will take steps to see that justice is done." He didn't mention the conversation he had had a few days before with Chief Holgersson, that her mother's death was already being investigated.
"Nobody knows who killed my mother," she continued. "Fate selected her as a victim. Her killer didn't even know her. He thought he was justified. He believed he could kill anybody he wanted to, even an innocent woman who spent her retirement taking all the trips she never had the time or the money to take before." She made no attempt to conceal her bitter rage. "Why was she staying with the nuns?" he asked. Suddenly she looked up from the table, straight into his eyes. "Who gave you the right to read my letters?" "No one. But they belong to you, a person who has committed several atrocious murders. Otherwise I never would have read them." She turned away again. "The nuns," Valander repeated. "Why was she staying with them?" "She didn't have much money. She stayed wherever it was cheap. She never imagined it would lead to her death." "This happened more than a year ago. How did you react when the letter arrived?" "There was no reason for me to wait any longer. How could I justify doing nothing when no one else seemed to care?" "Care about what?" She didn't reply. He waited. Then he changed the question. "Wait to do what?" She answered without looking at him. "To kill them." "Who?" "The ones who went free, in spite of all they had done." He realized he had guessed correctly. It was when she received Françoise Bertrand's letter that a force locked inside her had been released. She had harbored thoughts of revenge, but she could still control herself. Then the dam broke. She decided to take the law into her own hands. Later, Valander came to see that there really wasn't much difference from what had happened in Ludinge. She had been her own citizen militia. She had placed herself outside the law and dispensed her own justice. "Is that how it was?" he asked. "You wanted to dispense justice? You wanted to punish those who should have been brought before a court of law but never were?" "Who's looking for the man who killed my mother?"
"Who?" She fell silent again. Valander could see how it had all begun. Some months after the letter came from Africa, she broke into Holger Eriksson's house. That was the first step. When he asked her point blank if it was true, she didn't even act surprised. She took it for granted that he knew.
"I heard about Christa Habermann," she said. "That it was the car dealer who killed her."
"Who did you hear it from?"
"A Polish woman in the hospital in Malmö. That was many years ago."
"You were working at the hospital then?"
"I worked there several different times. I often talked to women who had been abused. She had a friend who used to know Christa Habermann."
"Why did you break into Eriksson's house?"
"I wanted to prove to myself that it was possible. And I was looking for signs that Christa Habermann had been there."
"Why did you dig the pit? Why the stakes? Did the woman who knew Christa Habermann suspect that the body was buried near that ditch?" She didn't answer. But Wallander understood anyway, despite the fact that the investigation had always been hard to grasp. Wallander and his colleagues had been on the right track without knowing it. Ander had echoed the men's brutality in her methods of killing them. During the 5 or 6 meetings Wallander had with Ander, he went methodically through the 3 murders, clearing up details and piecing together the connections that had previously been so vague. He continued to talk to her without a tape recorder. After the meetings, he would sit in his car and make notes from memory. Then he would have them typed up. A copy went to Per Åkesson, who was preparing the indictment, which would inevitably lead to a conviction on 3 counts. Yet the whole time Wallander knew he was just scraping the surface. The real descent hadn't even started yet. The evidence would send her to prison, but he wouldn't find the actual truth he sought until he reached the deepest depths of the pit. She had to undergo a psychiatric evaluation, of course. Wallander knew it was unavoidable, but he insisted that it be postponed. Right now, the most important thing was that he be able to talk to her in peace. No one objected to this. They understood that she would probably clam up again if she was upset. She was ready to talk to him, and him alone. They went further, slowly, step by step, day by day. Outside the jail, the autumn was deepening and drawing them towards winter. Wallander never found out why Eriksson had driven up to get Krista Haberman in Svenstavik and then killed her. Presumably it was because she had denied him something he was used to getting. Maybe an argument turned violent. He moved on to Gusta Rundfeldt. She was convinced that Rundfeldt had murdered his wife, drowned her in Stang Lake. And even if he hadn't done it, he still deserved his fate. He had abused her so severely that she actually wanted to die. Högland was right when she sensed that Rundfeldt had been attacked in the florist's shop. Ander had found out that he would be leaving for Nairobi and lured him to the shop by telling him that she had to buy flowers for a reception early the next morning. Then she knocked him to the ground. The blood on the floor was indeed his. The broken window was a diversion to fool the police into believing it was a break-in. Then came a description of what, for Wallander, was the most terrifying element. Until that point he had tried to understand her without letting his emotional reactions take over. But then he couldn't go any further. She recounted, with utter calm, how she had undressed Gusta Rundfeldt, tied him up, and forced him into the baking oven. When he could no longer control his bodily functions, she took away his underwear and laid him on a plastic sheet. Later she led him out to the woods. By that time he was quite powerless. She tied him to the tree and strangled him. It was at that moment that she turned into a monster in Wallander's eyes. It didn't matter if she was a man or a woman, she became a monster, and he could only be thankful that they had stopped her before she killed Tore Grunden or anyone else on the list she had made. The list was also her only mistake. She hadn't destroyed the notebook in which she drew up her plans before she copied them into the ledger she kept in Valsjö. Wallander never asked her why. Even she admitted it was a mistake. That was the only one of her actions she couldn't explain. Later, Wallander pondered whether she had actually wanted to leave a clue, that deep inside she wanted to be discovered, and stopped. Sometimes he thought this was true. Sometimes he didn't. She didn't have much to say about Eugen Blomberg. She described how she shuffled the slips of paper. She let chance decide who would be next, just as chance had killed her mother. This was one of the times he interrupted her. Normally he let her speak freely, prompting her with questions when she couldn't decide how to go on, but now he stopped her. "So you did the same thing as the men who killed your mother," he said. "You let chance select your victim."
"It's not comparable. All those men whose names I had written down deserved their death. I gave them time with my slips of paper. I prolonged their lives."
He pursued it no further, since he realized that, in an obscure way, she was right. Reluctantly, he admitted to himself that she had her own peculiar sort of truth. When he read through the transcripts of the notes he made from memory, he could see that what he had was a confession, but it was also an exceedingly incomplete account. Did he succeed with what he intended? Afterwards, Wallander found it difficult to speak about Yvonne Ander. He always referred people who questioned him to the notes. As it turned out, what became Yvonne Ander's last will and testament was her story of the terrifying experiences of her childhood. Wallander was almost the same age as Ander, and he thought time after time that the era he was living in was concerned with one single, decisive question. What are we actually doing with our children? She had told him how her mother was frequently abused by her stepfather, who had replaced her biological father. The stepfather had forced her mother to have an abortion. She had never had the chance to have the sister her mother was carrying. She couldn't have known if it really was a sister. Maybe it was a brother. But to her, it was a sister, brutally ripped from her mother's womb against her will one night in the early 1950s. She remembered that night as a bloody hell. When she was telling Wallander about it, she raised her eyes from the table and looked straight into his. Her mother had lain on a sheet on the kitchen table. The abortionist was drunk. Her stepfather locked in the cellar, probably drunk too. That night she was robbed of her sister, and for all time learned to view the future as darkness, with threatening men lurking round every corner, violence lurking behind every friendly smile, every word. She had barricaded her memories into a secret interior room. She had been educated, become a nurse, and she had always harbored the vague notion that someday she would avenge the sister she never had, and the mother who wasn't allowed to give birth to her. She collected the stories from abused women. She tracked down the dead women in muddy fields and Småland lakes. She entered names in a ledger, shuffled her slips of paper. And then her mother had been murdered. She described it almost poetically to Wallander.
"Like a silent tidal wave," she said. "No more than that. I knew that it was time. I let a year pass. I planned, completed the timetable that had kept me alive all those years. Then I dug in a ditch at night." Precisely those words. Then I dug in a ditch at night. Maybe they best summed up Wallander's experience of his many conversations with Yvonne Ander that autumn. It was like a picture of the time he was living in. What ditch was he digging? One question was never answered. Why she suddenly, in the mid-1980s, changed professions and became a conductor. Wallander had understood that the train timetable was the liturgy she lived by, her handbook. But the trains remained her private world. Maybe the only one. Maybe the last one. Did she feel guilt? Akesson asked him about that many times. Lisa Holgersson asked less often. His colleagues almost never. The only person besides Akesson who really insisted on knowing was Ann-Britt Högland. Wallander told her the truth. He didn't know. "Ander reminds me of a coiled spring," he told her. "I can't express it better than that. I can't say whether guilt is part of it or whether it's gone.
On 4 December it was over. Wallander had nothing more to ask, and Yvonne Ander had nothing more to say. The confession was complete. Wallander knew he had reached the end of the long descent. Now he could return to the surface. The psychiatric examination could begin, the defense lawyer could sharpen his pencils, and only Wallander had any idea what would happen. He knew that Yvonne Ander would fall silent again, with the determined will of someone who has nothing more to say. Just before he left, he asked her about 2 more things he didn't have answers to. The first was a detail that no longer had any significance, but he needed to satisfy his own curiosity. When Katerina Taxel called her mother from the house in Volsju, something was making a banging noise, he said. We couldn't work out where that sound was coming from. She gave him a baffled look. Then her face broke open in a smile, the only one Wallander saw in all his talks with her. A farmer's tractor had broken down in the field next to us. He was hitting it with a big hammer to get something loose from the undercarriage. Could you really hear that on the phone? Wallander nodded. He was already thinking of his last question. I think we actually met once, he said, on a train. She nodded. South of Elmholt? I asked you when we would get to Malmö. I recognized you from the newspapers, from last summer. Did you already know then that we'd catch you? Why should I? A policeman from Ystad gets on a train in Elmholt? What's he doing there? Unless he's following the trail of what happened to Gusta Rundfeldt's wife? She shook her head. I never thought about that. I should have. Wallander had nothing more to ask. He had found out everything he wanted to know. He stood up, muttered goodbye, and left. That afternoon Wallander visited the hospital as usual. Anne Britt was asleep when he arrived, but he spoke to a doctor who told him that in 6 months she could return to work. He left the hospital just after 5 p.m. It was already dark, just below freezing, no wind. He drove out to the cemetery and went to his father's grave. Withered flowers had frozen solid to the ground. It was still less than 3 months since they had come back from Rome. The holiday was vivid in his mind as he stood by the grave, wondering what his father had actually been thinking when he took his nighttime walk to the Spanish Steps, to the fountain, with that gleam in his eyes. It was as if Yvonne Ander and his father could have stood on either side of a river and waved to each other, even though they had nothing in common. Or did they? Wallander wondered what he himself had in common with her. He had no answer. That night, out by the grave in the dark cemetery, the investigation came to an end for him. There would still be papers he would have to read over and sign, but the case was finished. The psychiatric examination would declare that she was in full possession of her faculties. Then she would be convicted and hidden away at Hinseberg. The investigation of the circumstances surrounding her mother's death in Africa would also continue, but that had nothing to do with his own work. The night of 4 December, he slept badly. The next day, he decided to look at a house just north of town. He was also going to visit a kennel in Subo, where they had a litter of black Labrador puppies for sale. The next day, he had to go to Stockholm and speak at the police academy. Why he had given in when Chief Holgersson asked him again, he didn't know. Now he lay awake, wondering what the hell he was going to say. On that restless night, he thought mostly about Baiba. Several times he got up and stood at the kitchen window, staring at the street light swaying on its wire. Just after he had come back from Rome, at the end of September, They had decided that she would come to Ystad soon, no later than November. They would have a serious discussion about whether she should move to Sweden. But her visit had been postponed, first once, then again. Each time there were excellent reasons for why she couldn't come, not yet. Wallander believed her, of course, but he couldn't quell his feeling of uncertainty. Was it still there, invisible between them, a rift he hadn't seen? If so, why hadn't he seen it? Because he didn't want to? Now she was really going to come. They were supposed to meet in Stockholm on 8 December. He would go straight from the police academy to Arlanda to meet her. Linda would join them in the evening, and they would all head south to Skåne the following day. How long she would stay he didn't know, but this time they would have a serious discussion about the future, not just about the next time they could meet. The night turned into a long vigil. The weather had turned warmer, and the meteorologists were predicting snow. Wallander wandered like a lost soul between his bed and the kitchen window. Now and then he sat down at the kitchen table and made a few notes, in a futile attempt to find a starting point for the lecture he was going to give in Stockholm. All the time, he couldn't stop thinking about Yvonne Ander and her story. She was constantly on his mind, and occasionally she even blocked out thoughts of Baiba. The person he thought very little about was his father. He was already far away. At times, Wallander had trouble recalling all the details of his lined face. He had to reach for a photograph and look at it so that the memory wouldn't completely slip away. During November, he had visited Gertrude. The house in Luderup seemed empty, the studio cold and forbidding. Gertrude always gave the impression of being composed, but lonely. Maybe he finally slept for a few hours towards dawn, or maybe he was awake the whole time. By 7 a.m. he was already dressed. At 7:30 a.m. he drove his car, which sputtered suspiciously, to the police station. It was a particularly quiet morning. Martinsson had a cold. Svedberg had gone to Malmö on an assignment. The hall was deserted. He sat down in his office and read through the transcript of his notes of his last conversation with Yvonne Ander. On his desk, there was also a transcript of an interview Hansson had carried out with Tora Grunden, the man she had tried to push in front of the train at Hässleholm. His background contained the same ingredients as all the other names in her macabre death ledger. Tora Grunden had once served time for abusing a woman. Wallander could see that Hansson had made it very clear to Grunden that he had been close to being torn to shreds by the oncoming train. Wallander noticed that there was some tacit understanding among his colleagues of what Ander had done. That this understanding existed at all surprised him. She had shot Högland. She had attacked and killed men. Normally, a team of policemen wouldn't be supportive of a woman like Yvonne Ander. It was possible to ask whether the police had a friendly attitude towards women at all, unless they were officers with the special stamina that both Ann-Britt Högland and Lisa Holgersson possessed. He scribbled his signature and pushed the papers aside. It was 8:45 a.m. The day before, he had picked up the keys from the estate agent. It was a 2-story brick house in the middle of a big old garden to the north of Ystad. From the upper floor there was a view of the sea. He unlocked the door and went in. The rooms were empty. He walked around in the silence, opened the terrace door to the garden, and tried to picture himself living there. To his surprise, it was easier than he had imagined. It was obvious that he wasn't as attached to Maria Gotten as he had feared. He asked himself whether Baiba might be happy there. She had talked about her own longing to get away from Riga, to the countryside, but not too far away, not too isolated. It didn't take him long to make up his mind that morning. He would buy the house if Biba liked it. The price was also low enough that he could manage to get the necessary loans. Just after 10 a.m. he left the house. He promised to give the estate agent a definite answer within the week. After looking at the house, he went on to look for a dog. The kennel was located along the road to Hur, right outside of Surbo. Dogs barked from various cages when he turned into the courtyard. The owner was a young woman who, much to his surprise, spoke with a strong Göteborg accent. "I'd like to look at a black Labrador," Valander said. She showed them to him. The puppies were still too small to leave their mother. "Do you have children?" she asked. "None that still live at home, unfortunately." "Do you have to have children to buy a puppy?" "Not at all, but this breed of dog is better with children than almost any other." Valander explained that he might buy a house outside of Ystad. If he decided to do that, he also wanted to have a dog. One depended on the other. "I'll hold one of the puppies for you. Take your time, but not too long. I always have buyers for Labradors." Valander promised to let her know within the week, just as he had promised the estate agent. He was shocked at the price she mentioned. Could a puppy really cost that much? But he knew that he would buy the dog if the house purchase went through. He left the kennel at midday. When he came out onto the main road, he suddenly didn't know where he was going. Was he on his way anywhere at all? He wasn't going to see Ivan Ander. For the time being, they had no more to say to each other. They would meet again, but not now. Per Åkesson might ask him to expand on some of the details, but he doubted it. They had more than enough evidence to convict her. The truth was that he had nowhere to go. No one really needed him. Without being fully aware of what he was doing, he headed towards Valsjö and stopped outside Hansgarden. Ivan Ander owned the house, and would presumably continue to do so during all the years she would spend in prison. She had no close relatives, only her deceased mother. Whether she even had any friends was questionable. Katarina Taxell had been dependent on her, had received her support just like the other women, but friends? Valander shuddered at the thought. Ivan Ander didn't have a single person who was close to her. She stepped out of a vacuum and she killed people. Valander got out of his car. The house emanated desolation. When he walked around it, he noticed a window stood slightly open. That wasn't good. Someone could easily break in. Valander found a wooden bench and put it under the window, climbed inside and looked around. The window had been left open out of carelessness. He walked through the rooms and looked at the baking oven with distaste. There was the invisible boundary. Beyond it, he would never be able to understand her. Now the investigation really was over. They had drawn a final line through the macabre list, interpreted the murderer's language, and found the solution. That was why he felt superfluous. He was no longer needed. When he returned from Stockholm, he would go back to the investigation of car smuggling to the former Eastern Bloc countries. Not until then would he truly feel real to himself again. A phone rang in the silence. Only on the second ring did he realize that it was ringing in his jacket pocket. He took it out. It was Per Åkesson. "Am I interrupting anything?" he asked. "Where are you?" Valander didn't want to tell him where he was. "I'm sitting in my car, but I'm parked." "I assume you haven't heard the news," Åkesson said. "There's not going to be a trial." Valander didn't understand. The thought had never occurred to him, although it should have. He should have been prepared. "Ivan Ander committed suicide," Åkesson said.
Sometime last night. She was found dead early this morning."
Wallander held his breath. There was still something resisting, threatening to burst.
"She seems to have had access to pills. She shouldn't have had them. At least not so many that she could take her own life. Spiteful people are going to ask whether you were the one who gave them to her."
Wallander could hear that this was not a veiled question, but he answered it anyway. "I didn't help her."
The whole thing had a feeling of serenity about it. Everything was in perfect order. She seems to have made up her mind and carried it out. She died in her sleep. It's easy to understand, of course."
"Is it?" Wallander asked.
"She left a letter, with your name on it. I have it here on the desk in front of me."
"I'll be there in half an hour." He stood where he was, with the silent phone in his hand, and tried to gauge what he was really feeling. Emptiness? Maybe a vague hint of injustice? He checked that the window was closed properly, and then left the house through the front door. It was a clear December day. Winter was lurking somewhere nearby. Wallander went into Per Akesson's office. The letter was lying in the middle of the desk. He took it with him and went down to the harbor. He walked out to the Sea Rescue Service's red shed and sat down on the bench. The letter was short. "Somewhere in Africa there is a man who killed my mother. Who is looking for him?" That was all. Who is looking for him? She had signed the letter with her full name. In the upper right-hand corner she had written the date and time. 5 December, 1994, 2:44 a.m. The next to last entry in her timetable, he thought. She wouldn't write the last one herself. The doctor would do that, when he put down the time of her death. Then there would be nothing more. The timetable would be closed, her life concluded. Her departure was formulated as a question or accusation, or maybe both. Who is looking for him? He tore the letter into strips and tossed them into the water. He remembered that once, several years ago, he had torn up a letter that he had decided against sending to Biba. He had tossed that one into the water, too. There was a great difference. He would see Biba again, and very soon. He watched the pieces of paper float away over the water. Then he left the harbor and went to the hospital to visit Anne Britt. Something was over at last. The autumn in Skåne was moving towards winter.